Good morning. Morning, everybody. uh, just a quick announcement, but a very important announcement. Please, if you have personal earphones, would you please come with them tomorrow? Personal earphones for your devices, especially your laptop. I will encourage you to come with your laptops tomorrow. So, personal earphones. If you don't, kindly test the ones that we currently have. See if it's compatible with your devices. If it's not, see my beautiful colleague Alana or Polly at the registration desk so that they can make arrangements for you. Is that clear? Thank you. All right. Once again, good morning, everybody. My name is Elizabeth, and I will be chairing this session. I'm a very strict woman. Noisemakers will lose points for their countries. All right. So we will start off with the reflections on what we had yesterday. And before we do that, we did promise points for the first complete group of NITAGs to arrive. And for this morning, Tuesday, the 27th of May, 2025, the first complete group of NITAGs to arrive, earning 5 points for their country, is Cabo Verde. Everybody? All right. Now, I've already awarded it on Tuesday. Now, but don't worry, Canelway, there is a country that stands to lose 5 points, even if they don't have any points. From 0, we will deduct 5. That will be the group, the NITAG that its last comes in. So everybody do a head count, send the WhatsApps, do the calls, so that your country is not at risk. Are we? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. I only counted 10, fellow Nigerians. We are supposed to be 12. Oh, okay. All right. Number 1.5. All right, then. So, where is that noise coming from so that I can deduct 2? All right. Great. So yesterday, we started off with introductions that the director, one of the co-directors of Niche, Ben Kajinga, took us through who we are. So let me just ask, 3 points for grabs. Who knows the full meaning of niche? Yes, sir. All right. They've nullified. Don't worry. Yes, you were the first to raise your hand, but your sister here had already nullified it by saying it's on the board, which it is. So that's a null question. All right. But just to redeem, how many, what edition of AVCN are we currently having? So yeah. So we have that, and okay, and then moving on to South Africa's presentation. South Africa's presentation. Who can tell me one of the recommendations of the many recommendations that South Africa projected yesterday? What one of the recommendations that they've made in recent times? And of course, the answer must not come from South Africa. All right. How do we do this? Yes. Mpox. Is that correct, South Africa? You've made a recommendation on Mpox. All right. Let's jam our hands together for South Africa. For Nigeria. 1 point for that question. Okay. Then the library guides. We had a session on that. And what was used to compile the library guides? What framework was used to compile the library guide? The library guides. If you know it, just put up your hands. No chorus answers. So that, huh? If I didn't call you, I'm a teacher. Where is my phone? If I need to see your hand up so that I know who is getting the point and who is not. So what was used to compile the library guide? Anybody, any hand up? Any takers? What framework was used? Now I'm taking half the point. Exactly, but you didn't raise your hand, so no points awarded. It's the PICO questions, the PICO framework that is used to compile all the library guides. Then we had the, all right. Huh? Okay, then we had the session by Prof. Jason on sources of evidence. Who can name the three, shall I say, kind or sources of evidence? Three broad sources of evidence. Yes, sir.
Global, regional, and national.
2 points for Nigeria. Beautiful. All right. And then we had CD's presentation. Now I'm going to ask the question in French. But seeing that I lack the knowledge of French, okay. Mention one of the frameworks that he spoke about yesterday. ECOWAS is not a framework. One of the global framework. Wow, this guy is going to take all my points, hey? Oh, okay, sir. Cabo Verde, let's start with Cabo Verde. And then Morocco, and then South Africa, before finally Nigeria.
Global immunization. 2030, Flamila.
Yes, yeah, beautiful. 2 points for Cabo Verde. Yes, because he mentioned more than one framework. Morocco, apart from
the regional framework and the EA 2030.
Yes, we've already had that. What's the name of the regional?
The regional framework, the regional Afro framework.
Okay. Give Morocco 2 points.
Give.
Sorry. Yeah. Addis Ababa Declaration, that is the proper name for the regional framework. Okay, you can give Tunisia also too. And I saw South Africa raise its hand. It's done. All right. So we are almost out of time. I must just quickly ask this. The use of grade now for 5 fat points without referring to your notes. Who can tell me the full meaning of grade? Grade is an acronym. So what does grade stand for? They are checking notes. All right. The 5 fat point had lost weight to 3.
Anyway.
Use your mic, please, so that they can hear.
Grading of recommendation, assessment, development, and evaluation survey. Grade.
All right, who can assist? The full meaning of the acronym GRADE. All right. Since I'll keep those fat points for myself. So give me a round of applause. All right. It's my pleasure to invite to chair the next session where we'll be having 2 NITACs present. Remember, I'm a very strict timekeeper, 10 minutes each, 5 minutes for your questions. The tall, elegant, beautiful lady, my colleague, Kenel Way. Jam your hands together. Oh.
Good morning, everyone. I need the timer. How is everybody feeling? Ready for day 2? Wonderful. All right. As per tradition, we have 2 NITACs which are going to share their presentations this morning. The first one is Guinea, and you have 10 minutes to present, and then 5 minutes for questions. Okay. Are you guys ready? Who is going to present from your group? Surely you guys have decided. All right, let's welcome Guinea to their presentation. Do you need this?
Ça ou ça?
Is that?
Bonjour à tous. Je voudrais, avec votre permission, introduire ma communication en présentant notre modeste délégation. Vous avez professeur Mariama Sadio Diallo. Vous avez professeur Mohamed Massiré Souma. Vous avez docteur Albert Kamara. Vous avez docteur Mohamed Lamine Magasouba. Vous avez docteur Mamadjan Diallo et Mamadjan Ba et moi-même. Je suis docteur Robert Kamara. Avec votre permission, je poursuis cette présentation en disant que le GTCV Guinée a été créé le 25 mai 2018. Il y a eu des décisions de nomination. Ces décisions ont été renouvelées en avril 2023. Le nombre de membres est de 13. Nous n'avons pas eu de nouvelles personnes venues dans le GTCV. Et puis, le nombre de membres formés est 8. Les listes de recommandations en 2024, c'était justement au nombre de 2. Nous avons pensé qu'il faut faire connaître le GTCV. En fait, on a eu à des moments donnés des questions qui se posaient quand on parle de GTCV, les gens cherchaient à comprendre, mais qu'est-ce que c'est? Nous avons estimé donc qu'il fallait vraiment connaître ce que signifie le GTCV et le rôle de mission. La deuxième chose, c'est que nous avons eu des irrégularités de réunions. On a fait donc des recommandations en disant qu'il faut tenir des réunions régulières. En parlant des questions récurrentes, que nous nous posons souvent, c'est parce que nous avons souvent des manques de financement des activités du GTCV. Et ça nous a permis de venir vers des partenaires tels que l'OMS, où nous avons souhaité avoir des financements nécessaires pour pouvoir tenir des sessions. Et puis, on a constaté dans notre groupe de GTCV un manque de participation de certains de nos agents pour des raisons multiples. La question de politique que l'on se posait souvent, c'est qu'il faut redynamiser le GTCV. Et dans le cadre de cette redynamisation, nous avons pensé, Dr Albert, qui est aujourd'hui le coordonnateur adjoint du PER, a déjà avec nous introduit le processus de renouvellement de la liste des membres du GTCV. Et enfin, nous estimons qu'il faut faire la rédaction des notes de recommandation pour au moins les 5 nouveaux vaccins que le ministre a sollicité auprès du GTCV à introduire dans le système. Les précisions vous seront données beaucoup plus avec le coordonnateur adjoint. Quelles sont les forces? Nous avons estimé que le fait qu'il y a la sollicitude de l'autorité au GTCV, il a été fait, on a constaté que le ministre de la Santé, ayant connu l'importance du GTCV, a sollicité des avis du GTCV parce que dans sa stratégie nationale de vaccination, il a inscrit l'introduction de plusieurs vaccins. Il a donc demandé au GTCV de faire des avis sur les vaccins qui pourraient être introduits selon la programmation de la stratégie nationale de vaccination. Ensuite, ce qui se passe, c'est qu'on a constaté que la présence du secrétariat au niveau du programme élargi de vaccination, nous, en tant que GTCV, a beaucoup apporté. Parce que, tenant compte du fait qu'eux, ils savent qu'il faut les soutenir, et dans ce soutien, le GTCV a décidé à le faire, nous pensons que c'était une force. Ensuite, la disponibilité des membres, comme vous le constatez, ceux qui sont déjà ici, sont fréquemment dans les activités de GTCV, on a pensé que c'était une bonne chose. Et sans oublier la présence d'expertise nationale diversifiée dans le pays. Et au jour d'aujourd'hui, nous avons une cartographie ou une liste des experts externes au GTCV qu'on peut utiliser pour aider à avancer. En matière de faiblesse, c'est vrai que vous verrez de l'autre côté, on a la disponibilité, mais il y a l'insuffisance de participation de certains de nos collègues que nous allons chercher à ramener dans le groupe et renouveler l'équipe GTCV. Le problème de financement revient toujours, on l'a entendu dans la majeure partie des présentations ici. Les opportunités. Je vous annonce que les partenaires en Guinée sont décidés à accompagner aujourd'hui le GTCV. Il y a l'OMS, il y a Gavi qui nous accompagne. Il y a eu même des décisions qui ont été prises lors du dernier CCIA pour accompagner le GTCV. Il est prévu de mettre à disposition des personnes qui pourraient accompagner le secrétariat du GTCV. Il y a l'accès au soutien scientifique à travers les partenaires. L'OMS est décidé à nous accompagner dans la recherche des preuves probantes. Donc, on a les possibilités de consulter avec eux, de travailler avec eux pour nous aider à faire cette. La disponibilité également, comme je le dis, des partenaires externes pour nous accompagner. L'exemple probant, c'est qu'à l'élaboration de la note de recommandation du HPV, on était obligé d'amener un spécialiste en cancérologie pour nous aider à formuler vraiment des recommandations scientifiques pour l'élaboration de la note. Comme Minas là, si le financement n'est pas là, ça va un peu nous embêter pour la mise en œuvre des activités du GTCV. Les principales attentes. Nous avons écouté des communications ici qui nous font savoir que nous pouvons atteindre ces 3 éléments. Et on a vraiment des éléments de réponse déjà. Lorsqu'on dit qu'on va renforcer les capacités des membres du GTCV, cette formation est une preuve éloquente. Nous avons eu des informations, nous sommes en train d'acquérir des connaissances à travers vos différentes communications, mais à travers les experts de l'organisation. Mais nous souhaitons une chose, on est francophone. La communication est anglophone, s'il vous plaît. Si tous les jours, nous avons la chance d'avoir les présentations ici, ça va nous permettre de les transformer en langage français facile et nous pourrons assimiler ce qui est dit ici. En plus, comme nous avons pour devoir de restituer lorsque nous allons au pays, il est important pour nous que nous ayons ces présentations pour que les soirs, on puisse vraiment les revoir et apprendre mieux. Ça va beaucoup nous aider et nous aurons la chance de dire à nos collègues qui ne sont pas ici ce que nous avons pu apprendre. Ça, c'est vraiment une doléance que nous portons auprès des organisateurs. Ensuite, nous pensons qu'il faut doter le GTCV des outils utiles pour l'appui du ministère de la Santé dans le processus de rédaction de ces stratégies, de ces politiques. Nous avons déjà certains outils. Et on a vu des présentations ici, on a pensé que certains des outils présentés ici pourraient aider à mieux renforcer les capacités au niveau national. Donc, c'est pour ça que je dis, cette formation pour nous est la bienvenue parce que ça nous aide à avoir des éléments nécessaires au développement de notre GTCV, mais pour aider également le pays. J'ai un problème de connexion sur l'écran. Bref, donc, appuyer le GTCV dans la mobilisation des ressources financières. Comme je vous l'ai dit, il y a déjà certains partenaires qui sont en train d'apporter leur soutien. Pour preuve, les activités de GTCV sont incluses dans le plan d'action du programme élargi de vaccination pour l'année 2025. La majeure partie des activités sont déjà prises en compte dans ce sens-là, surtout les sessions de rédaction des notes. Donc, je pense que ça, c'est une très bonne nouvelle pour nous et ça va nous permettre d'avancer. Nous sommes heureux et nous serons heureux également de prendre contact avec les collègues ici, pays, pour nous renforcer dans notre manière de comprendre comment fonctionne le GTCV. Et nous solliciterons donc auprès des autres que ça va. Voilà en quelques mots, en quelques minutes, les idées maîtresses qu'on pouvait donner par rapport au GTCV. Merci beaucoup.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your presentation and thank you for the feedback as well. Any questions from the group? Any questions to the Guinea team? Yes, please go ahead.
Merci, docteur Abdelmalik de la Mauritanie. Donc, vous avez dit que un des problèmes, c'était de plaidoyer un peu pour votre groupe technique. Et je voudrais savoir, en termes de communication, quelle approche vous avez adoptée pour faire connaître votre groupe et vulgariser un peu ces travaux. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Nous manquons un peu de stratégie de communication dans ce sens. C'est pour ça que nous avons prévu qu'il faut organiser des séances de communication avec le ministère, parce que le ministère, ce n'est pas tout le ministère qui sait ce que c'est ça. Donc, élargir les capacités en prenant des contacts avec les directions pour pouvoir dire un peu c'est quoi le GTCV. Et nous avons profité des réunions du CCIA pour présenter également les missions et les rôles du GTCV. Parce qu'avec le CCIA plutôt, vous avez un groupe de personnes qui prend en compte des partenaires et les nationaux. Donc, la dernière session de CCIA, nous avons présenté donc le GTCV et nous avons donné les missions. C'est l'occasion par laquelle nous avons également présenté la note de recommandation du HPV. Donc nous allons poursuivre et nous aurons la chance certainement de discuter avec certains parmi vous pour savoir comment vous avez procédé pour avoir une large connaissance de ces œuvres. Nous sommes encore un peu en ralenti dans ce sens, mais les expériences nous permettront d'avancer plus mieux. Je ne sais pas si le docteur Albert pourrait donner quelques points de vue, mais sinon c'est comme ça que l'on procède.
Wonderful. Any other questions? We're going to go to Senegal and then we're going to go to Cameroon next.
Bonjour, c'est Dr Hassan Diouf du Sénégal. Je voudrais juste savoir quelle est la dernière recommandation de GTCV Guinée à l'endroit du ministère de la Santé. Merci.
La dernière recommandation, la note de recommandation sur le HPV, je crois que c'est en mai 2025. C'est la dernière. Mais nous avons l'intention d'introduire vraiment au moins 5 autres. Et pour les 5 là, nous voulons anticiper, puisque dans la stratégie nationale de vaccination, il est déjà prévu l'introduction de ces vaccins avec un chronogramme bien donné. Mais nous nous préparons à faire vraiment l'anticipation, faire ces différentes notes de recommandation pour ne pas connaître des soucis. Et c'est pour ça, hier, quand j'ai entendu ici les collègues du Cameroun qui voulaient quitter PCV 13 ou PCV 10, on voulait avoir l'information la plus exacte parce que nous avons l'intention d'introduire ce vaccin. Et on est parti sur PCV 13. Leur changement nous intéresse. Pourquoi ils veulent le faire? Ça va nous permettre de prendre la meilleure décision et pour apporter notre soutien au ministère de la Santé. Donc, c'est pour ça que je dis les échanges ici, pour nous, c'est une très bonne occasion.
Wonderful. Cameroon, and we have 2 minutes remaining.
Ok, merci. Armand Koueché du Cameroun. Oui, vous avez parlé du manque d'implication de certains membres et j'aimerais bien savoir davantage. Est-ce que c'est le casting, comment ils sont choisis? Et je veux bien comprendre, sûrement, parfois, il doit y avoir des problèmes de quorum qui ne sont pas atteints durant les réunions, ou même si ce quorum est atteint, certainement, les décisions ne sont pas très consensuelles. Merci.
Bon, il faut dire que depuis que le GTCV est créé, hein, il y a eu des membres qui ont été désignés et qui n'ont pas eu le temps de participer à cause de leur position certainement professionnelle. Hein? Mais sinon, ils sont informés à chaque occasion quand on prend la décision pour dire il y a la réunion, on communique avec tout le monde. Mais nous avons constaté 2 ou 3 ou 4 fois, ils n'arrivent pas à voir. On est allé vers. Les promesses ont été prises pour participer, mais je crois qu'il y a un problème de motivation qu'il faut continuer à faire vis-à-vis de ces messieurs ou mettre en place un dispositif de remplacement de ces personnes pour qu'on ait vraiment des gens qui vont participer convenablement aux différentes sessions.
Great. That is all the time we have questions for. I want to give each NITEC equal amount of time to share, and do take the opportunity during the breaks to engage with each other as well, because we want to be fair to everybody. He's already mentioned the complexity of languages within this session. So we want to make sure that everybody gets an opportunity to present. All right. Thank you so much to Guinea. And now we're going to move on to our next, which is Mauritania. And who is going to present from your group? So similar to the previous session, you have 10 minutes to present and then 5 minutes for questions. And if you have any further questions for the group, please note them, and during the breaks, take the opportunity to ask your question. Thank you.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Dr Mohamedou, je suis en épidémiologie de terrain de formation et je suis le coordinateur du programme élargi de vaccination qui joue le rôle de secrétariat de NITAG Mauritanie, GCEI, groupe consultatif d'experts d'immunisation en République islamique de la Mauritanie. Notre groupe est créé l'année octobre 2023 avec 27 membres, dont 11 membres permanents et 11 membres de liaison et 5 membres de secrétariat. Les derniers 6 mois, il n'y a pas de membres, pas de nouveaux membres dans notre GCIE, NITAC. Les formations ETR, totalement 21 personnes, 21 membres participaient à cette formation, dont 10 membres permanents et 9 membres de liaison et 2 membres de secrétariat. Les questions et les recommandations en 2024 de notre NITAC. Première recommandation, c'est les transitions des doses de HPV vers doses uniques en novembre 2024. Après cette recommandation validée par le CCA, Comité de pilotage d'IPEV et le ministère de la Santé, la Mauritanie a passé directement le 1er décembre 2024 du schéma de 2 doses vers dose unique de l'HPV pour les filles de 9 ans. Donc, aussi, pour compléter les recherches, les recommandations de notre CCA, notre NITAC, ils ont aussi recommandé au ministère de la Santé de piloter des études scientifiques de génotypage sur la classification des cancers du col d'utérus en Mauritanie et aussi de faire le suivi des cohortes de filles vaccinées pendant les campagnes de vaccination sur les années prochaines. Donc, actuellement, les questions soumises aussi, c'est l'introduction d'hexavalent en deuxième année de vie. Quels sont les éléments, les mesures nécessaires pour la vaccination des enfants en deuxième année de vie? La Mauritanie a introduit le rougeole RRD, rougeole ribiole, en 2023 à la 15e mois et envie aussi d'introduire l'hexavalent en 15e mois cette année, le 1er juillet. Donc, on a besoin des recommandations de notre NITAG pour voir les mesures nécessaires qu'on peut prendre en considération pour la mise en place de la vaccination en deuxième année de vie. Pour les prochaines fin d'année 2025 et surtout l'année 2027, il y a deux ou trois questions sur l'introduction de certains vaccins comme typhoïde, vaccin de paludisme et vaccin de la rage. Donc, pour les opportunités et les défis, on peut citer l'indépendance scientifique qui permet une objectivité accrue dans les recommandations et aussi l'expertise. Notre NITAG est composé de plusieurs spécialistes en santé publique, en immunologie, en pédiatrie et pharmacovigilance, logistique aussi de vaccinale. Donc, cette diversité de personnes ressources nous permettent de faciliter notre travail. Il y a aussi le cadre réglementaire fondé sur l'arrêté ministériel de création de notre comité NITAG. Et le processus décisionnel clair qui respecte le processus de recommandations et d'élaboration des documents scientifiques. Et aussi la formation des membres sur les ETA. Notre NITAG est créé récemment en 2023, comme j'ai dit, octobre. certains membres non impliqués dans le programme d'immunisation, bien que garantissent l'indépendance, c'est là pour limiter les prises en compte de certaines opportunités. Le délai de la mise en place des mesures en 2024, ce qui entraîne des retards dans le traitement de certains dossiers, vu la diversité des institutions, des membres, certains au niveau des universités, certains autres au niveau des hôpitaux et au niveau des autres institutions externes au PEV. Donc, l'impact des politiques de vaccination, il y a les capacités d'influencer les prises de décisions nationales. Les recommandations de notre NITAG est bienvenue et toujours respectée et exécutée correctement par les décideurs du ministère de la Santé de la Mauritanie. Le cours de AVCN 2025, les échanges d'expériences. Donc, en attendant les échanges d'expérience avec les NITAG des autres pays, qui est très important pour nous, pour avoir des nouvelles idées et des discussions avec les autres NITAG des pays, avec des contextes un peu similaires de notre pays. L'accès aussi aux ressources qui est quelque chose de très important pour l'élaboration des documents et des recommandations. Comme vous le savez, il y a toujours des problèmes de ressources et de références dans les études, les études en général et surtout dans la vaccination. Le renforcement des capacités des membres de l'ITAG. Aujourd'hui, on a 6 membres de l'ITAG participant à cet atelier formation. J'espère qu'il y aura d'autres dans les autres ateliers pour renforcer et faire des liaisons des membres de notre NITAG avec les autres membres de NITAG et les institutions qui travaillent dans ce domaine pour améliorer leurs compétences et motiver de faire le travail à temps et de qualité scientifique. Et voilà le feedback de notre groupe NITAG. Merci.
Thank you so much for your presentation, and you've done it in record time. We still have a minute to spare. So that means we have 6 minutes for questions to the team. Questions right at the back. Please go ahead.
Alors, bonjour à toutes et à tous. Je me présente, je suis Cheikh Khalfé, je suis économiste de la santé et professeur d'enseignement supérieur à l'École nationale de santé publique. Alors, je tiens à remercier l'équipe mauritanienne pour la qualité de la présentation, la richesse de l'information et la clarté de vos propos. J'ai une petite question par rapport à combien de fois vous vous réunissez-vous? Est-ce que vous faites des réunions suite à la demande de votre ministère de la Santé? Ou est-ce que vous avez déjà un programme qui est déjà préétabli par votre comité? Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Merci pour votre question. Oui, notre NITAG a déjà, dès le début, on a commencé d'élaborer un plan d'action annuel. Parmi ces plans d'action, il y a des réunions ordinaires et aussi on peut faire des réunions extraordinaires selon les questions posées par le ministre de la Santé. Donc le travail, c'est toujours basé sur les questions orientées, questions posées par le secrétaire général du ministère de la Santé. Directement après chaque question, on fait calendrier ou chronogramme des activités, des réunions, des travail jusqu'à fin de réponse sur les questions. Merci.
Thank you. Next question from Gambia.
Thank you very much for your presentation. My question is concerning the HPV vaccine. I just wanted to know whether your coverage for the 9-year and the greater than 9-year-old, are there much significant difference? Because for us in the Gambia, when we look at the coverage in 2024, we have vaccinated girls more than 9-year-old compared to just the 9-year-old. And we had done supplementary immunization activities, meaning that we had missed a lot of girls during the introduction. Then the other question is that you said you have introduced MMR. What was the criteria that you used for the introduction, and how are you actually paying for the vaccines? Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Premièrement, la Mauritanie, notre cible de routine pour l'HPV, c'est les filles de 9 ans et aussi pour les autres filles de 10 à 14 ans, c'est rentre dans le cadre de rattrapage. Chaque fois qu'on a l'occasion de rattraper des filles supérieures à 9 ans, on le fait directement. La vaccination des filles de 9 ans commencé en mars 2021 en Mauritanie, en pleine campagne de vaccination de Covid, ce qui empêchait beaucoup de familles de vacciner leurs filles à cause de l'inertie des vaccinations de Covid et tout ça. Donc, c'est pour cela qu'on a toujours un programme de rattrapage de ces filles qu'on n'arrive pas de vacciner. Directement après l'application des schémas de doses uniques, la Mauritanie en a fait une semaine de vaccination, de vaccination au niveau des écoles pour les filles scolarisées, et ce qui nous permet de passer directement de couverture vaccinale de 12% à presque 98% des filles au niveau des écoles. C'est ça, c'est ça à cause des légères de procédures, légère diminution des cibles des filles. Parce que si on vaccine les filles âgées de 9 ans, ça veut dire qu'on a vacciné les filles âgées de 10 ans l'année prochaine. On n'a pas besoin de rattraper. Merci. Pour les rougeoles, désolé. Oui, comme vous le savez, on a vu certaines épidémies de rougeole, même jusqu'à aujourd'hui, on a fait des campagnes de rougeole. Et d'habitude, chaque 5 ans, on fait des campagnes de suivi pour renforcer l'immunité des enfants. Deuxième dose, c'est important pour arrêter les épidémies et renforcer l'immunité des enfants à condition d'arriver à une couverture de 95%. La Mauritanie a pris décision d'introduire les deuxièmes doses dans les routines, et l'achat de ces vaccins s'est assuré par le cofinancement entre Mauritanie et les Gavi. On a des lignes budgétaires sur notre budget qui nous permettent d'acheter les vaccins traditionnels et payer le cofinancement des autres vaccins nouvellement introduits dans notre système de routine. Merci.
Thank you, Nigeria. And then
Thank you so much, the Mauritania team. My question also has to do with the HPV, but from your last response, I will have to twist my question once again. It is very interesting to hear that Mauritania moved from 12% to above 90% coverage. This is really interesting. So we want to find out, what are those key demand generation activities that Mauritania used that enhance that greater coverage and move from 12% to over 90%? Over the years, many countries have introduced HPV. Vaccine hesitancy, rejection has been the issue. And in Nigeria, we have also taken additional measures. We want to do a campaign in October, which we call Green October, just to enhance our coverage. And we are also leveraging on the biannual activities that is being conducted by the states. And we hope that this will give us needed impetus to increase our coverage. But now that Mauritania has done it from 12% to over 90%, I think it's going to be a great lesson we want to listen to. Thank you, and over.
Merci beaucoup. Comme je dis, on a commencé la vaccination en 2021 avec des campagnes première campagne à 72%, deuxième campagne, on a arrivé de vacciner 75% des filles, mais les routines restent toujours faibles. S'il n'y a pas de campagne, on n'arrive pas à dépasser 12 à 15% par an. Cette année, on a fait une stratégie de collaboration avec le ministère de l'Éducation pour cibler les filles à la 3e année scolaire. Tous les filles dans les écoles ciblées par des équipes au niveau des districts, visiter les écoles en collaboration avec les inspecteurs de l'éducation et les enseignants et les surveillants des écoles, avec liste des filles, liste numérisée de ces filles pour vacciner au niveau des écoles. En même temps aussi, des OEC, des ONG qui travaillent dans l'entourage des écoles, de ces écoles pour rattraper les filles non scolarisées et amener au niveau des écoles pour vacciner, ce qui nous permet de vacciner ces filles dans cette période très limitée, dernière semaine du mois de décembre. Nous, on a constaté que l'acceptation des vaccins elle-même ne pose pas de problème en Mauritanie. Mais le problème, c'est que notre cible, c'est des filles de 9 ans. Ça veut dire que c'est des enfants qu'on ne peut pas, c'est difficilement d'amener directement vers les centres de santé ou postes de santé de vaccination. Donc, meilleure chose d'aller chez eux au niveau des écoles et les vacciner là-bas. Et pour vacciner au niveau des écoles, l'intégration de l'équipe de l'éducation, au ministère de l'Éducation, c'est très important et première chose à nous permettre d'accéder à ces filles rapidement. Merci.
Wonderful. Thank you. Last question to Tunisia. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. Please note your question.
Merci pour votre présentation. Donc, par rapport au fonctionnement de votre comité, donc si on vous demande, vous avez dit que vous êtes tout récemment établi depuis 2023. Si on vous demande de qualifier votre stade de maturité par rapport à votre fonctionnement, est-ce que vous êtes au stade basique ou vous êtes passé au stade intermédiaire ou autre? Est-ce que vous avez établi vos termes de référence, entre autres, ou les procédures standards que vous utilisez? Merci.
Merci. Donc, nous, notre comité, on peut le considérer comme un stade intermédiaire parce qu'on a déjà répondu à des questions, et on a déjà établi notre plan d'action annuel, on a fait des réunions, les membres permanents est toujours présent pendant les réunions, en dehors de une ou deux personnes absentes. Et aussi les membres des liaisons sont bien motivés et aussi suivi les activités de près. Donc, on peut dire qu'il y a il y a des travail d'équipe qui leur premier motif de créer, c'est pas de créer, c'est déjà créé, d'améliorer notre lifetime. Merci.
Thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you to both teams, and thank you to you for the questions that you've asked. And hopefully everybody is learning something from each other, and let the learning continue beyond the presentations and the sessions. Thank you, everyone. Elizabeth is already here, so I need to move on.
Please jam your hands together for the elegant Canelway. You are almost about to cost me my job because I hope you have space for me in your company. Now, moving on to the, you must be announced with the gong. Yeah. All right. Because of time, I wouldn't have the time to go through his very depressive, excuse me, I meant impressive CV. This is the grandfather and godfather of VACFA and NISH. He has supervised everybody anybody who is who in the zoo of vaccinology in South Africa, founding chairperson of South African NAGI. Should I go on? No. All right. Please welcome Professor Greg Hossey.
Elizabeth, I will deal with you afterwards. So, first of all, I'm coughing quite a lot, but don't worry, I am not infectious. I have a post-viral bronchitis. The index patient was my granddaughter 15 days ago. So if I had known that she was going to be infected, what should I have done 6 weeks ago? Come on, they're 100 points or free lunch on this one. Eh? I should have been immunized against. I can't hear.
Influenza.
I should have had my influenza because
vaccine.
maybe it was influenza or RSV
But we don't have it.
or COVID. But I've been vaccinated against COVID, but maybe it's a new strain. Booster, okay. All right. So the point I'm making is the fact that immunization is not only for children, it is for everybody, and especially for us who have technically retired, you know, the post-65s, and I'm one of them. Everybody got it, so give them each a point. So the last presentation by our colleagues from Mauritania, it was done by an epidemiologist. All right. How many other epidemiologists are there in the room? Epidemiologists. I don't want wannabe epidemiologists. Okay. So pucker epidemiologists, people who've got MScs, PhDs. Tony, you don't have a PhD in epidemiology, so it doesn't qualify. Okay, so they have quite a few epidemiologists. So the good news is you will answer all the questions. Okay. So I've been asked to talk about epidemiological concepts and principles relevant for vaccinology decision making. So the non-epidemiologists in the room, and this we can give them a point, who is regarded as the founder or the father of epidemiology? Who? John Snow. Okay, and who was John Snow? For those who don't know who John Snow was.
You answered without info.
So who's John Snow? John Snow was a UK doctor who in fact discovered the outbreak in London in, I think it was the mid 1850 odd, and at the classic, the famous Broad Street pump, which was the source for the cholera outbreak in London, and he's regarded as the sort of father of epidemiology. He also gave anesthesia. He was a wannabe anesthesiologist, and apparently he gave the anesthesia to Queen Victoria for the first 2 or 3 babies. Just a stupid fact that I remember. So who was the founder of vaccinology? The founder of vaccinology here from the Gambia?
Jenner.
Edward Jenner. So we all know Edward Jenner was 1796. Correction? You want to make a correction?
Yes, correction.
Yeah, sure. You can.
Before, I'm professor of medicine, but I'm also professor of history.
History, yeah,
And-
fantastic.
And the first
I should have
immunization,
clarified. I should have.
and the first immunization was no Jenner, but it was imported from East. In China, we make inoculation, and it's Lady de Monterey, the wife of the ambassador of UK in Constantinople, bring this idea and speak to Jenner about this.
Yeah, so you're right. I mean, I'm talking about the traditionally Western, European, Eurocentric issue in relation to the founder of vaccinology being Edward Jenner in 1796. You want to make another point about that?
For the first discovery of vaccination, it's about Calmette Guérin for the discovery of the BCG.
No, that came afterwards. That came after. Let's not go. I mean, history is a fascinating subject, but the point I wanted to make, I want to come back to Africa. Who can be regarded as the founder of vaccinology in Africa? No. It's not me. It's not you. Me. It's not Sidi. It's not Eves. It's not Ben. We are still all alive. We're talking about somebody who died before Jenner. And in fact, we forget about Africa's contribution to vaccinology. There's a guy called Onesimus, Onesemis, and he was a slave from Ghana. And he was exported to Boston in the USA by slave ship from Ghana. And he taught the Americans the process of variolation, and in fact had a major impact on the smallpox outbreaks in America. And in fact, he was given the freedom of the city of Boston quite recently, recognized for his contribution. So Africa has made a major contribution to vaccinology globally, and especially in America. Okay, that's just a bit of history. And history is fantastic. We can spend the whole day talking about history. But I need to talk to you about epidemiology in relation to vaccinology decision-making. Let's see. So I will focus on selected epidemiological pillars in the development and evaluation of vaccine programs, and essentially what I call four pillars: study designs, surveillance, vaccine development, and population susceptibility. And I know that many of you have already seen the presentation online. For those of you who have not seen it, we'll go through that presentation. And for those of you who've already gone through it before this, it will reinforce some of the issues in relation to epidemiology and vaccinology. So these are just some definitions of epidemiology, and the classic definition of epidemiology is the first one there, which is the study of the distribution and determinants of health-related states or events in populations and the application of this discipline to the control of health problems. So that's the classic definition. It's often referred to as the sort of cornerstone of modern public health research, and good epidemiology underlies good research. Okay, and we'll come back to that when we talk about study design. Epidemiology also helps us understand the principles that helps us make decisions on vaccines and immunization practices. Okay, so we can regard it as the cornerstone for making sound recommendations in the context of the ETAR framework, and we had quite a bit of discussion about the ETAR framework earlier today and yesterday. So just as a matter of interest, if you're looking for templates for the ETAR process, the American Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, that's the American ACIP, or the American NITAG, they publish all their ETAR recommendations online, and that's the website. And they've, virtually every single recommendation is there, and it helps you frame. If you're doing an ETAR process, it helps you frame that process. And for those of you, or many of you have done the course that's been facilitated by the by WHO. This is the website for those of you who may want to do it online. It's the Evidence Recommendation Facilitators Toolkit. And these slides will be given to you later on before you leave, made available to you. So let's just say a few words about the issue of epidemiological study designs, and we'll talk about the types of studies, the evidence pyramid, and study designs, and the importance of study designs. And the question is, why is study design important? We talk about, we want to answer a question. What's the best study design that you can think of to answer a question or a problem? If you have a problem within your country, what's the best way to answer that problem? Sorry? Meta-analysis. You want to answer a problem in your country. What is a meta-analysis? We're jumping around a little bit, but our colleague here from Guinea mentioned meta-analysis. What is a meta-analysis? You heard yesterday when we spoke about grade that meta-analysis was at the top of the pyramid, right? So what is a meta-analysis? Yes, go ahead from Nigeria.
Let me try. Meta-analysis is the use of statistical tools to gather and evaluate the systematic review and come up with a concrete decision.
Fantastic. Give him 20 points. I mean, a meta-analysis, as you say, is a statistical tool, right? That combines data from multiple independent studies, right? To produce a single, more robust conclusion, right? So you can do a meta-analysis if you want to answer a problem by looking at all the information on that problem that has happened in your country or elsewhere. But if you're going to do a study, you need, the minister says, please, sir, I want to know if X causes Y, or let's talk about, I want to know whether we should be using vaccine X to prevent disease Y. So what's the best way to answer that question? Yeah, to do a randomized controlled clinical trial. Okay. So just coming back in terms of why study design important, okay? Different designs are used to answer specific questions and have different strengths, all right? So essentially there are two types, and I'm being very, very basic. The epidemiologists will tear me apart for being so simplistic. But there are essentially two kinds of study designs. The one is what is called the experimental study designs, right? And these are when a researcher introduces an intervention, right, to look at the outcome. Okay, so classically it would be a clinical trial, vaccine A versus vaccine B, or vaccine A versus placebo. Right? Whereas observational studies do not involve any intervention or any experiment. Right? So they're experimental studies and they are observational studies. I find this when you start reading articles and you want to discover what kind of study they did, especially when they don't say what they actually did. This is a nice algorithm for classifying the types of clinical research. And the first question you will ask is, did the investigator assign an intervention and exposure? So on the left-hand side, we have what is called experimental studies, right? And on the right-hand side, if there was no intervention or exposure, it's an observational study. Right? And if you look on the left-hand side, it's difficult to see from the back because the text is small. So in terms of experimental design, was there random allocation or not? Okay, so we're talking about randomized controlled clinical trials or non-randomized controlled clinical trials. And on the right-hand side, we're talking about observational studies. You can describe it as analytic or descriptive. I'm not going to go into the details of that because you can read around the subject, but this just gives you an idea as to what are the different kinds of studies, all right? And it's important when you're looking at the evidence. So when you're looking at the evidence and you're saying, right, there's a case series that my colleague did in Timbuktu on measles vaccine versus another case, another study done by another colleague on the randomized control clinical trial. What does that evidence help you make decisions? Okay, so you saw this hierarchy of evidence pyramid, which is essentially a visual presentation that organizes different types of research evidence from the strongest to the weakest. And on the top of the pyramid, you see systematic reviews and meta-analyses. And just below that are the randomized controlled clinical trials. And essentially, randomized controlled clinical trials will technically provide the data for a systematic review, which will provide the data for meta-analysis, right? So the quality of the evidence produced by different studies increases as you go up the pyramid, right? At the bottom, you have descriptive studies. In the middle, you have analytical studies, which are cohort studies, case control studies, and cross-sectional studies. All right. We spoke about the features of systematic reviews and meta-analyses. And as we said early on, a systematic review is really a collection of different studies that have been done answering a specific question, whereas the meta-analysis combines the data from multiple studies, often within the context of a systematic review, to provide a more precise and powerful estimate of the effect size. Yesterday, somebody asked a question about data and what are sources of good data. So here is a source of systematic reviews, and this is from the global NITAG network, and Louise Hennef, is Louise here or is she coming? She's coming today. She will be talking, I think, tomorrow about the evolution of support for NITAGs globally and locally in Africa. And the GNN is the one big support network. And they have a repository of information. They have a repository of systematic reviews, which was actually put together by the Robert Koch Institute. And the Robert Koch Institute in Berlin is the secretariat for the German NITAG, all right? And as you can see, there are 256 systematic reviews that have been done over the years, which is a lot. And these are systematic reviews in relation to infections, infectious diseases, all right? And I can't even read it on my computer. But if you go to the GNN website, you'll find a systematic review on literally any infectious disease or any intervention in relation to infectious disease. I'm looking for another slide. Sorry, in fact, I didn't put it in. But you can do your own search. I mean, if you go to PubMed, our librarian yesterday spoke about searching for literature. When you go to PubMed, you can just, on the left-hand side at the bottom, they ask, do you want to search for the last year or the last 5 years or the last 10 years? And below that, they ask what kind of studies you want. Do you want all? Do you want clinical trials? Do you want systematic reviews? Do you want reviews? So you can do your own search if you're looking, for example, what's the evidence for issues relating to knowledge, attitudes, and practices against vaccines, etc., etc. Okay. So here are two randomized controlled clinical trials examples. On the left-hand side is the pivotal Pfizer-BioNTech safety and efficacy for the mRNA COVID vaccine trial. And on the right-hand side is what I regard a fantastic study by Ruan Barnabas done in Kenya, looking at the efficacy of a single-dose HPV vaccine amongst young African women. Before this trial, there was some suggestion, and the suggestion came from prior randomized controlled clinical trials, that one dose may be effective, right? So the trials generally looked at 2 doses versus 3 doses, or 2 doses versus placebo, or 3 doses versus placebo. These were the pivotal HPV vaccine trials. And there was a suggestion when they looked at the dropouts. So some women didn't get 2 vaccines, some women didn't get 3 vaccines. Some women only got 1 dose, right, of vaccine. And there was a suggestion that 1 dose, in fact, did provide some protection. And Ruan Barnabas actually did a clinical trial in Kenya, looking at 1 dose only, and found it to be extremely effective. And that's what we're doing now. So what do you think about that trial? I mean, are we going to stay with 1 dose? Any comments on that single dose? We've had some discussions about this from the various NITAGs. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, we will stay on it, but we want to know how long.
Yes, so the important thing about implementing a single dose vaccine trial is that you have to have a system. What kind of system? What do we call it? Surveillance. We have to have a system of surveillance to monitor what's happening with respect to cervical cancer in relation to women who have received a single dose, right? And surveillance is pivotal in the context of epidemiology, in the context of vaccine decision making. We'll come back to surveillance in a minute. So here's an example of a systematic review and meta-analysis. And this one was done in 2023. And it looked at the safety efficacy of mRNA COVID vaccines in 5 to 11-year-old children. And it's similar to the presentation or the discussion that was yesterday in the grade. We had that as an example, remember? Okay, so this just takes you through the process of how these investigators went about doing their systematic review and their meta-analysis. And on the right-hand side are some of the outcomes they looked at in the context of COVID disease, hospitalization, and side effects, as was discussed yesterday. All right. Surveillance. All right. So why is it important that we have systems for surveillance? From Mauritania. Can you put on your mic, please?
It's useful for early detection of diseases or evaluation for in terms of vaccine efficacy.
So what sort of surveillance systems do you have in Mauritania?
Yeah, we have this passive surveillance. That's health facility report disease and major, we have some list of diseases that's under surveillance. And we have also active surveillance. And we have some major site that we selected for some particular disease.
So every country throughout the world has some sort of surveillance system. And as you rightly said, in many instances, it's a passive surveillance system. So we rely on facilities reporting data to a central point, sort of, be it the occurrence of cases, or the children vaccinated, or death notification, etc., etc. Okay, so that's a very passive system. And in other areas, we're talking about active surveillance systems where you may have what is called sentinel sites, right? So surveillance is an important tool to monitor the epidemiology of the disease, the burden of disease, specifically trends of disease, and identifying new pathogens. If we didn't have a good surveillance system globally, we would not have picked up the problem with COVID-19. And as we said, different approaches, active or passive. But what's the important thing about surveillance? What's the important thing? You have a system of surveillance in your country. Notification, notification, disease notification is a passive system. We all have a system of passive notification. So there's a case of TB, there's a case of measles, there's a case of meningococcal disease, and you fill out the form, and it takes 21 days to reach the regional office, and it takes another year to get to the head office. So, you know, what the heck? Okay, sorry, I'm being critical of passive surveillance systems.
No, in Tunisia, we do have an active system of surveillance based on the informatic platform.
Yeah.
And the ministry, the direction, the central direction of primary healthcare is receiving from the notification and to acting with structures and with laboratory.
Yeah.
It is the zero case notification.
And that's also important, the zero, and that's, for example, in the context of the polio eradication campaign that's happening globally and nationally. So zero case notification is very important as well. All right. Okay. That just gives you an example of passive and active surveillance. Who is familiar with the integrated disease surveillance and response systems? Our colleague from Mauritania. Come tell us about the IDSR.
We have IDSR that's combine all major disease that have impact on the global health. It is based on RSI. We have a long list based on RSI. We have our own list, and we have priority. And we have one tools to combine all of this, case definition and intervention and laboratory, all of this in one system. Also, we have some electronic surveillance based on EWARS. That's program developed by WHO. So we have all of this system in one tools. That's help. As you mentioned, we can define.
That's on.
Yeah, as you mentioned, we can define trends and patterns, and also we have early detection.
Early detection of outbreaks, and we'll talk about outbreaks this afternoon, but that's critical. I mean, it's not only about monitoring what's happening at the moment, but it's also detecting what could possibly happen in a district, or a region, or the country. All right. So IDSR is a strategy that was essentially adopted by WHO in the Africa region, but it's now extended globally as well, right? For implementing comprehensive public health surveillance. And we're not only talking about infectious diseases surveillance, we're talking about chronic disease as well, right? So while some countries, because of the nature of the disease profile, focus on infectious diseases, others focus on chronic disease as well, hypertension, diabetes, etc., all right? And successful implementation requires a well-trained, competent, and dedicated workforce, all right? And this system has undergone various iterations since implemented by WHO, and in 2020, at the regional meeting, they came up with a new iteration, spelling out specific objectives and timelines. And you can't read this, but you'll be able to look at this on the slide and go back to it, talking about the specific objectives and specific targets in terms of the disease surveillance. So for those of you involved in NITAG work, I mean, surveillance is critical in terms of understanding what's happening with infectious diseases in your region, in your country. If you haven't had contact with your surveillance teams in EPI, in primary care, please do so. For those of you who want to read more about it, here is a systematic review of IDSR implementation in the Africa region. It was published a few years ago in PLOS ONE, and you can see the countries that were included in this review. Quite extensive. I think there were about 17, 18 countries involved, and examples from Nigeria, Ghana, Zimbabwe, etc., etc. And this review documented some of the successes and challenges facing the surveillance programs, and highlighted areas that required further research and strengthening. And these are just examples of additional reviews. The one on the left at the top included Malawi, Uganda, Mozambique. The one on the bottom on the left included Madagascar and Namibia. So that makes for useful reading, looking at implementation of IDSR. And on the right, South Africa have just, together with WHO, in October 24. Do you people from South Africa know about this? Where are we? Our South African colleagues? No. Now, see, this shows the disconnect in the health services and it's an important point in terms of how, I'm not saying anything about South Africa, okay? So don't please go and report me to the minister. But it's a disconnect that exists in all our health services. We tend to operate in silos, okay? So NITAGs do decision-making on vaccines, okay? IDSR do issues around surveillance. Somebody else is doing communication. Somebody else is doing adverse events. But we don't talk to each other. It's like, you know, the Gambia not talking to Senegal. Sorry, with all due respect. Now, I'm not meaning it in a in a bad way. But it's about communication. It's about discussing issues of mutual concern. All right. And apparently, I wasn't aware of this process, but last year, WHO, together with South African Health Department, looked at their surveillance systems and looked at some of the challenges and opportunities, and in fact came up with a revised program of action. All right. So I think from the South African NITAG perspective, well, it applies to all NITAGs. Maybe useful just to look at that in the context of how NITAG work relates to surveillance in the context of vaccine preventable diseases. Okay, just the last point about surveillance. Citi spoke yesterday about the important continental and international activities happening in terms of initiatives to control disease, to eradicate disease, and to eliminate disease, all right? And we can't do that without good surveillance, okay? We need data. Data is important. There was some discussion about data, right? I always say that, you know, good data makes for good decision making. If you put garbage in, you get garbage out. Right? So good data makes for good decision making. And without good surveillance, without good data, we will not be able to do and meet the targets that we set for control, elimination, and eradication. I'm not going to talk about routine adverse event surveillance, which is important. Mike Gold, who is going to talk next on adverse events following immunization, will allude to the issue of surveillance. All right. Can somebody give me an example of good surveillance in the context of COVID, in the context of adverse events? Right. When they did the clinical trials, they said, "Wow, we have a fantastic vaccine. We've got a mRNA vaccine that is going to prevent COVID, and it's safe and it's effective." And Pfizer and who's the other company? Moderna did these fantastic trials involving 20,000, 25,000 people. Fantastic vaccine, no problems, okay? But what they did do, and many countries did do, is to set up what is called post-marketing surveillance. And what did they discover?
Other adverse effects.
Yeah, they found that there are extremely rare adverse events.
Yes, that's the effectivity of the vaccine.
Yeah. So there were a few rare adverse effects. You know, the problem of thrombotic thrombocytopenia syndrome, the myocarditis following second dose in children, etc. The multi-inflammatory system disorders, which you can't you're talking about 1 in a million, and you can't involve 1 million people in a clinical trial, and that's why post-marketing surveillance is important. But Mike Gold will allude to, I'm sure he will allude to that. I only have 10 minutes left, so let me just talk a little bit about vaccine development. And we'll talk briefly about the vaccine life cycle, the phases of vaccine clinical trials, the issue of efficacy versus effectiveness, the issue of impact. So there are a whole list of issues to discuss here, and we don't have time. So I'm going to go through this very quickly. This vaccine life cycle is the classic life cycle, and I've used the American systems to illustrate this, and all the committees are there in red. I'm not going to go through it, all right? It just shows how a vaccine starts in terms of the preclinical research and how it's implemented in terms of the population in general, okay? And you can spend time looking at this at your leisure. We all know about the phase 1 to phase 4 clinical trials, right? Where phase 1 is involving very small numbers, proof of principle, focus on safety, immunogenicity. Phase 2, then extended safety, immunogenicity, dose finding. Phase 3, we're talking about efficacy. And phase 4, we're talking about effectiveness, all right? Phase 4 is when you're implementing generally in a population. So it's important to understand the difference, because these terms are used like technically it's the same. Vaccine efficacy versus vaccine effectiveness. And vaccine efficacy refers to how the vaccine performs in ideal conditions in a randomized controlled clinical trial, okay? But remember, your clinical trial is only as good as how you've set it up, right? So, you know, we spoke about yesterday in terms of how good a trial is. So the issues around clinical trials, and then vaccine effectiveness refers to how vaccines perform in the wider population. All right. So vaccine efficacy, you can only calculate vaccine efficacy from phase 3 clinical trial data. Vaccine effectiveness, you can calculate from a range of other data, including observational studies. That's the schema of the randomized controlled clinical trial. You randomize individuals to get a vaccine, not to get a vaccine, or placebo. You then follow them up over a period of time, and you do your 2-by-2 table. It could be a single randomized blinded trial. It could be a double where the patient and the staff are blinded, or it could be triple blinded where the patient, the staff, and the analyst are blinded. Okay, so those are all different ways to do randomized controlled clinical trials. And again, there are examples of randomized controlled clinical trials. Case control studies and cohort studies. These are studies that you can use to calculate vaccine effectiveness. And as you know, the direction of the study, in a case control study, you're going from the present to the past. So you're looking at the group with a disease versus the group without disease, and then you look and compare them in the context of the exposure. Whereas in a cohort study, it's the other way around. And there are examples looking at vaccine effectiveness in a study from Finland and another study, I think, from Europe somewhere else. I'm going to jump because I only have a few minutes left. So this is how you calculate vaccine efficacy. I think you've all gone through this exercise. Who's actually been involved in a vaccine clinical trial in the room? Put up your hands. Okay, there have been a few of you who've actually been involved in a vaccine clinical trial, but I'm sure your colleagues have. And essentially, you're looking at, again, the 2-by-2 table. You're looking at the attack rate, which is the disease in the unvaccinated versus the attack rate in the vaccinated, and you use the formula to calculate the vaccine efficacy. There are other measures of association, which I'm not going to go into. You'll hear people talk about relative risk and odds ratio. It's another way of saying how good or bad your intervention is. Okay, so these are all statistical methods as to work out associations between interventions and outcomes. Right, and there are two examples of looking at risk in relation to vaccination infection in cohort studies and case control studies. And then, you hear about investigators talking about what is the number needed to treat to prevent one case of COVID or one case of pertussis or whatever it is. And this is called the number needed to vaccinate or the number needed to treat. How many individuals do you need to treat, vaccinate to prevent one case? And again, it's a mathematical formula. Don't ask me how they work this out. Okay. You also hear about people talking about intention to treat and per protocol. And I've just on this slide shown you what the difference is between intention to treat. With an intention to treat analysis, all patients randomized in the original assigned groups are included, right? Regardless of whether they completed the study or not. Whereas per protocol, you only include patients who completed the study according to the protocol. All right, Elizabeth, I'm going to end here talking about the impact of vaccines, all right? Because when we talk about impact, and I still have 4 minutes. When we talk about the impact of vaccines, we tend to think about vaccine efficacy, all right? But what about what happens at a population level? We're talking about effectiveness. Because in the real world, people in a clinical trial, you're going to exclude the diabetics, the hypertensive, the HIV positive people, etc. But in the real world, they're all included. All right? We tend to focus on disease-specific things. But what's been fascinating is that, and we need to change the paradigm of our thinking in relation to vaccines. We think about vaccines prevent a specific disease. So now I'm going to ask you a question. And the winner gets not only free lunch, also a free supper and a trip up Table Mountain. Okay? All right. Which will be sponsored by VACFA. Okay? So I'm going to ask you a question. Is there a vaccine for syphilis?
Il faut reprendre la question, s'il vous plaît, parce ça n'a pas été traduit. Can you repeat the question?
Is there a vaccine for syphilis, which is a sexually transmitted disease? No. No. Is there a vaccine for gonorrhea? Ah, you all lost it. You all lost it. Ah, okay. So Gavi keeps the eye on these things. Okay. So what I'm talking about is the unintended consequences of a vaccine, right? So in the UK, in New Zealand, and elsewhere, they introduced a vaccine to prevent meningococcal type B disease. Africa focused on MenAfric A, right? They're now introducing pentavalent, which includes A, but not B. B, for some reason, tends to occur in well-off communities for some reason. In South Africa, it's bizarre because B tends to occur mainly in the Western Cape. And it's not because we're well-off compared to Gauteng. It may be related to other social issues like climate, etc., etc. Okay? So B is a big problem in the UK and in New Zealand. And they introduced a vaccine called Bexsero against B. And the New Zealanders a few years ago, 3-4 years ago, found that this vaccine actually, in observational studies, they found that it impacted on gonorrhea. All right. The Brits, in the way they always do business, they did a big study looking at the potential impact, mathematical modeling, cost effectiveness, etc., etc. And they said, voila, because they see a lot of gonorrhea in adults. I don't know, thousands of cases, 100,000. And they're the first country that introduced a vaccine which was geared towards meningitis to prevent gonorrhea. So vaccines have other unintended consequences. There's a paper in Nigeria, from Nigeria, just published. I must find the give me 1 second. Sorry about that. It's called the Inspiring Trial in Jigawa State. Okay. And the title of the paper is Non-Specific Effects of Routine Vaccination on Child Survival Between the Ages of 12 to 59 months. And the analysis of the study found that childhood vaccinations, especially live vaccines, reduce all-cause mortality. All right? This is not a new finding. This finding adds to the work that has been done in Guinea-Bissau by an anthropologist, sociologist, a guy called Peter Abi, working in Bandung in Guinea-Bissau from Denmark. And he has been pushing this issue of vaccines, especially live vaccines, reducing all-cause mortality. And the effect is quite substantial. Right? So vaccines have what we can call unintended consequences. So we need to change that paradigm of thinking that vaccines are directed only to preventing that disease. Okay, and that's the end of my sermon. All right. There are other slides that I haven't gone through, but please look at them at your leisure. Right. Okay. Take this. That.
I'm just going to set him up now.
So while my colleague Salim puts up the slide for the next presentation, for all those promises that Greg made on behalf of VACFA that he can't deliver on, but because the lunch is free anyway, the dinner is free. But I can deliver on my promises of points. Why do you think that the vaccine that was intended for men B works on or has an impact on gonorrhea? Any takers, any microbiologists in the house? Okay, what's Cameroon? Yes. Okay, describe that family. There is a word I'm looking for. Huh? Yeah, they are both Neisseria. Okay. Yes.
En fait, le règne des bactéries sous ses parents les bacilles et les cocci. Et dans les cocci, nous avons les grammes positifs et les grammes négatifs. Et le méningo et le gonocoque, tous les deux sont des Neisseriacées, donc des grammes négatifs. Donc, il se peut qu'il y ait une immunité croisée entre les deux. OK, I will repeat. Dans le règne bactérien, classiquement, nous avons les bacilles et les cocci. Les cocci sont soit grammes positifs, soit grammes négatifs. Et dans les grammes négatifs, il n'y a que deux, le gonocoque et le méningocoque. Donc, c'est pour ça qu'une vaccination peut avoir un effet sur un germe qui est du même règne bactérien. Voilà. C'est les Neisseriacées.
5 points for Morocco. Huh? All right, 2.5 points for Morocco, 2.5 points. All right, 2 points for 1 point for Morocco, 1 point for Cameroon, and 1 point for the Gambia. It solves it. Okay. Guinea, all right. Okay, and 1 point for Nigeria. I will give you all. Yeah, the phrase I was looking for is that they are group B, gram positive Neisseria. Excellent. So thank you so much for your patience, Mike. Our next speaker that is going to be speaking to us on AFIs will be joining us all the way from Australia. So please pay attention because he's already, as you can see, online. And please, I know that you have a lot of questions from Greg's session, but after Greg and Mike's session, we will have 15 minutes for question and answers. So don't throw away your questions that you have for Greg. He'll be back to answer them. And please just jot down your questions as Mike presents. So it's my pleasure to introduce Professor Mike Gold, who is an immunologist and an allergist with established international and national profile in the field of active safety and allergic disorders. Let me just stop there. Otherwise, there will be no time for him to present because his bio is quite long and impressive. So please jam your hands together and as we welcome Professor Mike Gold, all the way from Australia.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Is the sound okay?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Excellent. Look, thanks very much to Nish for the invitation to speak, and I enjoyed Greg's talk very much, and it's a very good lead into what I have to say. I apologize for not being there in person, and that means that I can't make the talk as interactive as Greg's talk was. I'm just going to share screen now. And you'll just tell me if you can see my presentation. You can see the presentation? Can you just indicate whether you can see the presentation?
Yes, we can see it.
Yes,
Okay.
we see it.
Okay. All right, good. Is it, let me just,
It's good, Mike.
okay,
It's
good.
clear.
And it's not being
And
obscured by the, by my screen at all? Okay.
no,
Excellent. Okay, so look, I'm going to actually dovetail a lot with what Greg has said, but I'm going to put this in the context of vaccine safety. Just first a bit of a historical slide, and can you see the pointer? Can you see the pointer on your screen?
Yes, but
Okay, but not clear. Okay, look, the first point I want to make is that really, look, in terms of NITAG vaccine policy and practice, it's really vaccine coverage that's important. And the point I want to make is that many of the concerns about vaccine safety lead to a reduction in coverage, which then leads to a resurgence of vaccine-preventable disease. Now, Greg was discussing the history, and there was a few comments from the audience, and that this cartoon in the top left-hand corner is of Jenner, and it appeared 4 years after his experiment, which was in vaccination. Now, vaccination is taking cowpox to protect against smallpox. What you were also referring to was variolation, which is taking smallpox to prevent smallpox. However, Jenner was the first one to really use an attenuated vaccine, that is cowpox, to prevent smallpox. But you can see in this cartoon that there were concerns about vaccine safety, and these is a classic cartoon, and these are cowpox lesions or cows appearing on people's skin. And they really were produced by the anti-vaccine movement of the time. And we know that subsequent to that, there have, of course, been much hesitation around vaccine and particularly around vaccine safety. And of course, there are many examples of breakthrough of vaccine preventable disease going from pertussis in the 1970s, even up to measles and COVID today. So just a quick slide about polio, and we know that polio again has had a resurgence both in wild type but also in vaccine derived, and we know that polio is not yet eradicated, and that's still endemic in 2 countries in the world. Measles, sorry, in terms of the vaccines, now that's an example of I suppose old vaccines, concerns about old vaccines. But of course, there are concerns, and there usually are concerns about any new vaccine, and COVID was a prime example of that. And this just shows vaccine coverage for COVID vaccine, and we know that the low coverage rates in many countries, particularly in many continents, including Africa. Now, I want to really divide this talk into 2 parts. The one is to introduce you to some basic concepts and terminology that we use in vaccinology and vaccine safety. And then the second part of the talk will be to look at how we interpret evidence in relation to vaccine safety. So the talk will really be divided into those 2 parts. And it's important that you understand the basic terminology and concept before we move on to the second part, which is interpreting evidence. And I know that many of you in the audience are from West Africa and North Africa and are French speaking. So I hope that the translation comes through clearly and that you can understand the terminology. So in terms of basic concepts and terminology, the first question that I want to ask is that how do you know that a vaccine is safe? I just want you to think about that question. The second is, what is the difference between an adverse event, and this term has been mentioned by Greg in the previous talk, and an adverse vaccine reaction, because those are 2 very different terms, and it's important that you understand the difference. And then the third concept is, how do we differentiate an adverse vaccine or immunization reaction from a coincidental event? So how do we know anything is safe? So whether this be car travel, air travel, donkey travel, motorbike travel. How do we know anything is safe? So safety is inferred because of the absence of an adverse reaction. And that's a very important point, is that you can't prove safety, but you can prove that you don't have adverse reactions. So what is an adverse vaccine reaction? So this is an adverse effect that is caused or precipitated by a vaccine, but also by the process of immunization. So I want you to understand the difference between a reaction that occurs to what's in the vaccine from one that occurs from the process of immunization. So that's not what is in the vaccine, but it's how we actually administer the vaccine. Now, you've already seen a similar slide from Greg, so I won't go into this in detail, but it really shows the way that we detect adverse vaccine or immunization reactions, both in the pre-marketing phase and also in the post-marketing phase. And we've already discussed the preclinical licensure trials and the post-marketing surveillance. But obviously, much of this activity, all of this activity is of the oversight of your national regulatory authorities. In terms of pre-marketing phase of vaccine development and vaccine safety, Greg has already mentioned to you randomized controlled trials. He already mentioned this to you in the context of COVID. But the point I want to make for you is very important, is that clinical trials, and that is usually pre-licensure trials, are unable to detect adverse reactions which are rare, delayed, unexpected, occur in subpopulations, or occur with other vaccine combinations. And this is largely a reflection of the number of individuals that are enrolled in these clinical trials. And that's a very important point to understand. So this is where post-marketing surveillance becomes very important, because at the time of vaccine licensure, the safety profile of a vaccine may be incomplete because the sheer number of people who have been immunized are just not that great if we're detecting rare reactions. So post-marketing surveillance, which I'm sure many of you will be familiar with, detects these adverse events following immunization. Now, we've already mentioned passive surveillance, which is present in all countries or should be, and we've already mentioned active and stimulated passive surveillance in terms of detecting adverse events. So what is an adverse event? It's very important that you understand the terminology, because it's different to an adverse reaction. Because an adverse event is any untoward medical occurrence which follows immunization and which does not necessarily have a causal relationship with the usage of a vaccine. And this can be a symptom, sign, or disease. But the critical words there to understand is that it does not have a causal relationship. So it's not the same as a reaction. So surveillance detects adverse events following immunization. And this is an adverse effect that is caused or precipitated by a vaccine or the process of immunization. But the problem is that many of the symptoms and signs of an adverse reaction also occur in the absence of vaccination, and we call that a background occurrence. So we need to differentiate an adverse reaction from a coincidental event. And if you look at the graphic in this corner, you can see what I'm talking about. So the adverse event is a surveillance term. It's not the same as a reaction. And an adverse event consists of reactions, but also coincidental events. And we need to do some more work to really determine the difference between a reaction and a coincidental event. So what we need to do is causality assessment. So causality is the relationship between the two events. So the cause and the effect. And was the actual event the consequence of the exposure? And causality assessment is that process that actually determines this. Now, Greg has already spoken to you about 4x4 tables and determination of relative risk. But the important point here is to understand that passive surveillance, that is determination of adverse events, does not establish causality because you're only determining one of the cells in this 4x4 block. because we know who's been vaccinated and we know who's presented with the event, but we don't have the other 3 blocks filled up. Now, there's only one, there are a few exceptions to this, where passive surveillance can be very specific for determining causality. And that is when there are unique reactions or events that occurs by the vaccine. And these are very few, but I'll just outline the examples for you. So in many of your countries, you'll use yellow fever vaccine. And this can, in rare instances, cause organ damage, and which is very specific to the vaccine. Obviously, disseminated vaccine pathogen disease can occur in people who are immunocompromised, and this is also very specific to the vaccine. Nothing else will do it. There's no background rate for those particular diseases. We've already mentioned the thrombotic episodes after the viral vector COVID-19 vaccine, and obviously vaccine-associated paralytic polio after the oral polio vaccine will be very familiar to you. And these are the unique vaccine conditions, very, very rare. So most vaccine reactions occur also as background conditions. So that's why we need population studies to establish causality. And we've already mentioned, I won't go into this, we've already mentioned the randomized controlled trials. Greg has already mentioned the observational studies. But the point I need to make to you is that really, in essence, we need to fill up these remaining blocks in order to populate this 4x4 table in order to determine causality. And this is needed for previously unrecognized reactions. And Greg did mention the COVID vaccine, the fact that at the time of licensure, we had incomplete safety information, even though large randomized controlled trials were done. Yet once the vaccine was used in millions of doses, this really myocarditis was the adverse vaccine reaction that came to light, previously unrecognized, and needed further epidemiological studies in order to populate that 4x4 table in order to establish causality, because myocarditis can also occur as a background condition. We can also do causality for individual cases, and there is a specific methodology that is recommended by WHO, and the reference is on the slide. And this I can't go into too much detail other than to say that the actual process will assign whether an event is really a reaction or not, and if it's consistent with immunization, whether it's indeterminate or whether it is inconsistent and coincidental. So in summary, I've tried to give you the basics or the 101 of the terminology and the concepts that we have in vaccine safety. So the first of these are that concerns about vaccine safety lead to vaccine hesitancy, which impacts on vaccine coverage and a failure to control vaccine preventable disease. The second point, at the time of vaccine licensure, safety data is incomplete. Post-marketing surveillance is used. Using passive surveillance is used to detect adverse events following immunization. AEFI detects reactions and coincidental events. So the point to make is that events are not the same as reactions, and that causality assessment differentiates a vaccine or immunization adverse reaction from a coincidental event. And the reason why this is important is that many of the reactions that we see to vaccines, let's take febrile convulsions, for example, also occur as background events. And this is what causes a lot of confusion amongst the public, and a lot of confusion and a lot of difficulties in vaccine safety communication. So let's talk about evidence. And I'm in fact just going to review a lot of what Greg covered with you, but put this in the context of vaccine safety. So what is the role of a NITAG in vaccine safety? So obviously NITAGs determine immunization recommendations, policy and practice. And this is most important when we are considering changing an immunization schedule. So this may be introduction of a new vaccine or an underutilized vaccine in the context of an LMIC, or there may be changes to an established vaccine schedule. So there may be vaccine antigen changes, product changes, or the target group may change. It's already mentioned, well, what is the role of NITAG in monitoring adverse event surveillance? And Greg already said to you it's important from a NITAG point of view to be in contact with disease surveillance, but I'd also put it to you that it's important for the NITAG to be in communication with your EPI or your NRA in terms of adverse event surveillance is important. I know Sidi, I think, is in the audience, and this is a paper that he may have shared with you, but it really covers new tools and approaches. It covers specific domains in order for NITAGs to answer. And I just want to highlight for you that in a number of these domains, issues about vaccine safety come up. Clearly within benefits and harms, in terms of harms or risk, safety is critical. But in terms of values and preferences, we need to know the relative importance of the target population attributes to the benefits and harms of the vaccine. In terms of resource use, there may be socioeconomic implications of adverse reactions to vaccines. Acceptability is clearly tied up very much in terms of perceptions of vaccine safety. Feasibility relates to vaccine storage. So we know vaccines that are not stored properly may lead to immunization errors, and this can lead to problems with the program. And feasibility relates to adverse event surveillance. So if we consider the vaccine safety evidence to inform NITAGs, what type of evidence is available and what are the limitations? And how should this evidence be used to inform decisions about risk and harm? So these are questions that I think are important for NITAGs to ask in order to make these program decisions. And the first question is, what are adverse reactions? What is the type of reaction that may be caused by the vaccine? And important to differentiate between an event, which is not the same as a reaction. So we're not talking about adverse events, we're talking about reactions. What is the risk and harm of these reactions? So I think frequency, how often they occur, the vaccine attributable rate is important, but also how severe, what are the consequences of these reactions? So what is the health utilization? Do they affect morbidity or mortality? Relative risk is also important because often with communication, we communicate relative risk as well as absolute risk. And this can be compared to similar vaccines, the consequences of the targeted vaccine preventable disease. So we may compare the chances of getting myocarditis after a COVID vaccine with the chance of getting myocarditis after COVID disease, for example. But we can also compare non-vaccine risks. What is your risk of being in a motor vehicle accident compared to the reaction to the vaccine? Are there any risk groups or factors? Because this may be mitigated, and there may be precautions and contraindications which can be put in place. And how do we eventually balance benefit with risk? This, of course, is a job of the NITAG. And how do we then communicate this? So for the majority of vaccines, severe adverse reactions are very rare. And safety considerations are often of less concern, except for some very specific situations that I want to outline for you. So what I'm trying to say is that for a NITAG or for your NITAG, I think vaccine safety doesn't often bother you or come into play very much except in very specific circumstances. And these are as follows. The first is when novel vaccines are used in low and middle income countries with little or no post-licensure surveillance safety data from high income countries. And these are the specific vaccines. We know about dengue, malaria, TB, Ebola vaccines, clearly used within low and middle income countries, virtually no safety data available from high income countries. And we saw this to an extent with COVID because in high income countries, of course, the mRNA vaccines were used predominantly, whereas in low and middle income countries, these were other vaccine platforms that were used. The second instance would be when vaccines, when a safety concern has been identified in a high income country and not in a low and middle income country. So this relates, for example, to the, again, to myocarditis and to the thrombotic episodes that were identified in high income countries, and where we had very little idea whether these were also occurring in low and middle income countries. And then lastly, vaccines, where there may be a specific population or genetic risk in a country or region. Now, genetic risks for vaccine reactions are very unexplored and unknown, but there is one very rare condition. It's a genetic condition. It's a form of immunodeficiency. It occurs in Pacific Islanders, and if you have this genetic mutation and you get a live attenuated vaccine, most often measles, it can lead to disseminated measles from the actual vaccine virus. So there are very rare instances when genetic risk occurs within a population. Now, what types of evidence are available to NITAG? Unfortunately, don't need to go through this in much detail because it was covered in the previous talk, but I'm just going to put it into the context of vaccine safety. So you've already been told what a systematic review and meta-analysis are in randomized controlled trials, but I just want to highlight this in the context of vaccine safety. So there is caution regarding use of systematic reviews and meta-analyses for vaccine safety because we are limited by the deficiency of the primary trials or studies that are included in the meta-analysis or in the systematic review. As I said to you, many of the randomized controlled trials that may land up in a systematic review or a meta-analysis don't have the number of participants to really detect rare reactions. They may not include a placebo group. So remember causality, the best level of evidence would be randomized controlled trial comparing placebo to active. Randomized controlled trials may not have a placebo, may have another vaccine, for example. I've already mentioned the limited numbers, and adding in really a number of trials that are deficient in numbers may not actually increase the power in order to detect rare events or comment on rare events. And obviously the heterogeneity and the biases for outcomes are included in the systematic reviews and meta-analyses. So just if we now focus on the pre-licensure randomized controlled trials, they're able to determine common reactions or reactogenicity. They're able to determine a vaccine attributable reaction rate when compared with a placebo. And they're able to determine relative risk when this involves a placebo or another vaccine. Often randomized controlled trials don't go on long enough in order to determine delayed events. They're not big enough to determine the rare reactions. If they're unknown events, they can't determine that either. And as Greg mentioned, they're not real world settings because they don't include many of the populations that would be included in the real world trials rollout. Now, in terms of systematic reviews, they often combine not only randomized controlled trials, but also observational trials. So in terms of vaccine safety, I'm just saying that many of the systematic reviews actually include non-randomized controlled trials. They include trials that look at reporting rates or case-based data. They're able to determine uncommon or rare adverse events and not reactions. And again, not unable to determine vaccine attributable rates through many of these observational trials. So examples of systematic reviews, Greg has already highlighted the GNN to you. And of course, you can look at safety, as I did with this. I put safety, COVID-19 vaccine, Moderna vaccine, 79 hits with that. But I think you have to review each of those systematic reviews with caution because of what I've just explained. There are other sources of systematic reviews. The WHO has done a few. This is an example of the HPV vaccine and a systematic review that was done looking at vaccine safety in particular and including grade methodology as well. This is an example from the medical literature, a systematic review, COVID vaccine, looking at myocarditis, again, making the point that many of these trials actually have involved small numbers of individuals. The trials that were included in the systematic review with 8 participants, for example, on the left-hand side, on the right-hand side, just showing the case-based factors that were included in that. Now, just coming down to the observational studies, and I just want to mention quickly some mechanisms that are used in terms of vaccine safety in regard to this. The first is cohort event monitoring. This is an example of an observational study or study design. And it's basically looking at a vaccine cohort and doing periodic assessments and looking at adverse events. This became, or it was advocated quite a bit during the COVID pandemic. So it's able to determine adverse event reporting rates. It's able to determine a relative risk or an interval risk ratio if you think that your actual reaction, there's a time component to that. We're unable to determine vaccine reaction rates unless we do causality assessment. You're unable to detect rare adverse reactions unless you have a very large cohort. And risk factors as well can't be determined because you don't include a non-vaccine cohort. You're just looking at your vaccine cohort and you're just following the cohort through. Again, I won't have time to go into this completely, but just an example of cohort event monitoring and the wholesale DTP vaccine. But the point that I want to make here is that this study that was done in India followed up 35,000 infants, but that's almost 500,000 scheduled weekly contacts that were required. So a huge amount of work in order to do this. They looked at an interval risk. In other words, they looked at the risk of death in the first week after vaccination compared to subsequent weeks, showing no difference in relative risk. Other studies that are done are really come down to case control studies, and the specific mechanisms that are used include sentinel surveillance and data linkage. The point I want to make about this form of study design and vaccine safety is it's very much based on event-based surveillance. So it's detection of adverse events of special interest. It's not vaccination-based. It's actually event-based surveillance. And here's an example of a data linkage study looking at febrile convulsions after the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine. The Sentinel site was a referral hospital, and this was simply a count of admissions for febrile convulsions to that institution, and then looking at the occurrence of that after the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine. And you can see that in the first 10 days post-vaccine, there's a doubling of the vaccine attributable seizure rate by 2-fold. So just saying to you that these electronic registers can be used as mechanisms for surveillance. Case series. Now, these are unable to determine causality from coincidental events. They do give us detailed clinical information, and they may indicate a vaccine safety signal that needs further investigation. But because we're just looking at the cases, just the vaccinated ones, we can only determine one of those cells of the 4x4 table. So we can't determine a vaccine attributable rate or relative risk. And we can't differentiate a vaccine reaction from a coincidental event unless this is a unique event, and those are very rare, as I've explained to you before, or if you actually do causality assessment for those individual events. Now, this becomes a real problem with introduction of new vaccine, and we've already spoken about the HPV vaccine. The HPV vaccine was first introduced into Australia in the early 2000s, and within 12 months of this being introduced, there were a number of rare conditions that were reported as case reports. And here's a case report from neurologists reporting demyelinating conditions that had been that they detected in adolescent girls who'd obviously received the HPV vaccine. Again, case reports, we can't really differentiate causality. We can't differentiate whether these were coincidental or whether they were due to an adverse vaccine reaction. Could this be a vaccine safety signal? There needed further investigations to occur, but these take time. And this perhaps was the definitive investigation that really, or study that showed that this was not related to the vaccine. This is a data linkage study occurring in the Nordic countries, using data linkage and really showing no difference in new onset demyelinating disease between the vaccinated and unvaccinated cohort of these girls. But this study occurred almost 10 years after introduction of the vaccine. So there can be extreme delay in really establishing causality studies. I said to you that case reports couldn't really differentiate coincidental from adverse vaccine reactions, except if these were unique events. And the thrombotic reactions that occurred after the viral vector did turn out to be a unique event, provided you could determine these antiplatelet antibodies. So the thrombotic events after COVID were really detected through case reports by really specialists saying that this was a very unusual occurrence of thrombosis that they'd not seen before, almost unique, and subsequent investigations then demonstrated these were unique events, unique to vaccination with a viral vector vaccine. Tacit evidence. So this is able to really perhaps indicate some public or health provider concerns, but again, can't determine causality. And this is just a cartoon at the bottom talking about mercury in vaccines. Now, none of the childhood vaccines contain any mercury any longer, but there are excipients that are still of concern to some people, namely the adjuvants, for example. And I think we're going to hear a lot about this going forward. Global evidence, there's lots of evidence available to you or to your NITAGs. And I've highlighted many of this, but WHO as well as the GNN are clearly sources of good information. Local and regional evidence, I've already highlighted to you that, that your NITAG should be in contact with your adverse event surveillance data. Other local stakeholders may be important, such as ministries of health, hospitals, academics, and there are local challenges in terms of access to adverse event data, timely data flow and analysis, and transparency. Ultimately, as a NITAG, you need to balance the risk and harm from a vaccine with the disease burden. And there is a reference there from the Brighton collaboration that do provide some toolkits in order to do this, in order to have a look at vaccine risk and harm and how to balance this against disease. Risk communication is important, and again, there are a number of tools indicating how risk can and should be communicated. And I've already spoken to you about communicating absolute risk, but also about communicating relative risk. This is just some infographics that came out of Australia in relation to communication of the thrombotic risk after the viral vector vaccine. And you can see that this really looks at the risk and the benefit, and it includes disease prevalence, you know, how common COVID was circulating at the time, as well as age. So you can see that communication can become quite a complex task in terms of trying to communicate multiple facets around risk and benefit. But importantly, this can be quite well done if you look at the infographics that we used. But it's more than evaluating the evidence. NITAGs provide independent and expert recommendations to your ministries of health. Immunization policy and practice and funding is decided by the government. Specific difficulties may arise when NITAG recommendations are not followed by ministries of health, and this isn't communicated to the community. So the best example of what happens when things go wrong would be the rollout of the Dengavax in the Philippines. And this was subsequently noted through post-marketing surveillance and phase 4 trials to cause vaccine-enhanced disease in children under 5. In other words, when they were exposed to wild dengue, they had worse disease because they were vaccinated. And this really resulted in an extreme problem for vaccine confidence and for vaccine recommendations in that country. So in conclusion, in the context of vaccine safety, I think understanding the basic terminology and concepts are important, and I hope I've given you some understanding of these. Evidence should obviously inform decision. You need to understand the strengths and limitations of different types of evidence which inform these decisions. And evidence ultimately needs to be applied to an assessment of risk, harm, and benefit in determining immunization policy. Thanks very much, and I hope I have not gone over time too much.
Thank you so much, Mike, for that very, very insightful presentation. Don't worry about the time. Now it's question time. Any question for Prof. Hussey or Prof. Mike Gold? Yes, that is, oh, Maggie.
Thank you both. Those were really interesting and informative presentations. My question is for Professor Greg. It was great to see that you had CDC resources put up. And it's very unfortunate that those resources are at risk now, and a lot of CDC data from the US is disappearing. That's just a comment. My question is, similarly, you know, I represent the US. We have a new Health and Human Services Secretariat that was Trump elected, who is himself an anti-vaxxer and has said things like vaccines, like measles vaccine causes autism and other things. And recently, I saw your PowerPoint showed the clinical trial mechanism in the United States. And we just had some new guidance in the US requiring placebo-controlled trials for vaccines. So for vaccines to come to market, there's now a new step in the clinical trial process to require placebo-controlled trials. I'm curious what your thoughts are on the advantages or disadvantages of that.
So first of all, I wouldn't worry about Trump and removing information, because there's the dark web. And many of us in Africa are used to searching on the dark web, and we'll find that evidence that Trump takes off. So I wouldn't worry about it. Look, I mean, we all know that Trump and his allies are anti-vax. I mean, and Elizabeth will be talking about vaccine confidence tomorrow or later today. We have when our president went to visit Trump, he took along what some people refer to as his white masters in South Africa, and one of them being Ernie Els, who was a famous golfer, and he's an anti-vaxxer as well. So, you know, we have to deal with him in some way, and I'd like to see how this process evolves over time. You know, I can't see us getting away. You know, the randomized controlled clinical trial has been the gold standard for looking at new vaccines, but there are other ways to actually do clinical trials. The problem is number. You know, you could use an observational methodology and a cohort methodology to track vaccines in a group of individuals, but it's extremely difficult. Extremely difficult. I want to also just say, you know, Mike is sitting online. I'm around the whole of today and the rest of the week. So I'm happy to take questions, but let's give Mike a chance. And Mike, maybe you want to comment on that as well in the context of causality.
Sure. So, Greg, I take your points. I sort of alluded to it in that one slide because there is going to be a lot of discussion about adjuvants in vaccines. I think in terms of RCTs, I mean, most RCTs would include a placebo group anyway, so I don't see that as being an issue. I think the issue is more, as you say, of control of trials and data by, you know, I suppose ultimately by funding. You know, the really many good science does just not have the backing of US funding anymore. I think that's the probably the largest threat. But ultimately, it's going to be the post-marketing surveillance that's important because of the numbers. And the other point to make is that really, you know, there's going to be I suppose questioning of very many well-established vaccines. I mean, as you know, the measles vaccine being one example, vaccine that's been around for decades, being questioned.
I mean, just
Yet
the
again.
last quick comment about the US and Trumpism. I mean, the big tragedy for me is the HIV vaccine trials that had to be suspended immediately. And we need to look at alternatives. I mean, we spoke briefly yesterday about what Africa's contribution can be and should be in the context of research and clinical trials. And I think we need to really look at that and really not just pay lip service to the fact that we, you know, are going to do it. Let's do it. You know, the CDC, Africa CDC have made a recommendation or a comment about providing 50% of the available vaccines on the continent by the year 2050. I think that's the figures more or less. But let's not just make that politics speak, make that reality. I think that's the point. And we've shown in Africa that we can do the trials. Forget about America, let them drop dead from their diseases. You know, we have the capacity to do the trials. You know, we've got the backing and support from other countries in the South and some countries in the West.
Prof. Hossi, and on that point, we have to suspend so that we can go 40, but there are still some pressing announcements to be made. And don't worry, Maggie, America won't drop dead, especially because of you. Okay.
Mike, sorry, I thought that we had a longer period for discussion. But be that as it may, I mean, if there are questions, they can address it to us. If there are any issues around vaccine safety, we can pick up some of the conversations in Elizabeth's presentation about vaccine acceptability tomorrow, and we can have a discussion within the room about some of those issues about vaccine safety and surveillance as well. Okay.
Okay. Thanks so much, Greg, the only speaker that chaired his own session. Shall we jam our hands together for him? Any pressing question for Mike before we let him go? Ben, oh, Yes, please. Okay, Ben, please just
Mauritania.
Morocco. Yes, the question from the Moroccan table, and then
Yes, I will try to speak English. I have a short question. What are the potential risks for using vaccine out of the label use?
What are the what?
Using vaccine out of the label use. Is there any potential risks?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Did you get that question? What are the risks of using vaccines out of label use of vaccines?
Yeah, I mean, I can give a try to answer that.
Okay.
Look, so we often use vaccines out of label use. So you must remember that most drugs and vaccines may have been licensed some time back, but as we become confident with the use of that vaccine, it may be out of label use, and on the advice of an expert advisory group, such as an ITAG. So I think we need to differentiate really the regulatory labeling from the actual practice, which is according to expert opinion and expert guidelines. And I can give you an example of this. The influenza vaccine contains very small amounts of egg. It's licensed as not being given to egg allergic individuals, but we know over time that it's very safe to use it in anyone who has an allergy to eggs. And therefore, the expert opinion or the NITAG opinion is to really give it to people who have an egg allergy, including egg anaphylaxis. So that's a good example of where the vaccine is not being used strictly in accordance with the regulation, with the licensing, I should say.
You're right. I've been informed that we have just a tad more time. So those questions, yes. You have a question, Prof? All right.
Thank you. Thank you for wonderful papers this morning. I enjoyed both of them very much. Please, I just want your opinion on situations in which we recommend vaccines should be used based on evidence on populations that is not our race. In other words, they didn't check our genetic makeup against the vaccine. And that goes for a lot of vaccines. So I just want to hear your opinion about this.
Okay, so Mike, you have a go first, then Greg.
Yeah, look, there are only 3 very rare genetic conditions that have been associated with vaccine reactions. I mentioned the one in terms of the immunodeficiency. The second one is narcolepsy in the Nordic countries and the pandemic flu vaccine. And the third one is seizures and developmental disorders in something called Dravet syndrome. So look, they are very rare, given that there's a lot of information that we don't know. But when you look at a population-wise, we don't recommend screening prior to vaccination, really, in regard to anything, by and large. So there are no clinical factors that we use, for example, and certainly we way off from doing any kind of genetic screening at all for vaccine risk in terms of reactions. I think if there are concerns in a population, it really just comes back to good post-marketing surveillance and having robust adverse event surveillance in place for those populations. Thanks.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Mike. Maybe just following on that, what about immune screening, immunity screening before vaccination?
Good, yeah, good point, Greg.
And especially in relation to, you mentioned the dengue vaccine early on.
Yeah. Look, sorry, probably the most salient is very, very rarely in all countries in the world, you will get children born with primary immunodeficiencies or inborn errors of immunity. Now, those children or those neonates really, or young infants, if they get live vaccines, and the most important one being BCG, can really have severe consequences of that. The other live vaccine that has been a concern in the past is the oral polio, but of course we have moved to injectable polio vaccine, which is killed. But I need to put that in the inborn errors of metabolism. More of a concern really than acquired immunodeficiency. So that's perhaps the other group of genetic deficiencies that can cause problems to a very, very small number of children.
Thanks, Mike. Prof. Mayer?
Yeah, well, thank you. I just want to make a comment quickly in response to your question about, the populations. So for those who don't know, there is the African Union Smart Safety Surveillance Program, which started during COVID-19. So they're onboarding many countries. I think by the end of the year, there should already be 25 countries onboarded on the program. And that is a passive surveillance system where electronically reported data is combined for signal detection. And they are expanding the program now to other disease conditions like HIV, and also other products. So certain ARVs, the malaria vaccine, the mpox vaccine, and so on, depending on what the priorities will be in Africa. So there's something at least being done about that. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that contribution, Prof. Mayer. Any other question? Yes, my friend from Mauritius.
I would, there's something I want to add, as we don't have this concern in Mauritius, but as far as Africa is concerned, is on HIV prevalence. So I wanted to know whether is it not important to screen for, let's say, assessment of HIV in terms of CD4 count before administration of live vaccines. What is your point of view on this?
Mike, do you want to go first?
Sure. And I was glad to hear Hannelee's voice in the audience, because she can also address this. Look, I don't think it's in any context feasible. And I think one needs to make the point that clearly HIV on AVR treatment will restore a CD4 count, and those children and adults are pretty immunocompetent, and there'd be no contraindication to a live viral vaccine, particularly the measles or measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine, or any combination thereof. But clearly symptomatic and CD4 count, if it can be measured below 250 or below 200, would be a precaution or contraindication to a live vaccine, that be BCG or measles, mumps, rubella. But I'd be interested in Greg and Hannelee's comments about the local guidelines.
Hannelee, do you want to comment about the local?
No, I'm not an HIV expert,
Okay.
so I will not comment on that. But what I can say is that HIV is on the cards as a disease for one of the hubs that will be established in Africa as well, in the program that I just mentioned.
Yeah, there's been a lot of work done. For example, I mean, Mike's mentioned the issue of measles and MMR vaccine, and the probability of an HIV positive child reacting badly to that is extremely rare. I mean, you wouldn't give a symptomatic child a vaccine. The child's sick. But an asymptomatic HIV positive child will, in all probability, not adversely respond to the vaccine. The same applies to BCG. The issue has come up at numerous WHO meetings: should we be vaccinating, giving BCG at birth? Because BCG is given to all children in Africa at birth, and the question is, if the baby is born to a mother who's HIV positive, that baby may not be symptomatic, but may in fact have an altered immune response to a BCG vaccine. So these are real problems, but generally speaking, I mean, I always say just immunize anything that can move, because if you can't move, then you're sick. Sorry, there was a question at the back there. We'll take that one first and then come to you.
Morocco, then Gambia.
D'accord. Ce n'est pas une question, je voudrais juste.
I think we don't we don't be very concerned about this condition because of we are trying to do the elimination of transmission of HIV to child. Actually, I think in many countries it's not easy to see a children born with HIV because of the system is very strong now.
Yeah, that's a very good point you're making in terms of the prevention of mother-to-child transmission. And Africa has virtually, in many countries, we've virtually eliminated HIV mother-to-child transmission. The big problem is coming back to Trumpism, is that Trump, not Trump himself, but USAID and other agencies have supported MTCT programs in Africa and elsewhere. And, you know, at the stroke of the pen, Trump has removed that aid, and that may have a negative impact and reverse some of the gains that we've made. On the right-hand side from Morocco.
Je voudrais juste rebondir sur la question qui a été posée à propos du VIH. Est-ce qu'il y a une expérience quelque part dans un autre pays sur les tests de diagnostic rapide? Ça veut dire qu'au lieu d'aller doser les lymphocytes, qui pourraient être laborieux, techniquement difficiles dans certaines conditions, qui seront coûteux, les tests de diagnostic rapide, les TROD, entre autres, peuvent être une alternative pour dépister des porteurs de VIH auxquels il serait une population à risque et à ne pas vacciner éventuellement. Je pense que c'est beaucoup plus adapté en termes de coût et en termes d'accessibilité.
Thanks for that. And I think the other, just the last point on that, I mean, in terms of the evolution of vaccinology, especially on the African continent, you know, most new vaccines nowadays are obviously tested in phase 3 clinical trials in normal people, i.e. people who are not sick, people who do not suffer chronic diseases. But the next step after the vaccine been shown to be effective is to look at risk populations. Okay, and HIV is one of those populations where these vaccines are being tested. And we don't have a talk on TB vaccines, but that's been happening with TB vaccines, new TB vaccines being tested in phase 2, phase 3 clinical trials, showing some efficacy, then moving into HIV populations, et cetera, et cetera.
First CD, then Ben, yeah.
Thank you. Just a comment. If you look at each vaccine position paper from WHO, there are recommendations for specific population, immunocompromised, lactating women, and so on. So I think for a NITAC, it is important to look at this paper. It's the point of starting NITAC recommendation. And it is important for the NITAC to contextualize this recommendation. In our setting, how will we implement this recommendation to the specific population like immunocompromised? And sometimes these are the subsidiaries recommendation after the main recommendation, saying to the API, for immunocompromised, you should do this, and this. So that is also important to know for a NITAC.
Thank you so much, Sidi, for that guidance.
And then,
Ben?
if I may just add as well, I mean, thanks, Sidi, for reinforcing what Jason said yesterday. If nothing else, read the WHO position paper, full stop. We have the next sessions on immunology, and we have two immunologists sitting at the back. You don't know Ben. Ben thinks he's a public health specialist now, but he's by training he's an immunologist. He crossed the dark divide into public health from immunology. But Ben, you can have the last comment.
Thanks, Craig. Mike, lovely to see you. Yeah. Mike, this is a question to you. We know the continent, African continent, we're quite busy trying to set up vaccine manufacturing capacity on the continent. And I know some efforts are put on putting like a forum for regulators to fast track the process of approving vaccines for use. And I would like to hear your views around linking this initiative to strengthening our surveillance to detect adverse events following immunization. What would you say are the key gaps? Because certainly as we move towards making sure that we can produce our own vaccines, making sure that we strengthen our regulatory process, I think that need to be tied with being able to conduct safety assessment. So what would you say are
Yeah.
the key gaps that we need to work on? Thanks.
Thanks, Ben, and nice to hear your voice as well. Look, I think it's more than something that is desired. I think it's actually sort of mandated within WHO and pre-qualification. So if WHO is going to pre-qualify a vaccine from a particular manufacturer, my understanding is that the vaccine needs to be used in that country, and that country needs a robust surveillance system to be in place. So I think this is critical to the whole initiative to establishing manufacturers in Africa, that we need to strengthen the adverse event surveillance system. Because clearly you need pre-qualification of that vaccine in order to make it available globally and in order to make it commercially viable. So in terms of strengthening adverse event surveillance, there are benchmarks, there are WHO benchmarks in place. They do relate to the passive surveillance system. They do relate to the actual reporting rates, and underreporting, I think, is our major issue. But I think that many countries, and I'm sure many countries in the room, have strengthened adverse event surveillance and using new electronic tools. I think that's the hope for the future. Using tools like Vigimobile, for example, that actually takes electronic reporting down to the mobile network, and including that in really very local sites, because you've got to have the reports in order to have the system, in order to have this analyzed, and really contribute locally, but also globally to the global database. So that would be my brief response.
Thank you so much, Mike. A round of applause for both our professors as we come to the end of this very interesting and illuminating session. All right, before we go for tea, I've been asked to tell you that when you take your tea, please go down the stairs into the sunshine, because you may not see it for the next 2 to 3 days. So grab your tea, go outside, sit under the palms, enjoy the warm sun, because it's going away from tonight. Yeah. And also, please, attention, attention, écoutez. All right. Arabic. Salama. Salama. All right. Please, if you have not yet tested your earphones, the compatibility of these earphones with your devices, please do so now, so that if it's not compatible with your device and you don't have your own personal earphones, arrangements as in purchases can be made, contingency arrangements can be made before tomorrow, because we'll be using our earphones tomorrow. The reason being that we will not have human translators tomorrow. We'll have AI. So all of us will be, yes. So it's very important that you make sure that these headsets, the earphones, are compatible with your devices. Right. Thank you. See you at tea, and thank you very much. A round of applause for you all. All right.
Hello, everyone. Someone left their hotel key, and I don't know who it is. Just feel free to come and grab it. And we're about to start. Okay, yeah. Salim? You left Zoom. No, it's not for me. You left Zoom. Okay, yeah. Okay, take the, and then you take the, you go back. Or what's up there? Take videos when I'm talking. Videos. And pictures. Thank you. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Penka, and I am a PhD student with VACFA. So I would like to introduce our next speaker, Elisa Nems. And she is a professor at the South African Tuberculosis Vaccine Initiative, and she will be giving a talk on basic immunology for NITEX. Over to you, Elisa.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Good morning. Bonjour. Buen dia. That's where my Portuguese ends. I'm sorry. It's a big pleasure to be here. Just as we sit down, are there any immunologists in the room? Yes. Wonderful. Thank you. You will help me answer all the questions. And those who are not immunologists, do you think that understanding a little bit of immunology is useful in the field of vaccinology? Great. Anybody feels like this child about immunology? Nobody? Okay, then my job is going to be easier because immunology sometimes put people off. But I'll try to keep it as simple and as big picture as possible. I will only name about 100 different cell types and 200 molecules. And in the exam, we will ask specific questions on cytokines, etc. Yes.
Vous avez posé la question, est-ce que l'immunologie est intéressante en vaccinologie? L'immunologie est importante dans toute la médecine. Aujourd'hui, l'avenir de la médecine, c'est sur les bases immunologiques et les traitements qui bloquent les processus inflammatoires immunologiques.
Merci. Okay, we are going to start. So like many things related to vaccines, also when we look at vaccinology from the immunology perspective, what we are really trying to do is to balance risks and benefits, and we want to maximize short and long-term protection against infections and disease while minimizing the side effects and immunopathology that could come from too much of an immune response. So when you think about how different diseases are transmitted, we know they can come from direct contacts, from body fluids, contamination of food and water. They can be airborne or they can come from animals. And so because we can acquire infections in so many different ways, our body has evolved to defend ourselves in many different places in the body. And that is why the immune system is a system. It's not an organ that is only in one place. And it's a composition of different organs, cells, and molecules, which I promise I will not name them all. So because of how infections can enter the body, this immune system is, sorry, something is happening on my screen. Okay. Is spread out very close to different points of entry. So something called like the secondary lymphoid tissues, you can find them, as you see in the picture, around the mucosal membranes and all around the body. So the first big consideration on the immune system is that, broadly speaking, we can split it in two parts. We have innate immunity and we have adaptive immunity. Now, there are different cells that comprise innate immunity, like phagocytes, NK cells, etc. And then adaptive immunity is mostly T and B cells. But the key thing to remember at this point is that the main feature of innate immunity is that it acts very quickly, within hours. It's not specific, so it does not make a big distinction between different pathogens. And a key feature for us vaccinologists is that it does not remember. This means that your innate immune response will respond in a very similar way, whether it's the first, the second, or the third time that you're exposed to the same pathogen. On the other side, what we call adaptive immunity, it's fairly slow. It can take days to weeks to develop the first time around. It's specific. So you have dedicated cells that recognize dedicated pathogens, and only those ones. So it's very specific. And the key feature of this type of immune response for us vaccinologists is that it remembers. So the adaptive immune response is not the same the first, the second, or the third time around. And that is really the key principle that we are trying to unlock with vaccination. As promised, I will not give you too many definitions, but one I must, because I'm going to use this word a lot, and this word is antigens. So when we talk about antigens, we are referring to any structural substance that is recognized by the adaptive immune response. And the adaptive immune cells are trained inside our body to make a distinction between what is self or our own components and what is non-self. So it comes from outside and can be dangerous. And this would be, for example, proteins and large polysaccharides that are recognized. So just a little bit of sorry, there are things popping up on my screen. Basic types of immune responses. We talked about the innate immunity. Some of the key cells are macrophages and dendritic cells. The names do not matter. What they do matters. What they do is that they recognize molecular patterns on microbes. So they recognize a class of pathogens. They don't recognize influenza from COVID specifically. They communicate danger signal to other immune cells. This is what we call inflammation. And then they present microbial antigens to adaptive immune cells, because adaptive immune cells cannot see, at least T cells cannot see the antigen by themselves. So under the adaptive immunity, we talk about cellular immunity when we refer to T cells. T cell or T lymphocytes is the same thing. Their main job is to recognize specific antigens on antigen-presenting cells. Now, a key feature of T cells, they only see proteins. They will not see polysaccharides or sugars. What they do two main things. One, they kill infected cells. Those are CD8 cytotoxic cells. The second main thing that they do is that they orchestrate a broader immune response, and those are your T helper cells or CD4. The other arm of adaptive immunity, we call it humoral, and it's mediated by B cells. B cells also recognize specific antigens, but a key difference between B and T cells is that B cells also recognize polysaccharides. There are a lot of bugs that are covered in polysaccharides. So this is why this distinction is important. Some will be invisible to T cells or some components of them, but B cells can see them. The main job of B cells is to produce antibodies. That is the one word that I think everybody's familiar with, even the non-immunologists. So we said that this adaptive immunity is specific. What it means is that every cell, be it a B or a T cell, they have receptors on their surface that act a bit like clocks for different keys, and the keys are different antigens and different pathogens. So every single B or T cell can only recognize its own key, not another one. So you can imagine that the precursors of these cells are very rare, because if we had a lot of B and T cells that recognize anything possible, our body will be a bag of B and T cells. There will be no space for anything else. So the precursor cells are very, very rare. What happens is that when they recognize the antigen, which, as I mentioned, for B cells can be like an intact antigen, like a complex structure, while T cells will see the antigen after it has been digested and processed and presented to them by someone else. The first thing they do, they proliferate. They make more of themselves because these precursors are very, very rare. And then as they proliferate, they also differentiate in other types of cells. They remain T and B cells, but they learn the job. Basically, they differentiate into different flavors of immune response that is important to respond to different types of pathogens. And generally speaking, B cells, we said, secrete antibodies, and these antibodies are really a cornerstone of our defense against extracellular pathogens. So pathogens that are around and not inside the cells. While the T cells, because they only see antigens presented by an infected cell, they respond to intracellular pathogens. The pathogen needs to be inside the cell for the antigen to be presented. Very broadly speaking, a good or an appropriate antibody response is important to prevent infection and dissemination of a pathogen because they can catch it between cells, while T cells prevent severe disease. T cells already see infected cells, so they cannot prevent infection, but they can contain that infection and they can prevent infected cells, for example, to go places in the body and cause damage. Very basic principles of immunity we can divide into active and passive immunity. Active immunity is the one that our body develops by itself. So this could be natural in the sense that, if we are infected by something, then we develop an immune response against it, or it can be artificial, induced by vaccination. This is exactly what we're trying to do. We try to induce an immune response before or independently from the real infection. Hopefully, we try to do this before the real infection happens. But immunity can also be passive. A good example of natural passive immunity is the transfer of maternal antibodies to the child during pregnancy or breastfeeding. But there are also different classes of drugs where we can actually either purify or synthesize antibodies and give it to someone. So this is an example of artificial passive immunity. So in a nutshell, what vaccines do is to prevent disease by teaching our immune system how to fight off infections before they see the real thing, or even after, but generally with children, we try to do it before. So what's in a vaccine? Well, mostly water, but that's not very interesting. There are little traces of preservatives and stabilizers. These are just kind of leftovers from the manufacturing process. And there can be some substances in there. Normally, they are a very, very, very low concentration, but these are, generally speaking, the ingredients that may possibly cause allergy in people who may be allergic to those substances in particular. The more interesting parts of a vaccine are the active ingredient. These are harmless bits and pieces of the pathogen that we want to teach the immune system how to recognize and react to. And then many vaccines contain adjuvants. We'll talk about adjuvants a little bit more, but essentially these are substances that we add to induce a better immune response in this artificial way. I know you cannot read this possibly, but you will have all the slides, and this is also way too complicated. I don't want to go into any details, but this picture essentially talks about the history of development of different vaccines and different types of vaccines. So back in the day, the idea was like, okay, we have a pathogen, we kill it somehow, we inactivate it, we inject it into people. And so the idea is that we will not make people sick, but we mimic what a natural immune response would be. Now, thanks to an increasing understanding of host and pathogen interaction, i.e. immunology, sorry, I need to brag a little bit, and the development of biotechnology, over the years, the way vaccines are made and designed has become more and more rational, way more targeted. Nowadays, we try to first understand which kind of immune response is protective, and we'll talk about that later, and which specific bits and pieces of the pathogen are important, and then we design the vaccines to induce exactly that. So a little bit more about adjuvants. As I mentioned, generally speaking, these are substances that used to be called the immunologist's dirty little secret because they just shape the immune response, but paradoxically, there's very little research until recently that goes into that. It's something that you add and you see it's working, and they can act through many different mechanisms. I'm kidding, there is a whole field of study on adjuvants, but until recently, it was really a bit of a trial and error. The main key of feature of adjuvants is that they're immunomodulatory, so they modulate the immune response. This is actually quite incredible because you could give the same antigen combined with different adjuvants, and you shape completely which type, which flavor of immune response you're going to get. In general, because they are really good at inducing immune response, you can use lower dose of your vaccine if there is a good adjuvant, and they can increase effectiveness. That's compared to not having an adjuvant. Again, they are safer compared to live vaccines, for example, in immunocompromised individuals, because the vaccine is not replicating, but they also are mostly responsible for the side effects. So when you're vaccinated and you get a little malaise and nausea and headache, etc., that's more likely coming from the adjuvant than it is from the pathogen-specific bits of the vaccine. So again, very broadly speaking, there are different basic vaccine components that will shape which kind of immune response you're going to get. And so this is why it's important to understand it, because then we design the vaccines in a different way. So obviously the adjuvant, the antigen, so which components of the pathogen we put in the vaccine will determine the specificity of the immune response that we induce and to how many antigens, etc. The formulation, and here I'm talking about the vaccine type, so you have your subunit, your live attenuated, etc. And the dose will determine the quality of the immune response, which flavor of it you're gonna get, and the magnitude, which means how much of it you're gonna get. Delivery is also very important. So how are you gonna give the vaccine? The immunization schedule. So when do we start? How many doses? How do we space them? Which route of administration we are going to use, and which age? All of these factors can determine how long the immune response is going to last and ultimately the effectiveness of your vaccine. Just a couple of, immunology looking diagrams. Don't worry about the technical details, but this diagram just shows you a picture of what actually happens in the body when you inject a vaccine. So in this example, we are injecting a vaccine intramuscularly. There are some cells from the innate immune response, dendritic cells, that they just sit under the skin and in the muscle. They just patrol everywhere. What they do is that they recognize this thing is not me. There is an adjuvant that's giving a danger signal, so they pick it up and they produce molecules to attract other cells. This is inflammation. So your innate immune response, by large, is responsible for the reactogenicity or the initial side effects, that redness, the swelling, the headaches, and all of those things come generally from innate cells. Once they pick up the vaccine components, they go to the lymph nodes because there are very little T and B cells around in the body, particularly the precursor cells. They just very cozy in lymph nodes. So that's where everybody comes together and the cells talk to each other. So in the lymph nodes, dendritic cells present the antigen to T cells. We mentioned earlier, we're very rare precursor cells that are specific for that. So initially there is a lot of proliferation and differentiation of these T cells. And then one of the things that T cells do, which is really key, is they help B cells. B cells can see the antigen by themselves. They also proliferate, and then they specialize once again into factories of antibodies and some other cells that are memory cells that go in the bone marrow and sit there. Now, the generation of memory B cells is dependent on interaction between T and B cells. If you don't have that interaction, you may have a bit of antibodies, but that response is not going to last very long. So this has been an issue, for example, when we want to induce a response to a polysaccharide, because B cells recognize the polysaccharides and not T cells. So it's very hard to generate that immune response, and there are some tricks to it. So just to bring it all together again, so that initial recognition of your vaccine or a pathogen, that's your innate immune response, and then there are all these interactions between different cells which result in adaptive immune response. Another key consideration is, can we direct an immune response when we want it to be? At the beginning, I told you the immune system is everywhere. We have cells in the skin, we have in the mucosa, etc., etc. So can we direct it? And the answer is, to a certain extent, we can. Somehow, the adaptive cells, they are a bit imprinted depending on where they are activated the first time, then they're better at going there. It's a bit like turtles when they go back to the same beach. And so here is where also we can make decisions that then shape what happens. How are we going to give the vaccine? So the vast majority of vaccines, we give them intradermal or intramuscular. These are very common routes of administration. And these routes are really good at inducing systemic immune responses. It means responses that go everywhere. But there are some vaccines that we give mucosally, orally. Example? See you with sleeping. Polio, yes, thank you. So that is a very cheap and easy way to mass vaccinate a lot of people. You don't need needles, you know, there's a whole lot of logistics there. And so, for example, oral vaccination is very good at directing your immune response in the gut where polio comes in. And so there is a lot of research going into this. Obviously, COVID and flu, there is increasing interest in aerosol vaccination. So that will be like you spray something, you breathe it in, a bit like the asthma pump. And the idea there is to induce immune responses, you know, in the upper and the lower respiratory tract. Then our favorite topic as vaccinologists is immunological memory, because this is what we are trying to do. I mentioned that for the adaptive immune responses, they don't respond the same way the first or the second time that they see a pathogen. So in the first time, whether it's by infection or vaccination, it takes quite a long time. And the reason why it takes a long time is because those cells need to proliferate before they can do something. So that's why it takes a long time. And then you have a bit of a response, and then most cells die, and you have memory cells that leave behind. The key differences are that the second time you see the same pathogen, the response is much faster because you already generated more of those precursor cells. So you go from plus minus 2 weeks to a few hours or days. The other key feature is that the response is stronger. You have more of it. And it's better. This is a very technical term, I know, but like antibodies, for example, they change over time depending how they're exposed to a pathogen, and they change to work better. They have a higher affinity, they do slightly different things. So how long does this immunological memory last? Well, the answer is it depends. It depends on the vaccine type. Generally speaking, live attenuated vaccines induce much longer immunity. For example, your measles, your yellow fever, you only give it once or a couple of times, but you don't need to boost it all the time. It depends on which immune response they induce. Generally, B cells have longer memory than T cells. It depends on natural exposure. If it's a pathogen that we see all the time, that will just wake up your immune system. If it's something that you're normally not exposed to, chances are the memory is shorter. And then it depends on the population, the environment, and the bottom line, some things we don't understand. So what happens if the memory goes away? So all we've talked about until now was this priming event. So how do we induce an immune response the first time around? So if the memory goes away, what we can do is to boost. So we give another dose. And that will go and wake up the memory cells that are comfortably sitting in your bone marrow or the lymph nodes. They wake up, they proliferate again, make more of themselves, and so you keep that level of immunity up. So now we have choices. I think in the most cases, there are some exceptions. We do what's called homologous boosting. It means we use the same exact vaccine, the first, the second, the third time around. But particularly, I think also with COVID, we've seen that actually using a different vaccine for the prime and the boost might be beneficial because you can shape that immune response in a different way. And from the immunology perspective, it makes total sense. For example, if, I can't read, 5, okay. And another concept that has been kind of known for a while, but really came up with COVID, is this idea of hybrid immunity. So hybrid immunity is the type of immune response that you get when you're combine both natural infection and vaccination. And remember, there were like lots of discussions about, oh, I've got COVID, why should I be vaccinated? Or I was vaccinated and still got COVID, etc. So there have been many studies showing that actually, at least in the case of COVID, what's called hybrid immunity is much better than either immunity conferred by natural infection or vaccination. Somehow these two work together and they give a better memory response, stronger responses. So overall, it's superior to either natural or artificial immunity alone. Another thing to consider is when we start vaccinating. So there are many considerations there, you know, at which age does the disease start coming out in your population, etc. But from the immunology perspective, our immune system evolves with us. It's not the same when we are born and when we are old. And particularly in this very critical first year or so, when infants are so vulnerable, there is a lot going on there. So we have maternal antibodies that were transferred during pregnancy. They're there, and then they go away. Those maternal antibodies, they could be super important to protect in those first months. They can also interfere with some of the vaccines. That is why, for example, measles, we give it a bit later. And also immune responses in a newborn, they are immature, like everything in a newborn. So these responses kind of grow and mature over time. So sometimes it's a hard decision. It's like you vaccinate very early, the immune response is a bit because the immune system is not mature. And then it matures over time. Pregnancy is a very interesting thing because pregnancy causes all sorts of changes in your immune response. If you think about it in a very cold and rational way, you have another human being growing in your body. And so the immune system needs to rearrange itself so that we don't push it away. And then, like everything, when we grow old, we get tired, and our immune system as well. So there is what is called immunosenescence. The way our immune system sees and reacts to things is different when we're old compared to when we are young. And so maybe we need a higher dose of the vaccine. We need different schedule. And so all of this really matters. So in the last few slides, I want to just summarize that the point of vaccination is to prevent disease by priming our immune system to protect against infections and disease. When we talk about immunogenicity, we're talking about the ability of a substance to provoke an immune response. But not every immune response that's induced by vaccination is responsible for protection against that pathogen. Some immune responses, they're just there because we gave a vaccine. So a big field of investigation that I'm particularly passionate about is about discovering these immune correlates of protection. I want to understand exactly which one of the immune responses of the many that are induced by a vaccine are actually associated with protection, and they can explain the vaccine effect. Again, we're talking about a measurable immune response that predicts vaccine efficacy in the future. And for the vaccines for which we know what this is, we also have a threshold. Why should that concern you and public health people? Because if you have something that you can measure and you have a threshold of protection, you measure it. If you are above the threshold, you know that person is protected. If you measure it over time and that correlates goes away, you know you should boost. And unfortunately, some people just never develop a protective enough immune response, maybe because of comorbidities or whatever. So you need to know that person you vaccinate, you think they're protected, but they're not. So this is very important. Also, it's important to make a bit of a distinction between correlates of protection and risk. So correlates of risk is something that, for example, I can measure the blood today and say, I have a higher chance of developing that disease in the future for some reason. Correlates of protection really speak to vaccines directly. It's something that the vaccine induces, which is associated with its own effect. Now, one thing that's very important when we talk about correlates of protection is to define protection against what? It can be protection against infection. It can be protection against symptomatic infection. Can be protection against disease, severe disease or death. We've seen this in COVID. There have been some vaccines that initially were tested like to prevent any infection, and maybe they were not great, but then they were preventing death and hospitalization. So you need to think about this, like as a person, obviously, you know, if you don't even get infected, happy days, but as, you know, the public health system, it's like, oh, I want to keep people out of the hospital. You know, if somebody gets a bit of a sniffle, it's okay. So understanding what you're talking with, the data that you guys will review, you know, what is that telling you? And in which context is that going to be important in the decisions that you make? So why is this useful? I hope I made the case. But for the vaccines we don't have yet. I work on tuberculosis, lots to say there, but for the vaccines that we need better, if we don't know what the correlate of protection is, it means that if we want to test if a new vaccine works, we go out and vaccinate 20,000 people, spend $500 million and wait for 10 years. In other cases, like in the malaria field, there is a very good established human challenge model where people get malaria on purpose. And in that case, you can vaccinate very few people, use this human challenge model to really try and understand which immune responses were important. And then you can take that and use it maybe on a population level. For the vaccines where we know what the correlate of protection is, if you want to change your schedule, test it in a different country, at a different age, etc., you don't need to do the trial with the 20,000 people. You can do a smaller study and you measure your correlates of protection. And from that, you can say, is my vaccine going to work in this context or not? So identifying correlates of protection really has huge practical applications. It's not just the immunology in the lab, making fun with cells and molecules. It also helps you to measure herd immunity. So herd immunity is this concept where if you have a population that's susceptible to, for example, a new infection, this new infection will just spread freely because everybody's susceptible. What we're trying to do with vaccination is that if we start protecting people, that infection cannot spread freely. And so it means that even that person that for some reason could not be vaccinated or was vaccinated but did not have a protective immune response is protected indirectly by all the people around them that are stopping transmission. This obviously, it's true only if your vaccine stops transmission. If it doesn't, then it's not true. But in many cases, it is. So when we think about what immune responses are generally associated with protection, it really depends on the pathogen. What we see is that here in this graph, we have antibodies on top and T cells at the bottom, and then antigen stability. It means on the right, these pathogens are very stable. They don't change very much. And on the left, they do. So what you will see is that on the top right there, we have all stable pathogens for which antibodies are correlates of protection. These are essentially all our childhood vaccines. Those were the ones that were easier to develop. And now we sit with some of those big diseases for which we have vaccines, some we don't, some are partially effective, etc. They rely on T cells as well. And they are chronic, persisting infections where natural immunity is not entirely protective. In a way, it's easy to mimic natural immunity with a vaccine when the response is simple, antibodies. When the natural immunity already is not protective, like you can get malaria over and over again, you can get TB over and over again, then, you know, essentially what we're asking our vaccines to do is to do better than nature. And very few things, it's very hard to do better than nature. What about COVID? As you know, there have been the last 5 years of very intensive research on COVID. The picture is quite clear. This beautiful graph shows the levels of neutralizing antibodies induced by different vaccines measured in different trials all around the world, and the level of protection against symptomatic infection. So it's very clear that you need neutralizing antibodies to prevent symptomatic infection with SARS-CoV-2. But the more research going into this has also shown that antibodies are not the full picture. There are multiple mechanisms that contribute to protection. And as I told you right at the beginning, it looks true for SARS-CoV-2 as well, that antibodies are very important to prevent infection, but T cells are really important to prevent severe disease. And particularly, also because of the variants, etc., it looks like antibody responses wane over time much faster than T cell responses for COVID. And also, it looks like antibody responses become ineffective very quickly when you have a new variant, while T cell responses are much better at recognizing different variants of SARS-CoV-2. I love this quote from Albert Einstein, who said, "Everything should be made as simple as possible, but not simpler." I'm not putting myself at his level. I've tried to do that. I've tried to simplify some concepts, but I also need to understand the complexity of this field. And if you try and put it all together, because these are the decisions that you are called to make, essentially, vaccine efficacy depends on so many different things. It depends on the type of vaccine that you're going to give. It depends how you're going to give it. It depends to whom and when and how much are you going to give it, and which type of immune response is induced. So as you will get to see more and more this week, there are several barriers to vaccine development and success. I've touched on some that relate to understanding how the host immune response develops and how we can modulate that with the decisions that you make. But there are many, many other aspects that will be unpacked during this week. And with that, I finish. I hope it wasn't that scary, and I'm here for questions. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Elisa, for that brilliant presentation. So we are going to take questions after the next presenter, if that's okay. Okay, thank you. So now our next presenter is Professor Ben, and he will be presenting on the application of immunology knowledge in vaccine decision-making. So I think you saw him here yesterday, but yeah, he's the project lead of NICH. Over, Ben.
Thank you so much, Penka. Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Elisa, for making everybody graduate with distinction in immunology. Who now can apply immunology for decision making? By a show of hand. Guys, I said everybody graduated in distinction, and now I'm just in. Okay, can we stand? Just stretch a bit for 1 minute for the next. Just a little bit of a stretch. I know immunology, it's not easy. You know, there is somebody, one of the NITAGs told me, you immunologists like complicating things. I hope your talks will be simple. And I think Elisa has done an excellent job in doing that. All right, just let's stretch a little bit. All right. Excellent, excellent. All right, let's get started. So my responsibility for this talk is to help you apply what you've learned in your work as a NITAG. Okay? How do we apply the understanding of how the vaccine work, how our immune system responds to infection in making decisions. Okay, so very simple. In the next 30 minutes, I'm just going to explain to you about that with some examples, and I'm going to ask you some questions around that. Okay. Right. This is the learning outcomes of my presentation with 3 examples. I would like to show you how we can apply the understanding of immunogenicity outcomes to inform immunization practices and decisions. And just always remember how the immune system recognize and respond to pathogens and also to vaccines, because we are taking that understanding and applying it for public health. Okay, so Elisa has nicely contextualized what happens inside the body when the immune system interact with an antigen delivered through vaccination or interact with a pathogen through natural infection. What happens at individual level? But now we need to take that knowledge at individual level and apply it to the public. So I'm going to give you 3 examples of how that has been done so that you have the examples actually where immunology has informed vaccination policies. Just to recap, I think a lot of you have heard about evidence to recommendation. Do you remember the domains of evidence to recommendations? Which ones? Which ones? There are no marks because there are no point for that, because everything is there. So it's the domain 1 is the problem. But what does the problem mean? The burden of the disease. Okay, so has any NITAG worked on a disease that is not a problem? No? Because you need, what prompt that first step is to recognize that this disease is of public health problem. Okay, so that is domain 1. We heard earlier about the benefits and harms, which is domain 2. Okay? Values and preferences, we had that yesterday when we had that talk of grade. Then the issue of acceptability, and Elizabeth is going to talk about vaccine confidence. Issue of resource use, we're going to hear from health economists and modelers about how resource use is so important, and it's one of the evidence we need to consider. And then the issue of equity, we're going to have a talk on equity on Friday. And finally, feasibility. How possible is it to implement the decision that you've recommended to your Ministry of Health? So my 3 examples are going to touch on how immunological evidence has been applied to characterize the problem as a public health, benefit and harms of the intervention, and to some extent feasibility. All right, I'm saying to some extent because example 3 could easily fit under domain 2. Okay. All right, South African NITAG, when you presented to us on Monday, you said you are working on a policy question around hepatitis A virus. Is that correct? Hanley? Nagy, is that correct? I mean, it was presented yesterday. It has to be. Hanley is not here. Wasila, do you want to?
I know that we're working on, because I'm on the subgroup working on hepatitis B, so I'm not exactly sure what the question is for the hepatitis A virus.
All right. Thanks. Any other country Tunisia, Morocco, any other country that NITAG has had interest on hepatitis A virus? No? All right. Anybody who knows about the WHO policy paper on position paper on hepatitis A? When is the latest one? When was it published? 2022. Before that, the other one was published in 2012. And before that, it was in 2000. So in summary, the 2000 WHO position paper on Hep A and 2012, they were very clear that in Africa, you do not have to worry about Hep A virus. Do you know why? Because of how the virus spread. It's pretty much environmental dependent virus. And because in many ways we've struggled with giving clean water in clean environment, the exposure has happened very early. Within 5 years, almost all our children have been exposed to hepatitis A virus, all right? So what happens when you get exposed and infected early on? You actually develop a very strong natural immunity. Clinically, it's asymptomatic. And you have long life immunity. So do you want to work on a policy question on that? No. So it makes sense that none of the NITAG. But what does the policy paper for 2022 say? Different. Remember, as we do the Sustainable Development Goals, we all have been advocating for water, sanitation, and hygiene. What does it mean? We're living in cleaner environment. So that means the exposure going low. So what happens if the exposure is going low? It means that the age at which the exposure happens increases. And what happens if you get infected with hepatitis A virus when you get older? It becomes problematic. So clinically, it's much more severe. Even in worse cases, there's a risk of fulminant liver failure. And countries where the exposure of hepatitis A virus happens much later in life, it's actually recommended to have routine vaccination. So sometimes in 2017, 2016, at the university, we met some virologists, clinicians at Crucial Skill and said, VACFA, you guys, you work on vaccines. How comes South Africa does not recommend introduction of Hep A vaccine? Said, but it's not a problem. Said, that is not what clinically we are seeing. So what we did was to say, look, we hired a PhD student and said, let's ask the question, should South Africa consider introducing hepatitis A vaccine for routine use? And what we did is to look at the epidemiology, domain one, the burden. Right, so hepatitis A virus is one of the few diseases that actually the epidemiology is characterized by the seroprevalence. Because from the serum, you can quantify the antibody to the virus, telling you the level of exposure in your community. So what we found first, we wanted to look at the systematic review of the epidemiology of Hep A in Africa, looking at the exposure by looking at IgG and IgM. Those are some of the antibodies that Elisa talked about. And we were shocked how limited data we have in Africa on Hep A. So we actually sitting on a continent where we do not know the epidemiology of Hep A. And when I looked at WHO position paper latest, which is 2022, it says that actually overall 66% of acute hepatitis A cases and 97% deaths occurred in low and lower middle income countries. Majority of them are in Africa. So we are here thinking based on the recommendation of 2000 and 2012, we are in quote a dirty continent in the context of Hep A virus exposure, and our children are fully sensitized at early age. But actually, we are seeing a difference. We are seeing a shift in the epidemiology of hepatitis A virus. So for the South African NITAG, working on this policy question makes absolute sense, because some of the work that we did at Western Cape, we saw that the sensitization is not as high as previously thought. So it's considered high endemicity if 90% of your population is exposed before they get to the age of 10. But we're seeing much less exposure. And what happens is that countries can move from high endemicity, which means high exposure to Hep A early in childhood, to intermediate, which means exposure is happening later in life, resulting to increased risk of outbreaks in Hep A. So this is one of the areas where actually understanding the seroprevalence, and which literally is a marker for exposure of hepatitis A, has guided the policy in terms of classifying the endemicity levels of different countries and making a recommendation on where vaccination should be done routinely. So countries with very low, which means people are exposed to the virus much later, they are required to do routine vaccination. So I think for us on the continent, we can do seroprevalence studies to quantify the disease and address domain one, that is it a public health problem? Right. Is it clear how you can apply immunology to quantify the problem? Yeah? Okay. But obviously, that is one aspect. For the PhD student that I talked about in terms of the problem, we collected the costs for treatment of severe hepatitis A cases. We also looked at the clinical outcomes, and we put all these data together in a model to make a recommendation as to whether South Africa should consider introducing Hep A. So as you work on that policy question, there will be some at least data that we've generated on that policy question. All right, so that is one example where antibody responses following natural exposure can inform policies on understanding the problem of the disease and making some suggestions on vaccination. The next one has been introduced by Elisa, all right? So this is a slide that talks very well about passive immunity, which was introduced by Lisa. So it could be through vaccination, where you vaccinate pregnant mother, and Imen has a whole talk around vaccination in pregnancy. Or it could be through natural infection. And in the case of measles, this is where measles was given very early in childhood, maybe 9 months, 18 months. And that girl matured, become a lady, woman, get pregnant. That maternal antibodies to measles, they can be passed to the fetus. And this has been used in designing the vaccination schedule. So this line here in orange shows the levels of protective maternal IgG, which the mother passes to the newborn. So the problem with passive immunity, as Elisa alluded to, it wanes rapidly. But this helps us immunologically to know that you do not want to come and give a vaccine when the levels are so high, because you're going to end up with what is called blunting. You're not going to have a response. But you've got that tricky balance, because we know at very early stages of life, that is when the level of risk of severe disease, especially from vaccine preventable disease, is very high for many reasons, among them being that the immune system is adapted to in utero environment, and Elisa talked about immaturity of that immune system, making it very susceptible. And we need to have a balanced thinking of the level of risk of disease, the maternal antibodies, to know when is the best time to vaccinate. So I'm going to talk about example 2, which talks to domain 2, which is benefit and harms. And the focus here is going to be on measles-containing vaccine. Okay. So CD talked about many African countries are still not able to get the 95% coverage with measles vaccines that we need, especially for dose 1 and dose 2, which is needed. Okay. And because the continent is very experienced in responding to measles outbreaks, there has been some observations that during measles outbreaks, you do have cases of very young children, as young as 4 months old. All right? And the question is, why? All right? So immunologically, you can be able to tell whether somebody has immunity to measles. All right? If you are born in the 60s, 50s, 70s, even if you do not have proof that you are vaccinated, we know surely you must have immunity to measles. You should have come into contact with the virus. But obviously we want documented evidence where the record shows you got vaccinated. But looking at it from an immunological lens, you can take blood and measure antibody to measles vaccine or virus. All right. And what this has done is remember that quadrant that Elisa showed about successful vaccines, where we know the correlate of protection. Hepatitis A was there, measles, mumps, rubella was there. So we know what level of antibodies and the types of antibodies we can measure to tell a person is protected from measles. And that is a very useful readout that has been used to sort of decide whether we should think of revising the first time we give measles vaccine to our children. So I'm going to ask you a question. When should we give measles-containing vaccine the first dose? At what age? How many say 3 to 4 by show of hands? Nobody? Remember, I'm counting, so you must raise a hand at some stage, okay? 6 to 8 months? 6 to 8 months? One hand? Nagi, at what age do we give measles vaccine in South Africa? 6 months. Not South Africa. We're talking about South Africa. So South Africa, how comes you're not raising your hand? Did you not make a recommendation? All right. 9 to 11 months. So most of the country is 9 to 11 months, and 12 to 15 months. Yes. So that's true. So what about when in cases where during the outbreak, you see many cases of young children as old as 6 months developing measles, and you only vaccinate at 9 months. What do? You need to think whether should you consider giving at early stage, and even if you call it dose 0, as a NITAG, you need to think, how can I protect these who are too young to vaccinate? And if you are to think about revising that decision, one of the outcomes that you would be interested in is the immune response, because you are thinking that the maternal antibody to measles may be interfering. So you need evidence to show that, should you revise the decision, that your children that need to be vaccinated will actually be protected. All right. And there are some studies and systematic reviews that have looked at children who have received vaccines at different ages and looking at the levels of seroconversion, meaning that they are able to respond to the vaccine, but also looking at whether they've reached that threshold that defines the correlate of protection. All right. So this is a study that have looked at immunogenicity and safety of using measles-containing vaccines in children who are 9 months older or younger. And when you look at this in the PICO framework, you can see that if you are looking for literature or evidence to answer this particular question, you'd use PICO, which P is infants or up to 24 months of age. Then intervention would be any currently licensed MCV, measles-containing vaccine, dose 1, administered to infants before the age of 9 months, which is pretty much the standard. And comparison would be any currently licensed MCV administered to infant 9 to 24 months. That is, comparison is more the standard, 9 to 24 months. The intervention would be what you'll be trying to see whether you want to advise your government to change. And you can see if you are to look at different outcomes of interest, then you'll be looking at the immunogenicity, efficacy, effectiveness, duration of immunity, and also blunting. All those bolded outcomes are actually outcomes that are very much immunological based that need to be looked at. Okay. All right. And I think, as Elisa said, we tend to, especially for successful vaccines, we tend to go for the antibodies. But we know that does not tell the entire story. And even for measles immunity, we do know that cellular immunity plays a very important role. This is just the quick finding to show that you do have less immune responses to measles-containing vaccine if given earlier than 9 months compared to older than 9 months. The question is whether that response that you get, because you see quite a lot of seroconversion, whether that is protective enough to make sure that those infants are protected from measles before they get to 9 months or 12 months. And I think South Africa are doing that. They've been now using 6 months dose for a couple of years. I don't know whether the epidemiology has changed in any way in terms of you've seen any benefit, but when it comes to impact assessment, economic evaluation, those are some of the data that would be very useful for other countries who may want to think of revising the age of vaccination from 9 months to lower. All right. I'm now going to go to the last example in the last 5 minutes. This slide, remember I'm talking about application. This slide is just to remind you what Elisa talked about. You introduce, in the case of yellow fever, you introduce the antigen taken up by these toll-like receptors, the innate cells. Then it's processed, given nicely to the T cells. and then T cells proliferate, make differentiate, make types of other immune molecules, talk to B cells produce antibodies. So this is more of what's happening internally. And I want to show you how this has actually been used in the context of policy. This is my example 3. So what is important is that process of antigen immune system interaction. The end outcome is immunological signals that can be measured. You know, one of them we've talked about antibodies. When you talk about system immunology, it means that you're not looking at things at just protein level, which is antibody. You're also looking at things at molecular level, looking at genes that have been upregulated, downregulated, and all that. But you want to make it simple enough for NITAGs to actually be able to use that and apply it for public health decision making. So when you look at the kinetic of immune responses, so the signals that come up after all that interaction between the antigen and immune system, you can see different types of immune readout shown here in the case of yellow fever vaccine. So you've got, cellular immune responses characterized by type 1, type 2 responses. You've got CD8 responses. And looking at it from vaccination, 1 week all the way to 40 years, immunologists have been able to show that some of these immune signals that are generated following vaccination are actually long-lived. So if you remember, how many of you were asked to show a yellow fever vaccine when you came to South Africa? Yeah. Some? Excellent, because and this is a policy to make sure that we don't take the disease to countries where there isn't. But if you remember before, we used to have policy that every 10 years you need to go for boosting. But now data is showing that actually immune responses to yellow fever vaccine is much more long-lasting than 10 years, and we do not need to do the boosting. And for these reasons, it has been recommended that we do not need to have every 10-year booster with yellow fever vaccine. And where we do have shortage of yellow fever vaccine, it has become critical to compare these immune responses to situations where people are given fractional doses. This is another area where immunological understanding can help inform policies on the use of fractional dose of yellow fever vaccine. And for countries that are doing routine use of yellow fever vaccine in childhood, maybe the existing evidence of you do not need to vaccinate, it's just one shot, may not apply. So we need to generate data, see when you vaccinate young ones, is the immune response as long-lasting as the data that we have? Because most of the data that's showing the immune responses is long-lasting is actually mainly from adults. So I think with that, I will quickly come to the very last one, which is HPV, and this is visibility. I'm not going to talk much about this because actually Greg introduced it in his epidemiology talk. But the thinking is that when HPV vaccines were licensed, they were either 3-dose or 2-dose. And observational studies started looking at those girls who missed the second dose. And they started seeing immunologically, actually, there was no much difference between dose 1 and dose 2 recipients. And this led to innovative way of doing clinical trials, which is doing immunobridging studies, looking at what's the differences immunologically between 2-dose and 1-dose vaccine in the context of HPV. And I think there was excellent clinical trials done in Kenya. The Kenya single-dose HPV efficacy trial and also Tanzania, where they looked at DORIS, which is dose reduction immunobridging studies, comparing the immune responses of 2 dose and 1 dose. And I think subsequently, these readouts have shown the benefit of giving 1 dose, especially in the context of implementation. You know, many African countries that gave 2 doses, it was very clear you could get very high coverage with the first dose, and then the second dose you get a dip. So that immunological understanding has actually informed the decision, which in a way leads to better implementation, making it easily feasible to actually use 1 dose than 2 dose. So very last, after those 3 examples, is that there is always covariate to think about. And Elisa mentioned about it. As a NITAG, when you are making recommendations, always think about the age, because what you find from a vaccine-induced immune responses in adolescents may be very different to what you get from a neonate. The assay used for COVID, there was so much data that was generated. I was part of the consortium trying to look at the immune responses to combine it in a meta-analysis. And we realized it was impossible because most studies use different assays, different antigens, different samples, and the assay use become very different, very important, especially when you want to compare a population. And then natural exposure. If somebody tells you the efficacy of BCG globally, it varies from negative, which means it's actually bad, to almost 80%. And that variability, you realize how it's linked to the environment. So some hypotheses have led to maybe in the tropics where the environment could lead to mycobacteria and other types of exposure, helminth, it may lead to less efficacy of the BCG and other vaccines. Time to post-vaccination, that becomes important because the kinetics of immune response, as Lisa showed, it goes up, goes down, need boosting in some cases. So the time post-vaccination where the immune response is reported is very important. Of course, immune deficiency is so important because the immune cells that you are targeting in immunodeficient hosts, the numbers and the quality of those cells that need to see the antigens are very different to non-immune deficient hosts. Types and dose of the vaccine, route of administration, that has been talked about. And I think I'm on time to end my talk. Thank you very much. So we will take questions. You can guide us with taking the questions. One.
Okay, thank you, Ben, for that presentation. So now we will have a couple of minutes for questions and discussions. Yeah, over.
Donc, c'est Dr Haddad, donc NITAC Tunisie. Concernant ma question, c'est pour la deuxième, en fait, la dernière présentation. Et c'est plus un commentaire qu'une question. Vous avez donc parlé, vous avez pris les 3 exemples de l'hépatite A, de la rougeole. C'est en fait pour partager avec vous l'expérience tunisienne concernant donc l'hépatite A. En fait, dans les années 80, les études sérologiques ont montré qu'environ 90% des enfants de moins de 5 ans étaient immunisés ou étaient exposés. Et au fil du temps, ces dernières années, nous avons fait des études en 2014-2015 et nous avons trouvé qu'il y a eu un changement très important du profil sérologique de l'hépatite A. À titre d'exemple, entre 5 et 9 ans, seuls 16% étaient immunisés, entre 10 et 14 ans, 45%, et entre 15 et 19 ans, 65%. Et donc, nous avons commencé à avoir quelques épidémies dans les écoles, en particulier vers l'âge de 5-6 ans, et ça nous a incité donc à démarrer la vaccination. Donc, le DITAG a proposé aux décideurs donc d'introduire le vaccin de l'hépatite A au début dans les écoles, vers l'âge de 6 ans, et depuis 4 ans maintenant, nous avons introduit donc le vaccin de l'hépatite A à l'âge de 1 et 6 ans. Donc, c'était juste un commentaire pour vous donner l'exemple de l'importance des études sérologiques et dans le cas bien particulier de l'hépatite A. Voilà, merci.
Thank you for sharing that experience. Very much appreciated. Can I just ask a question to you on that?
Yes.
In terms of the dose schedule that you use in Tunisia, is it 2 dose or 1 dose? Oh, perfect. And I'm asking that because initially the recommendation was to use 2 dose. But again, new evidence is showing that immunologically, actually 1 dose, you get quite good immune responses, which is long lasting and protective. Excellent.
Merci, professeur Hassani du Maroc. Mes questions, j'ai 2 questions pour Lisa et un commentaire pour, par la suite. Pour la vaccination, à partir de 6 mois pour la rougeole, on va en cas d'épidémie, c'est ce qui a été présenté dans la seconde présentation. Est-ce que c'est une sollicitation de cette immunité hybride? Parce qu'ils sont en pleine épidémie, donc ils pourront être malades éventuellement et être vaccinés éventuellement. Et c'est uniquement pour booster une immunité collective. Est-ce que c'est bien le cas? La deuxième question, pour les voies d'administration, tout ce qui est nasal ou bien spray, est-ce que c'est pour plus solliciter les maltes, mucosal associated lymphocytes, ou bien c'est uniquement une voie parce que l'excipient, c'est une voie simple, c'est une voie. Donc, est-ce que c'est pour solliciter le malt ou bien c'est pour la facilité? Et le commentaire, je pense que en discutant tout à l'heure sur l'éventualité d'avoir un immunologiste dans un NITAG. Je pense que l'immunologie est tellement complexe, et je félicite Lisa pour la clarté de son exposé, parce que les immunologues ont la fâcheuse habitude de compliquer l'immunologie. Vous l'avez facilité, je vous en félicite. Donc, je disais que dans un NITAG, il faut que les gens aient une formation commune de base pour tout le monde, mais qu'il y ait un spécialiste d'immunologie, pour la simple raison, parce que même si le système immunitaire est assez explicite, il reste toujours pour chaque germe, pour chaque cellule, pour chaque anticorps, des spécificités particulières. Le cas étant, pour le tétanos, on injecte la mère pour envoyer des anticorps chez l'enfant pour le protéger à la naissance, et que pour la rougeole, on éloigne la vaccination de l'enfant parce que les anticorps de la mère qui passent sont neutralisants, et que pour la coqueluche, les anticorps ne passent pas. Donc, chaque germe agit d'une manière différente. On doit connaître les bases de l'immunologie, mais on doit avoir un immunologiste pour mieux comprendre les spécificités de chaque germe. Je vous en remercie.
So before we started this session, Elisa and I had an agreement that hard questions will be directed to her. And simple ones to me. So let's start with the measles one. And South Africa and NITAG are here, they can guide us. So the way the decision was made to switch from 9 months to 6 months, it was a decision that was pretty much forced because the vaccine that was being used, the manufacturer could not be able to provide to the Department of Health. And the alternative vaccines that was available, there was no data showing that it could be co-administered with any other vaccine. So as a result, the South African NITAG recommended, okay, given that, you know, the epidemiology of the disease we see sometimes also happens early, let's bring the vaccination to an early age. So it is not part of the hybrid immunity. You would want to make sure that you protect these young ones before outbreaks happens and they get infected. In terms of how it's administered, Greg, you are a measles fundi. Do you want to briefly comment in terms of the administration of the measles vaccine?
Yeah, Ben, I mean, it's given by injection. I mean, there have been clinical trials with respect to intranasal measles vaccines that have been done in Africa. And that process is still in development, but by far and large, throughout the world, it's by injection, both for measles on its own, MR or MMR.
Yeah. Thanks, Greg. Anyone who has experience on giving measles vaccine after natural infection, especially in young population? Anyone who would want to comment the experience in their country? No. Okay. And we appreciate, thanks for the kind comment about simplifying immunology. I think we try our best to do that. There's a question there. Oh, please.
Thank you so much. So I take the job. Thank you. No, I'm kidding. But I really agree with you. Like for me, I'm a TB, tuberculosis immunologist. I work on T cells, and I was telling Ben, this is the meeting of the year where I'm more scared because people ask me all sorts of questions, and I'm like, I know TB, you know, and I try to answer other questions, but it's really true. I think the difficult diseases are so difficult that you really need an expert, I think, in the room. And if you're, you know, consulted on a specific topic, it will be really beneficial to have an expert there. Quick comments on the rest of the questions. So I think to talk about hybrid immunity, you need to have breakthrough infection. So if, for example, the vaccine is so good to prevent infection, it's like the natural infection never happens. And so you might be stuck just with the vaccine-induced immunity, and vice versa. If you have natural immunity that's very good, and you use a live attenuated vaccine, it might neutralize the vaccine before anything happens. So for measles in particular, I don't know, because I know both the natural and vaccine-induced immunity are very good. And for the mucosal vaccination, that's a very big and very new field. Yeah, ideally one would like to induce the structures that you mentioned, the mild, like mucosal associated immune responses. But I think the idea is also to have a more diffuse immune response because those structures are very localized. And so you want to, for example, I can use now the tuberculosis example. You want to induce immunity in all of the lungs, not just in the one part where maybe the vaccine arrives. So the short answer is it's a very big field, and I don't think there is enough research done to answer that question properly.
Okay, let's take Nigeria, then we come to Mauritius, and then Gambia, and then Rebalas. Okay, how are you doing with time, Chair? Oh, I'm told we only have 4 minutes, so short questions.
Okay, I'll make it short, but I just have to thank you for the presentations. They were wonderful. Thank you so much. Now, first question. Why was the prevalence of SARS-CoV-2 lower in children? Immunological response. Let me finish all the questions. I don't have time. Sorry. And then also, why does it seem that the women who were vaccinated against measles as children confer less passive immunological protection to their offsprings than those who had natural infection. There's a paper to that, and I think you will know about that paper. Okay. Now, the other, well, I'll shorten the question, just one more. Could you explain why in co-administration, and this is important because in NITAG, we look at schedule all the time. In co-administration, we keep moving away from giving co-administering inactive and active vaccines, one, and two, if you give active vaccine, you want to wait for at least minimum of 21 days, maybe 28 days or even more in order to get an even better response. Am I clear what I'm trying to say? Inactive and inactive vaccines. you do get what I'm coming on. Okay.
Okay.
Live attenuated, inactive and live attenuated. You try not to give them together. And if you're going to immunize with live attenuated, you want to wait about a minimum of 28 days before you give it. I'm asking you this because of scheduling of vaccine, you know.
Yeah. Okay, Elisa is going to take the one for SARS-CoV-2. I'm going to take the
Oh,
other
that's
two.
quick. I don't know. I don't work on SARS.
Okay. So Elisa, I will just probe you on SARS-CoV-2. I mean, what do you think of some of the initial thinking that if you look at the cells that display the receptor, you know, which is ACE, was there some thinking that in terms of the visibility of that receptor in younger population was not as prominent as that of the older population?
I don't know. I don't
Right.
work on
We
COVID.
don't know.
I'm sorry.
We don't know. Okay, so for the measles question, so we do tend to see that natural immunity from measles infection tend to be, you know, it is a live virus with multiple antigens. So in terms of the diversity and the breadth of the response, it's much higher. But of course, you don't want to risk. That's why you need to vaccinate and not wait to be naturally infected. But also, we've always said that sometimes vaccines are the victims of their own success because you have excellent measles vaccination program. It means that there is no outbreaks. There is no natural exposure to measles after the vaccination. And we know that measles vaccine-induced immunity, childhood, with time, it wanes. And the level of maternal antibodies that you're going to give. And in some cases, especially in Africa, you can throw in HIV infection. That strength of antibodies not as the titer levels that the mother transmits to the fetus and subsequently to the newborn is not as high. So that's why the thinking of that natural exposure is important because it keeps on boosting the vaccine-induced immunity, resulting to higher titers being passed to the fetus. The co-administration of live and inactivated or any other type. I think we had a talk on adverse event following immunization with live attenuated vaccines. Because it's live and it stays in the body for long, I think you don't want to have a challenge with not being able to differentiate causality of what is causing the problem. So immunologically, I would think I wouldn't want to, even in pregnancy, you don't want to give a live vaccine because the way the vaccine is designed is that it stays in the body for long. And you want at least the body to finish processing it before you start coming with another antigen to make sure that we do not have sort of in case there's a reaction, you can be able to distinguish, or you'll not be able to distinguish between which vaccine caused the adverse reaction. But I'm not 100% sure the answer. It's my thought. All right. The last, is any other question? Okay, so we're gonna go to Mauritius, then to Reba, and then we go for lunch. Okay. Mauritius, Gambia, Reba, and lunch. Sounds good? Okay.
Okay. My question is both to Prof. Ben and Prof. Eliza. Eliza, is that I wanted to know exactly what is happening in Asia right now. There's a resurgence of COVID cases there, and I wanted to know whether it is associated with the types of vaccine that they had administrated there, or is it that with a dosage, or is it there is something that is concerned with hybrid immunizations?
I don't know. Do you know? What's happening? Do you want to tell us what's happening in Asia?
There are cases which are reported in Asia of COVID cases.
Uh-huh.
So I wanted to know what are the things that is happening there.
Improve surveillance. We spoke about this morning. I mean, is it a real increase or is it just better surveillance?
Yeah.
That's the question that needs to be answered.
Yeah. Thanks. Could be they are picking up more cases than the one in Peking. I think thanks, Greg. Gambia?
Thank you very much. My question is on yellow fever. Initially, it's given at 9 months, then a booster at 10 years. Now it is one for life. Then again, a positive case of yellow fever is now interpreted in the light of vaccine status. So my question is it as a response of immune response longevity or vaccine efficacy? Because I'm trying to read through literatures, I really can't understand. Once you're vaccinated and PRNT is positive, IgM is positive, it is considered discarded. So I really cannot get more literature on it. Thank you.
Yeah. So most of the long-term immunological responses evidence we have is from adult data. Okay. And because Africa and potentially some countries in South America are the ones that routinely use yellow fever vaccine in children, I think we need more data. So there is general acceptance that the seroconversion rate following vaccination with yellow fever is very high. Pretty much almost everybody responds to it. And it's one of the most efficacious vaccine. But I think, and I think we started to see some data from Ghana, from Nigeria, and I think a few other West African countries. There are some data suggesting maybe with routine childhood vaccine with yellow fever, the longevity of the immune responses may not be long lasting as that we see in adult. So it is an area that more data need to be generated in the context of childhood vaccine. So please help us generate that data in Gambia. We know you've got excellent infrastructure to do vaccine impact assessment and laboratories. And we're going to be partnering with you soon on TB model-based vaccine research, so we can discuss more on that. Final comment from Guinea. You're the one who is keeping people from going for lunch, eh?
Tout de suite, I'm going to switch in French.
Okay.
C'est juste pour faire peut-être un commentaire à la question du docteur qui posait la question de savoir
pourquoi on mettait un délai entre l'administration d'un vaccin vivant et un vaccin peut-être tué ou non vivant. En fait, la question serait de savoir, c'est pour éviter parfois les présentations croisées. Parce que la cellule qui va présenter l'antigène, si elle croise les deux antigènes, elle peut présenter les deux antigènes. Et vous allez avoir peut-être un système immunitaire qui va être produit, mais qui ne sera pas aussi efficace contre l'antigène cible. Donc, pour éviter d'avoir une présentation croisée dans le domaine de la vaccination, vaut mieux laisser un délai de 3 semaines à 1 mois pour avoir d'abord le premier impact et ensuite le second impact.
I agree. And it's also that I think it depends which kind of immune response you want. So live attenuated vaccines can have a very strong effect also in the environment, in the body, like around them, and they can shape which kind of immune response you get. So for example, if a live attenuated vaccine induces a Th1 response, but you want a Th2 response from your inactivated one, if you give them together, they may interfere in addition to what you said, that I agree.
It also depends on the population you're dealing with. Because if you have populations that are hard to reach, you're going to have missed opportunities arising. And in those situations, giving a live vaccine with a killed vaccine is of no consequence at all from a clinical perspective.
Thank you, Ben and Elisa, for that great session. Before we go for lunch, please, can we just go downstairs for a family picture? Please, colleagues will help you guys find your way where we need to take the picture. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm just gonna see now if the Wi-Fi, the boarding partnership, because we just have one online person on the back. Yeah, exactly. Is it still like that today now?
No,
Or
no,
was it
that's
better?
it.
Are you just feeling a bit
No, no.
down?
But I think I wasn't wearing a jacket yesterday.
Yeah. Great.
Sorry, everyone. They are taking the picture now, no? So if you can please help us take the picture and move your way out of the venue, as in start leaving the venue and go towards the picture.
No, I think those whenever up to you. Well,
Oh, you're not going on that?
not now. I'm gonna go a bit later. Once the session starts at 2, yeah. No. No, no, no. No, no, no. Is he first? He's first, eh? So if you can you if there's no research themselves, then I'll leave it there. Yeah. Hello, Elodie. Who yourself?
Yes, lastminute.com.
Yeah, we have. Everyone's at the moment, do you not want to take lunch? Yeah. So these are the nighttime tables
Yeah.
up until there, basically.
Okay.
All of those on it's just this one on the right that's not night tag. And then the rest are night tag.
So, nothing that you need to say.
Yeah, you can drop it at
Okay,
that.
yeah.
Okay.
There's people in the sporting table, very special, right? Those people in the very special.
Hi, Salim. Hi, everyone. Afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How are we doing this afternoon? So I'm trying to look out for which table is complete and where I'm going to assign points and where I'll deduct points. So who am I awarding for being on time? They still have two seats empty there.
Il faut voir de ce
No,
côté-là.
I was paying attention because I was the first one back in here. So I was paying attention on who came in first. And it was these ladies here who were in first.
Kate?
Yes. So I'm giving Cabo Verde 2 points for being on time. Yeah. So I'm giving them 2 points. And I'm going to take away 2 points from Mauritania and Guinea. Because none of them are here. So I'll take away from Mauritania and Guinea for being late for our session. So in the interest of time, we will start our session, and I have my dear friend here to give us a short energizer just to make sure we're fully alert. So please, let's pay attention, let's listen in, and then we start our session.
Hey everyone, I'm Julia. Hey. We're gonna do a short energizer to get your bodies fresh and moving, and mind, of course. How many of you people have ever been to a sports event? Yeah, soccer, football, rugby, basketball. Let's say majority, okay. So we're gonna start doing some waves. Do you know what is waves? All right, we're gonna start from this side. They're gonna be the one initiating. When the wave, wave moves and comes to you, when the wave hits your table, you stand up and do this. Woo! And we're gonna go around until the last table has also been able to stand up. Okay? So the more waves we do, the faster we get to the presentations, okay? So we're gonna start here on the side. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Woo! And then back, then back, then back. Woo! Again. Yes. Woo! Woo! Yay. Good job, everyone.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you, Julia. So I think before I bring in the next session, please let's pay attention. Just by way of introduction, my name is Mumbi Chola. I'm part of the NITAG from Zambia. I'm not officially part of this training, but I'm here to just observe and also part of some other activities that we are doing with the niche team. I did this course about 2 years back, so I'm very familiar with the scoring and deduction of points, hence me being, yeah, and I must say I was in the team that won the points and all that last time around. But I'll hand over to Kenilio to take us through the next session. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, everybody, welcome back. So we continue again with the introduction of another NITEC team. And this time around, we have Mauritius to introduce themselves. And they will have 10 minutes. They will have 10 minutes to present and then 5 minutes for you guys to ask them questions. And please, let's make sure that we share the 5 minutes equally for the questions. You want to use that one or this?
So thank you everybody for having me. Good afternoon. So I'll be talking about the NITAG of Mauritius. It's called MONITAG. It was set up in 2019. We were actually trained in 2018 and then we got approval in 2019. We currently have 23 members, and as you can see, 9 members joined the last 6 months, so there was quite a bit of change recently, and 13 members have been trained in ETL. The recommendations made in 2024, so this is in reverse chronological order. October 2024, we discussed vaccination schedule post-transplant. So renal transplant is a bit new in the country in a certain sense. And there were questions about what vaccine to give to our transplant patients. In August 2024, we discussed the Mpox vaccine, how to deploy, who to vaccinate first and second, so the deployment plan. In July 2024, the NITAC looked at the specifications of the MMR vaccine. So there was a question about the gerylin component of the MMR vaccine. Some people in the public question the side effects from that gerylin composition. So we had to relook at the specifications. In April 2024, we didn't actually take any decisions, but we discussed the need for pneumococcal vaccines, the Prevnar in the elderly, and vaccination using varicella in children. So this is part of the ongoing discussion currently in the NITAG as well, the use of the Prevnar and varicella. We're not using it currently in the country, at least in the public sector on a large scale because of the cost. And recently we are getting questions about COVID-19. As you're aware, there is a wave in the world. Potentially it could be due to increased surveillance also, we're not sure. But there are increased cases of COVID-19 being reported in China with the new variant, the NB variant, instead of the JN variant. And cases in India, cases in Singapore, and now the NB variant has moved to France as well. So we have a lot of UTI currently in Mauritius, URTI, I mean, upper respiratory tract infections, flu-like symptoms, and I think multiple countries in the world are facing this. And we're moving in the winter, so the question has been, should we do or should we not do COVID-19 vaccines? The plan policy questions in 2025, 2026, we do not have much of a roadmap or much of a plan per se. We already looked at chikungunya. You may be aware the Indian Ocean islands are facing chikungunya outbreaks right now, started at La Réunion, moved to Mauritius, now Mayotte has it also. So this happened in 2005, 2006, and there is a fear in the world that this is going to move to the east part of Africa and then move on to Europe as well eventually in the coming months. So the question was whether we should introduce chikungunya vaccine or not. So we had to take it up at the NITAG level. We did discuss the dengue vaccine, which is on and off a topic in the country. The year membership to GNN, not a member at the time that I wrote this PowerPoint, we were not a member, now we are a member. So I think there's an email from Alana or something, and we filled in a form, and now so we're a member. NITAG's strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats, the SWOT analysis. In terms of the strength, MONITAG is a recognized body within the Ministry of Health. We have very good working relationship with the World Health Organization. We have a diversity of skills in our NITAG. We are quite proactive whenever there is public health emergency issues. So if everything is calm, we're not asked to do much. We're not very proactive, but whenever there's an issue, we will be there. Availability of local data, we have it. We have a good lab strength as well. So we have surveillance, we have the CDCU, which gives us our data. Some of the weaknesses, we don't have free access to published literature, but Niche, as you all are aware, we can send them an email and then they will provide us with literature if we need to. Lack of staff to follow the ETR process. So we're trying to do our best to follow it, but we don't have enough staff, like many of the NITAGs as we have seen during their presentations. Untimely access to data, and this is not from the lab. The lab immediately informs us, the Central Health Lab in Mauritius, but this is from the clinicians. Sometimes there are outbreaks ongoing in the community. We're not aware of it until much later. And issues accessing data from the private sector, limited secretariat support, not fully established. So the secretariat is part-time and they don't have really independent funding. Like many other NITAGs as well, issues with funding, we have heard this, and meetings are held in ad hoc manner. So some of the opportunities, training, like here, we are here to train. So this is an opportunity for us, and support from the NITAGs, like the twinning surveys that we have had. I've seen some of the countries are involved with twinning. Some of the threats, members are changed multiple times, and Ministry of Health have its own vaccine committees. They have their technical working groups, example, working on polio and the measles. So sometimes they can do the work of NITAG separately. Key expectations, I think everybody here is aware, sharing of experience, fostering of collaboration, looking at vaccinology. We have already had courses today on vaccinology, and looking at ETR, we had courses yesterday on ETR. So this is the scores. We went through the niche courses, the 4 courses on online, and some of the scores, the feedback is here.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mauritius.
Thank you.
So he did the presentation in record time. That gives us 10 minutes for questions. So we have 10 minutes, meaning 10 minutes to be shared, not 10 minutes for one night tag to ask questions. All right, who would like to go first? Okay, your one question.
Thank you so much, Mauritania. Mauritius, this is also a very nice for other NG tags to learn the lesson. I only have one area that catch my attention that has to do with the rewritten of the specification for MMR. So my worry is, when was the first specification given, and what informed the rewritten of the specification for MMR? Thank you, and over.
Wonderful.
Thank you for the question. We have a pharmacist from Mauritius. So the question is, do you have an idea when the first specification for the MMR vaccine was written for Mauritius? No.
No, I have no idea.
Okay, so we don't have any idea. So I think it's been written maybe 20 years ago, around 2005, 2006. There was an issue at that time when one of the patients who received the MMR vaccine was apparently a VIP's son, and he basically got a syncope after the MMR vaccine, and they started questioning the component, the gerylin component in that MMR vaccine, and this became a real issue in the nation. So they had to redo the specifications. Before that, we had another specifications that was written probably in the 1990s. So in the mid 2000s, we changed it, and now the problem that we had last year with the MMR vaccine is we could not get the one that we were buying from that company because it was not available on the market. So we had to change to a new batch that contained generulin now. And that was the issue. Should we or should we not change to the new batch that contains the gerulin? That was the policy question that we had to answer.
Wonderful. Next question. Again, Nigeria. Okay, let me quickly go to South Africa. If there's time, I'll come back to you. South Africa, please go.
Thanks for the presentation. Just reflecting on the threat that you mentioned, that the ministry sometimes use separate task teams to address certain vaccine questions. What's the rationale for that, and why wouldn't it be that the requests would come to the NITAG, or that those discussions would have happen within the NITAG?
So I think what happened is our NITAG is a bit young in a certain sense. So before the NITAG was established, we already had these technical working groups working on polio and measles. So they already had their terms of reference, and they were already working on elimination of these diseases. Now that we set up in 2019 the NITAG, the question was, how do we separate the responsibilities in between the NITAG and the other working groups? And we do not want to interfere because they also have senior people who are above, some of them are above us, so we cannot interfere in their work in certain sense. And for us, it's a blessing in disguise because they're also doing our work. So, so we're letting them be, and I think it's a good thing. And eventually, we should be collaborating a little bit more in the future. Yeah.
Great. Okay, I'm gonna come back to you because no one is raising their hand.
Sorry, I think the question has been overtaken by events. I'm actually going to ask about that threat and how they are going to address it going forward because of the need for the independence of the NITAG. Thank you.
Did you get the question?
Yes. So yes, related to that question regarding the threat, and I think yes, the collaboration is what we're looking forward to. Although I'm not sure when it will happen and if it will happen, but I mean we are all colleagues there anyway. We are also working in the Ministry of Health. Most of us. We have some people from the private sector also working with us, but not enough. But since all of us are working together anyway, so we're kind of collaborating directly or indirectly.
All right, we have a question from, yes, go ahead.
J'ai remarqué qu'en 2024, vous avez fait une recommandation sur le vaccin de la dengue. Quelle est votre situation épidémiologique à l'île Maurice?
Donc, en ce qui concerne la dengue, peut-être que vous savez déjà, on a eu une épidémie en 2023. On avait eu des épidémies avant 2023 aussi, assez récemment. Mais en 2023, c'était une épidémie qui a débuté. En 2024, c'était assez une grande épidémie dans l'île. Partout dans l'île, on a eu pas mal de personnes qui étaient affectées. C'est pour ça qu'on a considéré le vaccin de la dengue, mais on ne va pas le prendre pour l'instant. On attend un peu plus de données. Je pense que vous aussi, dans votre pays, vous avez peut-être les mêmes questions et vous n'utilisez pas peut-être, je ne sais pas trop, à Capoverde, mais dans notre pays, pour l'instant, on ne l'utilise pas. Hein. Merci.
Yeah, thank you very much for a very good presentation. I saw that you had some discussions about vaccination of the adults with the PCV. Could you just give us a little bit more details on what was the discussion about and what was the ask from the Minister of Health? Thank you.
So we introduced the pneumococcal conjugate vaccine for all our children in 2017, 2016 in our EPI program. So all our children who are born, virtually almost all of them, at least in the public sector, we are vaccinating them with the Prevnar vaccine, the Prevnar 13. So the question was in 2018, we got a question at that point, it was the pneumococcal technical working group. There was no MONITAG at that time. So we were asked whether to start vaccinating adults. And some of us, including myself, we recommended basically to vaccinate the elderly and people with comorbidities. We are already vaccinating people who have splenectomies and stuff like this. So HIV patients, some of them are already getting their vaccinations, but the adult and the dialysis and some of the other patients are not getting the vaccines. So we wanted to expand it, but the decision was not to do it because of the price. So we have tried to put it on the agenda of the NITAG repeatedly, and I think in 2023 there was a political will, kind of group of people who were interested in that vaccine. So we introduced it once again, we discussed it, we rediscussed it in 2024, but there's still issues about the pricing and the finance. And now there's the 21 valent vaccine coming on. So we had a presentation recently together with the NITAG members, but also with other people, other stakeholders, about the 21 valent vaccine that we're discussing whether to introduce or not, but that's even more expensive. But the question, I think yesterday, there was discussion on this, that whether the 10 valent or 13 valent might not be available in the coming years. They might remove it from the market. So maybe we should move on to another valent vaccine for pneumococcus. Yeah, that's what the discussion.
We have last question from Tunisie.
Merci. Je suis infectiologue, membre de NITAG Tunisie. Je vous félicite pour la qualité de votre présentation et j'ai une remarque concernant la vaccination contre la varicelle pour les enfants. Donc, votre politique vaccinale, ça va être élargi pour tous les enfants. Et qu'en pensez-vous pour la vaccination contre le zona? Merci.
Oui, c'est encore en discussion. Donc, il y a pas mal de personnes qui pensent qu'on doit commencer la vaccination pour les enfants contre la varicelle. Mais on le fait déjà dans le privé, hein, les pédiatres en privé le font, hein, c'est pas un souci. Mais encore une fois, c'est un problème en ce qui concerne les finances au côté secteur public, parce que c'est le ministère de la Santé gratuitement qui donne tous ces vaccins à tout le monde. Donc ça devient un petit souci. En ce qui concerne le zona, on n'a pas pris cette question pour l'instant, parce qu'on pense avant tout, il faudra commencer à vacciner les enfants, et puis on va considérer les personnes plus âgées avec les zona et tout ça. Ouais. Merci.
Great. Thank you so much, Mauritius. That brings us to the end of their introduction. And now I am going to hand you back to Mumba.
All right, thank you very much, Keneliwe and the Mauritius team. I'm officially appointing myself as an honorary member of the Mauritius NITAG. Yes, so, oh, they want an extra point. All right, so I think our next presentation is virtual. We have Professor Charles Wisonge, who's going to take us through the next session. I believe if we were to go through his bio, we will not have time for him to go through the presentation, but I must mention that he was Elizabeth's PhD supervisor. So I'll hand over to Professor Wisonge to take us through the next session. Professor Charles, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I will share my screen. Okay. And I would go now to PowerPoint, to presentation mode. Just confirm that you are seeing the correct one, what you would like to see from your side. Do I need to switch, or are you seeing the correct version from your side?
We can see.
Charles, we can hear you very clearly. We can see your screen.
Okay. Let me try. Let me increase my. Well, can you hear me now? I was asking if you can see the correct version of the slides, but let me try again. Can you see the correct version of the slides?
We see endemic diseases in Africa, vaccine preventable diseases. Is that what you want to share?
Ben, you are very far. I can't hear.
Prof, can you put it on slide mode, presentation mode?
It is in presentation mode now. So what are you seeing? Are you seeing the two slides?
We are seeing vaccine preventable disease.
No. Are you seeing two slides? Or okay, I'm going to switch now.
Yes.
And I'm going to swap view now. Is that what you want to see?
Yeah, that's fine. Fine now.
Okay. Very often people say fine, but then you still see
it's fine now.
but it's actually not in the right mode. Is it in the right mode?
Yes, it's in the right mode now.
Okay. Thank you so much. So I assume that you are seeing only one slide. You are not seeing the two with the next slide showing. So thank you so much for inviting me to talk. I see that you've given me 1 hour. So I have 100 slides, and I'm sure I will fill the 1 hour very well. So I'm going to talk about the world before vaccines, the onset of immunization programs, immunization in the last 50 years, a special supplement on immunization at 50 in Africa that is we've launched in the Pan-African Medical Journal, a truly African journal. Then about the immunization agenda 2030, focusing on Africa. And I will talk about some selected achievements and challenges in Africa. And I'll talk about the immunization policy framework that my colleague Sidi Ndiaye has already talked about. And I will conclude by calling for everybody to adopt system-oriented immunization decision-making. And I just want you to confirm that you are still seeing the correct version of the slides.
Yes, we can confirm that.
Okay, thank you. So it is easy to forget that diseases like polio, yellow fever, cholera, and smallpox used to cause millions of deaths in many parts of the world that are now virtually free of these diseases. thanks to immunization. In 1974, for example, a smallpox epidemic in India claimed 15,000 lives. Thanks to vaccination, smallpox was eradicated just 5 years after this. 30 years ago, polio was endemic in 125 countries. Now it's only endemic in parts of 2. And thanks to widespread vaccination, more than 20 million people who would otherwise have been paralyzed by polio are able to walk today. I don't need to remind you about the flu pandemic of 1918 to 1920. There were no vaccines, and more than 50 million people died. This slide shows the first immunization schedule that was published by WHO in 1961, and it called for vaccination of both infants and adolescents. In 1974, at the World Health Assembly, and that was at a plenary on the 23rd of May, 1974, just slightly above 51 years now, the member states recognized the immense contribution of immunization, the lack of access in many parts of the world, and the remaining potential for disease control. And they recommended that member states should have immunization and surveillance programs against 7 diseases, 6 of which we still have now, and in addition to that, at the time there was smallpox. They requested WHO to intensify its work on vaccines and immunization, and specifically to support member states with technical assistance on quality, affordable supply, increased supply of vaccines and local production, research on vaccines and immunization programs, and the conduct of education on design and implementation, and to establish a voluntary fund for immunization and to report back to the World Health Assembly every year. And the World Health Assembly is currently going on now. Fast forward 50 years, and immunization has saved more than 150 million lives. More than 50 million of these have been on the African continent. And the benefits of vaccination actually go up to and beyond 50 years. Measles vaccination has accounted for 60% of the lives saved due to immunization. 40% of the reduction in infant deaths over the last 50 years globally have been due to vaccination. And in Africa, this goes up higher. More than 50% of the reduction in infant deaths in Africa have been due to vaccination. And more than 10 billion years of full health has been gained due to vaccination. I talked about the eradication of smallpox. This has been a monumental triumph where we went from a disease that affected many millions of people to an eradicated disease whose legacy continues to inform outbreak responses, including Ebola, Mpox, and the other diseases today. What I didn't tell you yet is that Greg was one of my first and most influential vaccinology teachers. So anything I say here for which you need to ask a question, Greg will answer that for you, Professor Hasse. So I actually first saw the photo of Ali Mao Malin from Greg, and this was the last case of smallpox on the 26th of October, 1977. We have also had great success with the second disease, polio, where we've gone from 99% of the world, we have gone to a reduction of more than 99% of cases. And now more than 99.9% of the world's population live in areas of the world that are free of the wild polio virus. Also, during the last 50 years, the number of vaccine-preventable diseases has massively expanded from 7 vaccine-preventable diseases in 1974, and these were pertussis, tetanus, polio, measles, diphtheria, and smallpox, to more than 13 now across the life course. And beyond the 13 global vaccine-preventable diseases, we have more than 20 context-specific vaccine-preventable diseases, including diseases like yellow fever and malaria, which are endemic to Africa. Currently, the adult vaccine portfolio is also likely to expand because there is a robust pipeline with a broad number of pathogens, some that would be game-changing, like tuberculosis and HIV, and many that would require developing combination vaccines. For the last 50 years, there has also been stimulation by immunization of innovation in technology. Going from the 1970s, when the platforms that we have were live-attenuated vaccines, whole cell-killed inactivated vaccines, toxoid, to now, in the 2010s, when we had the first viral vector vaccine, which was Ebola, and now with mRNA vaccine, we have microRNA patches that are well advanced in development and new adjuvants. So immunization is a smart investment. I know that everybody in this meeting today, including the NITACs, know that. So I'm preaching to the converted. But preaching to the converted is what we do every day. Preachers preach the converted because they want to reassure themselves and their congregants that they are on the right track, that nobody should deceive them to leave that track. So we are on the right track. Immunization is a smart investment, and everybody needs to be an advocate of immunization. Invest $1 on immunization, and you get a return of between $20 and more than $50, depending on how you calculate that. Let's look at the past 50 years, how immunization has evolved to drive equity and access and widening the ability to prevent disease. We talked already about 1974 when the EPI was introduced. In the 1980s, where there was widespread implementation in many countries, the Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, being launched in 2000. And starting in 2006, there have been various immunization strategies, including the Immunization Agenda 2030 that we have now. And of course, in our region, on the continent, we have the Addis Declaration on Immunization, which was endorsed by heads of states in 2017. Let's talk about the Immunization Agenda 2030. It sets a unifying vision for the decade aligned with Sustainable Development Goals and with clear impact goals. The vision of the Immunization Agenda 2030, as we all know, is a world where everyone, everywhere, at every age, fully benefits from vaccines for good health and well-being. There are 3 impact goals. 1, reduce mortality and morbidity from vaccine-preventable diseases for across the life course. 2, leave no one behind by increasing equitable access and use of new vaccines and existing vaccines. And 3, to ensure good health and well-being for everyone by strengthening immunization within primary health care and contributing to universal health coverage and sustainable development. A few days ago, one of my colleagues, Amos Petu, led this paper that was published a few days ago, reflecting on the 50 years on immunization in Africa. At the upper part of this slide, you see the various milestones that I've talked about. On the lower part, these are the milestones that are specific for Africa. I want to cite one. In 2010, the meningococcal air conjugate vaccine was introduced, and it has led to the elimination of meningococcal serogroup A meningitis in the African meningitis belt. Fast forward to 2021, the framework for the implementation of the Immunization Agenda 2030 was adopted at the Regional Committee for Africa. What this reflection by Amos and colleagues, what they show is that there has been remarkable achievements like the near eradication of polio and the introduction of new vaccines. But millions of children still remain unvaccinated and undervaccinated. Therefore, this milestone of 50 years is not just a time for celebration. It is also a call for action. We must leverage innovations, strengthen primary healthcare system, address vaccine hesitancy, and invest sustainably to ensure no African is left behind. In order to celebrate these 50 years of immunization, there's a special supplement that we are currently implementing, leading in the Pan-African Medical Journal, a truly African journal, to mark the 50 years of immunization in Africa. This is a link, and I call on everyone at this meeting, NITACs, EPI managers, all the researchers, everybody, international organization, to NGOs, please submit at least one paper to this supplement. Let's see how we have done with the Immunization Agenda 2030 in the whole African region. In 2021, there was a framework for the implementation of the Immunization Agenda 2030, which was adopted at the 71st Regional Committee for Africa. Last year, in August 2024, a report was submitted to ministers of health, and they reviewed and provided recommendations on how we could improve the work of immunization in our region. The Immunization Agenda 2030 and its framework in the region is being used by countries to develop national immunization strategies, and many countries in the region already have their finalized national immunization strategies. These are strategic documents that cover a period of up to about 5 years. The framework for the implementation of the Immunization Agenda 2030 has 5 targets for the year 2030, which are listed here. There were also 5 milestones for 2023. I would go through each of them and indicate how far we have gone. The first milestone was that 30% of countries, of member states, would have achieved 90% coverage with vaccines nationally and in all districts. By the end of 2023, only 1 country had done this. The second one was that all member states would have introduced COVID-19 vaccination and achieved 70% coverage in prioritized risk groups. 46 of the 47 countries have introduced, but only 11 countries achieved the target. It was expected that by 2023, all member states would have maintained polio-free status and control circulating vaccine-derived polio outbreaks. But while all 47 countries have maintained the polio-free status, there are still many countries that have outbreaks of circulating vaccine-derived polioviruses. It was expected that by 2023, at least 90% of member states would have validated the elimination of maternal and neonatal tetanus. At least for that one, we are on track. Currently, 43 countries have been validated for the elimination of maternal and neonatal tetanus. It was expected that at least 40% of member states would have been verified for the elimination of measles and rubella, and 20 for hepatitis B. No country has attained this. Let's look a bit at the immunization coverage. The goal of the Immunization Agenda 2030 is to make vaccination available to everyone, everywhere. This chart shows diphtheria, tetanus, and pertussis containing vaccine first dose and third dose, DTP1 and DTP3, coverage trends, the number of 0-dose children, and the dropout rate. In 2023, DTP3 coverage was 83%. The number of children who missed out on any vaccine, the zero-dose children, were 7.3 million in 2022 and 6.7 million in 2023. DTP3 coverage remains relatively constant within 1% of 74% in 2023, leaving 9.9 million children vulnerable to vaccine-preventable diseases. DTP1 coverage was 83% in 2023, was the same value in 2019. So at least for DTP3, we have gone back, we've restored the coverage to where we were in 2019. But the number of children vaccinated with DTP1 increased by 5% from 30.5 million in 2019 to 32 million in 2023. The number of surviving infants increased by approximately 6% from 36.6 million in 2019 to 38.7 million in 2023. Also in 2023, 1.5 million children were vaccinated, more children were vaccinated than in 2019. However, in 2023, there were 2.1 million more surviving infants than in 2019. For us to increase coverage, the number of children vaccinated must increase at a faster rate than population increases. This is the same picture for DTP3, still showing that although we are vaccinating more children every year in the region, we are not vaccinating as fast as the population increase. And that is why our coverage continues to stagnate. This chart shows DTP3 coverage in countries in the region, from the lowest to the highest. The rank of the top 10 countries with the most unvaccinated and undervaccinated children based on absolute numbers. In 2023, DTP3 coverage ranged from 42% in the Central African Republic to 97% in the Seychelles. 16 of the 47 countries had coverage of at least 90%. Nigeria had DTP3 coverage of 62%, but also had the highest absolute number of unvaccinated children and undervaccinated children in the region, followed by the DRC. In 2023, the Big Catch-up Initiative was launched with 3 objectives. Objective 1 was to catch up missed children, with the aim of reaching children who missed vaccination during 2020 to 2022, some of which were due to the pandemic. Objective 2 was to restore immunization programs by restoring routine immunization coverage back to at least 2019 levels. And Objective 3 was to strengthen immunization programs by strengthening immunization systems within primary healthcare to improve program resilience and to resume the trajectory of the Immunization Agenda 2030 goals. How have we done? The African region has gained traction through the Big Catch-up. In 2024 alone, at least 4 million children received their first dose of DTP in the region through the Big Catch-up initiative. 1.5 million received the third dose of DTP through the Big Catch-up. 2.5 million received their first dose of measles-containing vaccine through the Big Catch-up initiative. 3.7 million received their second dose of measles through the Big Catch-up initiative. 2.9 million children received a dose of the inactivated polio vaccine through the Big Catch-up initiative, and more than 1 million received the oral polio vaccine through the big catch-up. 3 countries did exceptionally well. These were Mozambique, Tanzania, and Nigeria. We've talked about the white polio virus. While we remain free of the white polio virus, as declared certified in August 2020, we still have outbreaks of circulating vaccine-derived polio virus. In 2022, there were 719 cases. In 2023, 506 cases. In 2024, 259 cases. And in 2025, so far, 47 cases. We can see a reduction. We are not yet there. We need to eliminate all these outbreaks. Regarding measles, we have an elimination goal where by 2030, we expect that 80% of countries would have attained measles rubella elimination. What would that look like? By then, we expect that all countries would have at least 95% coverage with the first dose and the second dose of measles-containing vaccine at national and district levels. We expect that more than 95% coverage in campaigns. We expect that by then, the incidence of measles would be less than 1 case per million, and we would achieve performance surveillance system. Regarding the introduction of measles second dose, there has been great progress, but there are still a few countries that have not yet introduced, like Central African Republic, Gabon, and South Sudan. There are 35, by the end of 2024, there were 35 countries out of the 47 that had introduced a rubella-containing vaccine. So there's still quite a bit of work to do. The coverage is not doing very well. So we have a lot of work to do to increase routine immunization coverage. However, in 2023 and 2024, a total of 164.8 million children were reached in 28 preventive campaigns and 6 outbreak response campaigns, measles campaigns. But the incidence of confirmed measles is still very high, as you can see from this slide, where there are many countries with more than 100 confirmed cases per million, leading to large and disruptive measles outbreaks. What is contributing to those outbreaks? We have chronically low routine immunization coverage. There are vaccine stockouts. There are humanitarian contexts with population displacement. Supplementary immunization activities have been delayed. There have been failure to fund supplementary immunization activities in middle-income countries. Measles susceptibility is still very high in school age groups and older ages, and there's lack of measles vaccine stockpile for rapid outbreak response. Various countries have programmed measles mass vaccination campaigns for the rest of this year. And we are providing support, and all partners are in for this, and we are hoping that the countries provide the leadership to continue with these supplementary immunization activities without delay. One of the biggest achievements over the last year has been the introduction of malaria vaccines. Currently, there are 20 countries on the African continent that are using malaria vaccines. These are 19 countries in WHO African region and 1 in the Eastern Mediterranean region. 3 countries have already introduced malaria vaccines this year. 13 introduced last year, in addition to the 3 that introduced malaria vaccines in 2019 as part of the pilot malaria vaccine implementation program. One thing that we're doing differently is to embed implementation research in immunization program. By providing capacity to countries to use implementation research to systematically explore and address complex contextual barriers that affect immunization programs. Dr. Sidindai have talked about the WHO immunization policy advisory groups. There are many NITAC members at this meeting. At the regional level, we have Regional Immunization Technical Advisory Group, the Regional Immunization Technical Advisory Group. And at the global level, we have the Strategic Advisory Group of Experts on Immunization. NITACs, the RITACs, and SAGE are interlinked. They are complementary, and there's two-way information exchange between these. One of my other passions, apart from immunization, is evidence-informed decision-making. And systematic reviews are very important in immunization policy-making. And this slide just shows the evidence hierarchy, which I know may have been shown in this meeting already. In conclusion, I want to call for an adoption of systems-oriented decision-making driven by high-quality, context-based evidence in order to improve immunization programs in our region. This would require strong collaboration between governments and local academic institutions to improve evidence generation for policymaking by leveraging systems thinking and implementation evidence in policymaking to enhance equity and sustainable development, and empowering communities to participate in evidence generation and policymaking actively, because high quality evidence is essential for policymaking. Before I thank you, I want to remind you of the special supplement marking 50 years of immunization programs in the Pan-African Medical Journals. This is the link, and I encourage all of you to submit an article. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much. Another round, please, for Professor Usonge. So, thank you, Sidi. So we'll take some questions for Professor Wisonge. We'll take maybe 10 minutes or so. So please, anyone with questions for Prof on his presentation. Yes, we have a question from Nigeria.
Thank you so much, Prof, for the wonderful presentation. I have a concern around the big catch-up. The evidence show that...
Please use the mic.
Yes. The evidence, is it clear now? The evidence show that majority of the children that are not vaccinated are within the COVID-19 era. And when you look at countries like Nigeria, the proportion of those children are very huge. Now, estimated vaccine required is so huge that the country co-financing is not able to catch up with this. What are other opportunities for countries like Nigeria to be able to factor into its immunization program the cohort of those children which are 12 to 49? We also know that there is zero-dose intervention, which focused on 12 to 23, but the larger proportion is found to be between 24 to 59 months. And this has been a worrisome issue for the country in terms of vaccine requirement, vaccine devices, and other logistics. Thank you, and over.
Did you get the question, Professor?
Yes, I got it, but it's a very difficult one. Yes, the amount of vaccine required is quite high. And you know, and I'm sure that in Nigeria, you already have these reflections, you've had this and how to get, but the resources for this is including especially the vaccines for these children. What I think is important is we may not vaccinate all those children at once. We may not have all the resources or the vaccines to vaccinate them, but it is important to start somewhere. Let's be realistic when we set up our plans for big catch-up on the number of children we can reach, and we don't need to reach all of this in 1 year. In countries like Nigeria and other countries, catch-up policies are being modified so that, because in most countries it used to be only up to catch up to 2 years, now extending up to 5 years. So this student, we can, with a good plan, we'll catch up some of them this year. Some of them will continue again all through the course of this year. And the big catch-up initiative shouldn't end just with the funding from Gavi, that and which is time limited up to the end of this year. Within countries, there need to be strong public-private partnerships, finding innovative ways of raising funds for both for the vaccines and for the operations for the big catch-up, which shouldn't end only when Gavi resources or the requirements from Gavi have come. I know I haven't answered your question very clearly, but the message is there need to be innovative solutions that are context-driven from the countries. There need to be strong public-private partnerships. We need to bring in more partners to our big catch-up and other immunization activities. And through that, we will find resources, both for the vaccines and for the operations.
Thank you. We have 2 more questions from Senegal, or 3. We'll start with Senegal and then Cameroon, and then we'll come to Guinea.
Oh, merci beaucoup. C'est Dr. Chimère Diaw, je suis de l'OMS, membre du secrétariat du CCVS. Je voulais revenir un peu sur les cas de poliovirus circulant dérivés des vaccins. Je pense qu'actuellement, nous continuons toujours d'observer des cas dans la sous-région, que ce soit au Sénégal, en Guinée, Côte d'Ivoire. Tous ces pays sont en train de riposter. Et donc, je pense que on a l'impression d'être dans un cercle. Chaque fois, le virus revient, on riposte, ça revient et ça ne s'arrête pas. Et on a l'impression d'observer une fatigue des pays par rapport à ces ripostes. Donc, actuellement, il y a le NOPV qui est utilisé pour la riposte. Quelles sont les assurances qu'on donne qu'on ne va pas observer des cas découlant de ce NOPV2 qui est utilisé comme nouveau vaccin pour les ripostes? Et comment l'OMS peut aider la sous-région à avoir des ripostes synchronisées pour éviter une dispersion des forces, mais également permettre d'avoir une réponse assez bien structurée, adaptée, et qui permettra un peu de vaincre un peu ces poliovirus circulants dérivés de nos vaccins. Voilà, merci.
Merci beaucoup. Je crois vous avez même donné les réponses à vos questions. Concernant le NOPV, on sait que c'est beaucoup plus stable que le OPV qu'on utilisait auparavant est que il y a moins de chances qu'on peut avoir la ressurgence de virus dérivés de ces souches vaccinales. Mais c'est toujours possible, mais c'est moins fréquent. Ça sera moins fréquent qu'avec le OPV qu'on utilisait. Pour la deuxième question, comme vous avez suggéré, je crois il faudra, et c'est ce qu'il faut faire, il faut utiliser tous les moyens pour encourager les pays à avoir les campagnes synchronisées. Et il y a beaucoup d'opportunités qu'on peut utiliser. Il y a par exemple, on a les réunions des directeurs PF au niveau des techniciens, mais il y a aussi le comité régional de l'OMS. Il y a quoi là où c'est tous les ministres qui viennent. Et aussi, par exemple, maintenant, on a l'Assemblée mondiale. C'est toutes ces opportunités qu'on va utiliser, que l'OMS utilise, mais aussi en collaboration avec d'autres partenaires pour encourager le pays à faire les campagnes synchronisées. Mais on compte sur tout le monde, peut-être pendant les réunions comme ceci, entre vous, les membres de NITAC, les membres de RAITAC, les chercheurs, les gestionnaires de programmes, vous pouvez faire à votre niveau les efforts qu'il faut pour amener le pays à faire les campagnes synchronisées. Mais c'est absolument nécessaire. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. We need or we'll take one from Cameroon, then Guinea, then we'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor, for that presentation. I'll go back to big catch-up. When I look at the figures you presented, I was quite intrigued, especially by the coverages. We know that the big catch-up was targeting the backlog of children who had not been vaccinated, especially during COVID-19 pandemic. That is from 2019 to 2023, which is actually the children from 12 to 59 months. Now, when I looked at the catch-up that has been organized in all the countries and the coverages, I saw values like 90% coverage achieved in Mozambique and Tanzania, and 40% in Nigeria. I expect that will be 40% of more than 5 million children who have been missed in Nigeria from 2019. And so I was a bit intrigued about these values, or maybe if we do not have the same denominators as these other countries, or if really they have achieved 90% and 40% in the case of Nigeria, would really like to know the details and see how maybe that can inspire the rest of us as well. Thank you.
I know there was, thank you so much. I know there was the question from Nigeria. I would have liked before I respond, the colleagues from Nigeria, if any of them who has had first-hand experience of what the country has done, including very recently in the Big Catch-up Initiative, or from Mozambique or Tanzania, if there are colleagues from there who can just share that experience, and then I will say something.
Nigeria, any comments?
So just give us a few minutes to get the statistics ready, and we'll be able to tell you. But for now, Nigeria has implemented the first 3 rounds of big catch-up. It targets children 24 to 59 months, while routine strategy target 0 to 23 months, which also include 0 dose. 12 to 23. And what we found out in these 3 rounds of the big catch-up is that 0-dose children are easily reached when you do a strategic and well-planned routine immunization intensification. However, we have realized that while 0-dose intervention focus on 12 to 23, majority of those children that were missed during COVID-19 are already in the cohort of 24 to 59 months, which constitute the larger proportion of those backlog. And that is the experience we have in Nigeria. Shortly, we'll come up with the vaccination coverage we had in those 3 rounds. Thank you.
Okay, so from there, I don't know whether there's somebody from Mozambique or Tanzania also to contribute quickly on what they have done.
No, we do not have Mozambique and Tanzania in this gathering.
Okay. So I hear the concern of the colleague from Cameroon, and as you would have heard from Nigeria recently, actually, I think in all the states, there have been 3 rounds of this periods to reach 0-dose and under-vaccinated children, and they have achieved quite a lot. While there may be problems with the timeliness and completeness of data that we have available now, and in all the other countries like Mozambique and Tanzania, there have also been a lot of great effort. There might be, as of now, issues with the data quality and while it's being cleaned and verified. But I can assure my colleague from Cameroon that these countries, just like Cameroon has also made the effort and all the others, have done really quite a lot. And like you said, it would be important to document the experiences from these countries and share so that others can learn from there. But there have been a lot of effort done there.
Okay, we have a question from Gambia.
Thank you very much, Professor, about the presentation. However, the area I'm concerned about is the negative media campaign against vaccine intake. And since the outbreak of COVID-19, it has affected countries that have been doing well in the immunization. In other countries like the Gambia, for example, we have never had resistance in our campaigns. But with the outbreak of COVID-19, we have been having a lot of resistance, and that has affected the coverage. And we used to have a very good coverage in our country. And I think there should be a system that should be able to counter these negative campaigns against the intake of vaccines. How are we going to do that? It seems we have to have a very good communication system which is supported not only from the country, but if partners can also contribute in supporting that information, that communication system, risk communication, to help us counter these people. Anytime that comes a negative information comes about, there will be somebody or somewhere else to counter this information. Because without that, we are having a lot of problems with regards to you going forward. Because anytime you do, there are others within the system, within the media, countering whatever you are doing. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, thank you. I agree with you that, and the governments, of course, have a lot to do in this, but of course, with all the other partners, the misinformation and disinformation around vaccination, it has increased with the COVID-19 pandemic, and also the use of social media. So they're using various media to spread this scaremongering and false information about immunization. What we need to do and what we should do is we need to beat them in their game. Very often with us as advocates, we need to be also so vocal activists in the way we share information about vaccination, about the benefits and the safety of vaccination, both online and offline. And it is more than just sharing information. People like to hear information from people they trust. People trust healthcare workers. We know that we as healthcare workers are always very busy, but let's find the opportunity to share correct information about the benefits and the safety of vaccines. We also need to use other trusted people by the communities, whether they are social media influencers or people within communities. People listen to their religious leaders, to their traditional leaders. We need to use all of, and it's not a once-off thing. We need to do this on and on, using both us as healthcare workers, passing the right information all the time, using trusted leaders, trusted opinion leaders to pass the right information about immunization all the time, knowing that it's not just about information. The information needs to come from people that they trust. And we need to do this continuously.
Thank you. We have two questions. We've got one from Senegal and we have one from Guinea.
Merci beaucoup, c'est Dr Mangane, je suis au niveau du PEF du Sénégal. Je voudrais juste soulever une réflexion concernant, disons, les épidémies de rougeole qui sont actuellement en cours. Le plus souvent, en tout cas, les campagnes qui sont organisées pour cibler les enfants donc, de moins de 5 ans. Et on voit qu'actuellement, le profil en tout cas de la rougeole va même au-delà donc, de 10 ans. Le cas du Sénégal, nous, on a eu à organiser une campagne au mois de décembre 2024. Il a fallu, avec en tout cas les recommandations donc, du NITAC, qu'on aille jusqu'à 14 ans. Et actuellement, on voit que par rapport à cette rougeole, nous avons l'impression qu'il y a un déplacement en tout cas de la cible qui va même au niveau donc, de l'âge adulte. Quelle est la réflexion qui est actuellement en train donc, de se poser, de se faire au niveau donc, en tout cas de l'OMS pour voir comment accompagner ces pays? Parce que je vois que dans la présentation du professeur, il y a des pays qui doivent organiser en tout cas des campagnes concernant donc cette rougeole. Mais je pense qu'il faudrait qu'on puisse réfléchir et voir dans quelle mesure on pourra en tout cas s'adresser à cette rougeole parce que actuellement, les couches qui sont touchées, c'est des adultes même qui font actuellement la rougeole. Qu'en est-il? Quelle est la réflexion qui est actuellement en train de se faire au niveau donc, de l'OMS pour pouvoir véritablement venir à bout donc, de cette rougeole? Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Donc, je suis tout à fait d'accord avec vous, mais les NITAC, les GTCV ont un grand rôle à jouer. Donc, dans le conseil qu'ils donnent au pays, il faut utiliser les données épidémiologiques pour cibler la campagne. Et c'est la même chose que nous, on doit faire à notre niveau. On sait que le financement, la plupart du financement pour plusieurs pays viennent de Gavi. Il finance seulement jusqu'à 5 ans. Mais il faudra le plaidoyer pour s'assurer que les financements et les campagnes que les pays font, que ça se base sur les données probantes. Donc, si l'épidémiologie montre que la plupart des personnes susceptibles sont au-delà de 5 ans, il faut que la campagne cible les gens qui sont susceptibles, qui sont au-delà de 5 ans. Donc, je suis tout à fait d'accord avec vous. On doit faire un effort de notre côté, mais aussi les NITAC, les GTCV ont aussi un grand rôle à jouer.
Yes, Guinea.
OK. Merci pour ça par rapport à la présentation. Je pense que je ne vais pas trop, j'avais noté quelques points, plusieurs points que je voulais un peu débattre avec vous, mais concernant le BCU, on a parlé d'expérience, mais vous avez présenté selon les données que vous avez avancées là, il y a des pays qui se trouvent à la traîne, y compris au fait mon pays en Guinée. Mais nous envisageons, hein, avec la volonté politique actuellement des autorités au niveau du pays, d'organiser, disons, ce que le ministre a voulu appeler la mission commando, intéressant vraiment les politiques sur la vaccination pour un peu booster la couverture vaccinale et maximiser, disons, nos impacts pour le rattrapage, disons, des enfants de 0 à 59 mois au niveau du pays. Parlant de la stabilité des vaccins, je pense que quelqu'un est revenu dessus hein, par rapport au NVPO et le bivalent. Alors, moi, j'ajouterais un peu le VPI. Alors,
Pourquoi? Actuellement, à date, on sait qu'avec le bivalent, on a, disons, des dérivés de sources vaccinales, alors qu'il y a une stabilité au niveau du BVI. Pourquoi nous continuons encore à utiliser davantage, au fait, ce vaccin-là, tout en sachant qu'on a un vaccin qui peut, disons qu'on peut continuer à utiliser sans avoir trop de problèmes au niveau, au fait, des pays. Également, vous avez parlé de la rareté des ressources. Je pense que c'est quelque chose, en tant qu'Africain, aujourd'hui, on doit y réfléchir. Comment faire en sorte, disons, de mobiliser les ressources pour le financement, disons, de tout ce qui est activité de santé au niveau des pays. Il y a eu énormément avec, disons, les décisions du gouvernement américain, plusieurs projets et actions qui ont été impactés. Je pense que c'est le bon moment. On peut, disons, le prendre comme opportunité et voir comment est-ce qu'il faut faire. Inviter, disons, nos politiques à investir davantage dans le secteur de la santé pour maximiser, au fait, l'impact des interventions au niveau des pays. Ça, c'est quelque chose qui est à, disons, à mettre en place en faveur, disons, des activités. Alors, j'oubliais par rapport aux activités de masse ou aux activités de routine. On constate généralement quand il y a une activité de masse organisée dans les pays, il y a énormément de financements qui sont disponibles et on communique davantage par rapport à cette activité. Mais juste après l'activité, rien, il n'y a pas de communication, par exemple en faveur de la routine. On ne sent pas trop d'accent par rapport à la communication en faveur de la routine. Alors que nous devons travailler beaucoup plus pour renforcer la routine, pour éviter, disons, ces maladies, disons, la notification des maladies évitables par la vaccination au niveau du pays. Alors, je reviens un peu par rapport à mon collègue, disons, du Sénégal qui a parlé de la rougeole au-delà de 5 ans. Le pays, nous, en Guinée, on a connu ça non seulement du côté de la rougeole, mais aussi du côté de la diphtérie. On a eu la notification des cas au-delà de 5 ans. Quand vous essayez de parler un peu avec les partenaires, ils disent non, les financements disponibles, ça s'arrête au niveau de 5 ans. Qu'est-ce qu'on en fait? Quelle réflexion il faut mettre en place? Vous avez parlé de plaidoyer, je suis tout à fait d'accord avec vous. Mais qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire réellement pour toucher au fait la tranche d'âge au-delà de 5 ans? Parce que ça devient vraiment problématique au niveau de nos pays. Voilà ce que j'avais à ajouter comme commentaire. Je vous remercie.
Je vous remercie, chers collègues. Je suis tout à fait d'accord avec vous, avec tous les commentaires que vous venez de faire. Et je vous félicite d'ailleurs pour le plan commando qui est envisagé pour le Big Catch-up. Tous les commentaires que vous avez faits, je suis tout à fait d'accord. Et peut-être c'est dans le cadre des réflexions pendant cette réunion, il faudra peut-être réfléchir avec les collègues pour nous suggérer pour nous donner les recommandations, ce qu'on peut faire pour s'assurer que tout ça, pour faire ça, et il faut profiter, comme vous avez dit, des situations actuelles, des concerns financiers pour, euh, pour, pour sortir les idées, les plans innovateurs pour pouvoir financer nos programmes. On ne doit pas seulement euh, attendre que ce soit les étrangers qui viennent financer nos systèmes de santé. Donc, je suis tout à fait d'accord. Tous les commentaires, je suis tout à fait d'accord avec ça.
All right, we have two more questions. We'll take one from South Africa and then.
So it's actually a follow-up.
It's a follow-up to which one?
Yeah, to both points made by Guinea and Senegal.
Okay, in the interest of time, I'll let you give a quick comment. And I'll be crucified here for allowing two more. Okay, we'll have the last two then. Go ahead.
Okay. Should I start? Ok. Premièrement, merci beaucoup, professeur Charles, pour votre intervention excellente. Je voulais rebondir sur les points qui étaient soulevés par l'équipe du Sénégal et la Guinée par rapport à la rougeole, notamment. Je voulais juste clarifier, moi de mon côté, juste pour l'information de professeur Charles, je suis gestionnaire de programme rougeole-rubéole au sein de Gavi. Donc, juste pour clarifier, en fait, effectivement, Le soutien conventionnel s'arrête jusqu'à l'âge de 5 ans pour les campagnes de suivi rougeole et rougeole-rubéole. Toutefois, s'il y a une justification épidémiologique robuste qui est soumise selon l'étude épidémiologique présentée par le pays dans le cadre de sa requête de subvention, l'appui peut également couvrir des tranches d'âge au-delà de 5 ans, tenant compte que ceci soit bien justifié. On a l'exemple du Togo, par exemple. C'est un pays qui va, d'ici la fin de l'année, en novembre, lancer une campagne de suivi qui va atteindre les enfants jusqu'à 9 ans, justement parce qu'il y a beaucoup de gaps immunitaires qui vont aux enfants jusqu'à l'âge de 9 ans. Donc vraiment, c'est au cas par cas, c'est en fonction de l'épidémiologie du pays, mais il y a une possibilité de couvrir et de soutenir des tranches d'âge qui dépassent les 5 ans. On a aussi l'exemple de l'Afghanistan. Et je voulais revenir aussi sur le point justement qui a été évoqué par Dr Albert du PF Guinée, c'est que en fait, oui, il y a énormément de ressources qui sont mobilisées pour les campagnes de suivi, pour les campagnes de rattrapage, et c'est vraiment très disruptive, on dirait. Et on voit vraiment l'effort qui est fourni par les équipes pour mobiliser toutes les ressources humaines, tout pour faire les campagnes. Et après, juste après la campagne, il y a vraiment, on ne sait pas vraiment ce qui se produit. Et c'est vraiment la routine qui est la base de tout pour augmenter les couvertures et qui fait qu'on aura de moins en moins besoin, on dépendra de moins en moins des campagnes de suivi qui sont très régulières, qui sont resource intensive. Et ce qui revient généralement au sein des évaluations du comité d'experts indépendants qui revoit les soumissions de Gavi, c'est vraiment la politique de catch-up vaccinal au sein des pays. Parce que si on voit des cas dans des populations à plus grande tranche d'âge qui dépassent 5 ans, quelle est la politique de catch-up dans les pays? Si on a des enfants qui dépassent 5 ans, est-ce qu'ils en vont être rattrapés ou pas? Donc, selon moi, c'est vraiment une question de renforcement de la routine et vraiment établir une politique de rattrapage qui n'a pas vraiment d'âge limite. Merci.
Thank you.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Je profite juste pour remercier Gavi pour le soutien au programme de vaccination en Afrique et en particulier le soutien pour les campagnes de vaccination de masse contre la rougeole. Et je suis tout à fait d'accord avec ce que vous avez dit. Donc, comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure, les NITAC, les GTCV ont un grand rôle à jouer s'ils ont les données probantes pour montrer que la cible, au-delà de 5 ans, ils peuvent justifier, comme vous avez dit, il y a la possibilité que le Gavi peut financer ça. Donc, merci beaucoup et merci pour le soutien que Gavi donne au pays en Afrique.
All right, 2 quick questions. We'll start with South Africa and then we'll come.
Thanks, Prof. Charles. My question is about supplementary immunization activities. There's been, a study done in South Africa looking at the cost effectiveness and the impact of SIAs. And there are a few papers published, one showing that we didn't achieve high coverage in those campaigns and cost effectiveness was therefore low. And we actually had the kind of unintended consequences of impacting routine health services. So in the months that campaigns were done, routine visits for other immunization, for antenatal care and other kind of health, primary healthcare visits were reduced. And so showing that SIAs divert resources from routine services and are actually quite disruptive. And so, yeah, my question is, for Prof. Charles and also for other NITECs, what the experiences were with SIAs, because I think there's maybe a negative perception in the South African NITEC about using SIAs and perhaps strengthening school health services and other methods for delivery.
Okay, no, thank you so much. And as you reflect during the meeting, it would be important to get the views and also suggestions from other NITACs. But let's be clear, mass vaccination campaigns are disruptive. They should be the exception and not the rule. If we strengthen our routine immunization systems and we have optimal coverage, there will be no need to do mass vaccination campaigns. But mass vaccinations campaigns have their place if they are well done and they achieve high coverage. At least the disruptions that would have happened during that time to routine services would have been worth it. So I think this is a discussion that has gone on for quite some time. Mass campaigns are effective if they are well planned, well done, and we achieve high coverage. But if you don't achieve high coverage, then the disruption and the resources that have gone into that would not have been worth it. So when campaigns are to be done, it is important that they are planned well, they are well executed, and we achieve high coverage. And when we have our routine systems that are performing well with very high coverage, I'm sure at that time there will be no need for campaigns, but we have to find a balance now, but ensuring that campaigns are well done and achieve high coverage.
Okay, we'll take one last question before we let Prof go.
Je crois que ça marche avec celui-là. Bonjour tout le monde. Merci professeur pour la qualité de votre présentation. Je suis docteur Ben Azouz, API Manager du Maroc. En fait, je n'ai pas de questions, mais aussi un commentaire, un partage de situation qu'a vécu le Maroc. On se considérait comme nous avons un système fort de vaccination, mais malheureusement, on a vécu en 2024 une épidémie de la rougeole. Pour laquelle il a fallu mettre beaucoup de moyens pour la contrecarrer et la limiter. Mais au fait, on met beaucoup de choses sur le dos de la Covid-19, mais en réalité, dans l'analyse, il faut aller au-delà de ça pour poser de bonnes questions sur la qualité de la qualité des données déjà que nous disposons, hein, pour dire qu'on est bien. Et deuxièmement, la qualité de notre système de conservation de vaccins, c'est une question importante aussi à poser. Et aller réfléchir vers les perspectives nouvelles, notamment la digitalisation et tous les moyens qui permettent de mettre à notre disposition rapidement de moyens clairs, de l'information claire et pertinente sur l'état vaccinal de notre population. C'est une réflexion, comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure, je n'ai pas une question particulière. Merci.
Okay. Merci beaucoup, monsieur le directeur. Je suis tout à fait d'accord avec vos commentaires et merci pour cette expérience de Maroc que vous avez partagée avec nous. Merci.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think this ends our session with you. We'll move on to the next session. We have Eloise, who's taking us through the next session, discussing vaccines and AMR. Thank you. A round of applause for Prof as we wait for Eloise. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eloise Dutoy, and I'm a microbiologist mainly based at the University of Cape Town. I'm here today to represent the Global Antibiotic Resistance Partnership, which is an organization overseen by the One Health Trust. And I'm here to add another dimension to this workshop. And that is that of antimicrobial resistance. So I'm just going to jump straight into the health burden of AMR, and then I'm going to tie vaccinology and AMR together and show how vaccines can help with the fight against this pandemic. So is it on? The exciting part of my talk is going to be sharing with you the mathematical modeling data on vaccines and antimicrobial resistance. And then I'll briefly wrap up with who the Global Antibiotic Resistance Partnership is. I've recently listened to a talk by a health economist called Mark Jitt, who speaks about the financing of new vaccines and the value of investing in vaccines, as well as the Sorry, so I hope everyone can hear me. As well as the EPI being the biggest bang for your buck, as well as the very important value of data. All of this is relevant for my talk, and I'm going to speak about an added benefit of vaccination, and that is the mitigation of AMR. So AMR is a global problem that occurs when microbes adapt to and resist current therapies. When antibiotics are effective, they can prolong life and reduce disability, limit healthcare expenses, and enable many life-saving medical interventions. I hope to cover what antimicrobial resistance is and start to unpack the full economic evaluation of vaccines. AMR has been called the overlooked or silent pandemic, and this is not because it is silent. It is because people don't really think about AMR or don't really fully understand the problem of AMR. It doesn't refer to a single disease. It refers and applies to many, many different diseases. It's at the stage where antimicrobials are fast losing their effectiveness and bacterial infections are getting harder to treat. This is meaning that infections need more complex treatments with longer hospital stays. There's increased morbidity and mortality. And as an example, a patient with a drug-resistant infection has an 84% increased risk of mortality and a 50% increased risk of hospital readmission. Each year, an estimated 7.7 million deaths are attributable to bacterial infections. And of those, almost 5 million of those deaths are associated with antimicrobial resistance. In South Africa, in 2021, we reported 78,000 deaths due to bacterial infections, 35,000 of those associated with AMR. So despite this high morbidity and mortality, AMR remains a neglected pandemic. AMR threatens to reverse the gains made of modern medicine and is a major barrier to the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. As you can see on the right, AMR is significantly hindering the progress of reducing newborn deaths as well as under 5 deaths. So who is affected? The answer is absolutely everyone, even if you have never taken an antibiotic in your life. However, unfortunately, AMR affects those more vulnerable living in low to middle income countries and low resource settings. This is because of the general higher burden of infectious diseases and compromised immune systems, limited access to quality healthcare, weak regulatory systems. In this setting, antibiotics are often overused or misused, frequently available without a prescription or used as substitutes for inadequate medical care, fueling resistance. limited access to newer and more effective antimicrobials, diagnostic tools, and vaccines hamper the prevention and treatment efforts. In addition, poor sanitation, lack of clean water, and weak infection prevention measures further accelerate the spread of resistance. And as a result, AMR exacerbates health inequalities and poses a major threat to lives, livelihoods, and health systems resilient in the world's poorest communities. Apologies if this is a simplistic diagram. I just wanted to use it to quickly briefly describe what antimicrobial resistance is. In the top row, you can see a susceptible bacterial infection that is treated with a first-line antibiotic, and you can see that over time the infection is cleared. On the bottom row, we have someone with a resistant infection who is treated with a first-line antibiotic. Yes, some of the bacteria do die, but actually that just allows for more space for the resistant bacteria to grow. Treatment with second and third line antibiotics does not always work, and these medications are not always available. So antibiotics work in several different ways. They can attack the cell wall of the microbe. They can interfere with protein synthesis, nucleic acid synthesis, and as well as attack the cell membrane. So when we come to antibiotic resistance, the cells have evolved several really clever mechanisms to evade this antibiotic. And that includes having efflux pumps, which in the cell wall, which pumps out the antibiotic so that there's never a critical concentration of antibiotic in the cell. It can also inactivate the antibiotic. It can also change the form of the target. Yeah, so very, very many different ways of action. It is important to keep in mind that antimicrobial resistance is a natural process. It is around, it has been around for millions of years, but it can be worsened by the overexposure to antimicrobials. Antimicrobial resistance can also be acquired, and this is by horizontal gene transfer, meaning that a cell can gain these resistance genes from the cell next to it. So what is it that drives AMR? There are many, many, many factors. The first one is the overuse and the misuse of antimicrobials, and this is in humans as well as animals. In humans, we talk about inappropriate prescriptions, people self-medicating, getting over-the-counter access without prescriptions. And in animals, of course, there is the routine use of antimicrobials for growth promotion or disease prevention in livestock. AMR is also driven by poor infection prevention control in healthcare settings and farms, the lack of access to clean water and sanitation, environmental contamination, that is the discharge of untreated waste from pharmaceutical factories, hospitals, and farms into the water bodies, weak regulations and stewardship, and global travel and trade, as well as climate change, to mention only a few. So sustainable access to antibiotics cannot be achieved without preventing infections. AMR is a system failure, and vaccines offer a potential to prevent the infections from occurring in the first place. The WHO has endorsed this action framework, leveraging vaccines to reduce antibiotic use and prevent antimicrobial resistance. And the aim of this was to guide vaccine stakeholders in efforts to maximize the impact of vaccines in preventing and containing AMR. But how is it that vaccines are able to do this? So when an individual is vaccinated, he's not only protecting himself, he is also protecting the community around him through herd immunity, and also preventing secondary infections, which would then lead to the necessity for antibiotics. All of this together leads to a decrease in infections, therefore a decrease in antimicrobial use, and this then suppresses antimicrobial resistance evolution. So a very good example, which is quite old, is the introduction of the PCV vaccine in 2010. You can see where it was introduced, and you can see a very, very significant decrease in antimicrobial resistant cases of IPD. So the findings of the recent Lancet antimicrobial resistance series indicate that reducing the global AMR-associated deaths by 10% by 2030 is achievable with simple and existing interventions. If we can align our IPC standards to those of high-income countries, we can prevent 337,000 deaths annually in low to middle-income countries. Achieving universal access to water, sanitation, and hygiene services can prevent 247,000 deaths associated with AMR. And the purpose of my talk today, which is around vaccination, which is achieving universal coverage of high priority pediatric vaccines, can prevent 181,000 AMR-related deaths. I just wanted to point this out. This is the CEO's response, CEO from Pharmaceutical Research and Manufacturers in America. It was his response to the recent Make America Healthy Again, where he says, other than clean water, arguably nothing has done more to improve public health than vaccines. So this is a study that analyzed thousands of surveillance records from over 101 countries. And it found that amongst various socioeconomic and environmental interventions modeled up to 2050, comprehensive immunization coverage emerged as one of the most effective single measures for reducing AMR. This diagram I would like to just show that although AMR affects everyone around the world, you can see that sub-Saharan Africa has the highest burden of deaths associated with AMR. It is followed not far behind by South Asia. And the figure on the right is a study that was carried out looking at low and middle income countries and the DTP vaccine coverage. The dark blue bars represent zero-dose children, and the slightly lighter blue ones above is the incompletely vaccinated children. And the very tall bars on the left show the African region. So what I wanted to point out with this slide is the inverse relationship between very high antimicrobial resistance and very low vaccination coverage. So now moving on to the modeling data. I'm going to be talking about vaccines that are already available, and then moving on to vaccines in development or hypothetical vaccines. First of all, vaccines can reduce antibiotic consumption. This study showed that in LMICs, the introduction of the PCV 10 and 13 vaccine reduced infections and antibiotic consumptions. When they compared the 2018 coverage of this vaccine, they found that almost 24 million cases were averted. With the projected coverage, universal coverage, it is estimated that 45.5 million cases could be averted. The same goes for the rotavirus vaccination. So it's important here to point out that although this is a vaccination that's targeting viruses, antibiotics are often inappropriately prescribed for a viral infection or appropriately prescribed for a secondary infection that may develop. So with regard to the childhood rotavirus vaccination, again, under the 2018 coverage, 13.6 million cases could be averted. And under universal coverage, it was estimated that 32 million cases could be averted. So moving on to a maternal RSV vaccine, it has been shown to reduce antibiotic consumption against all antibiotic prescriptions, 10.9% reduction, and against lower respiratory tract infection antibiotic prescription, there was a reduction in by 12.8%. With the influenza vaccine, at a 50% vaccine efficacy, 11,000 antibiotic prescriptions could be averted by vaccinating 30% of a population over 65 in South Africa. How about in Ghana? They found that 8,400 antibiotic prescriptions could be averted by vaccinating 30% of the population under 5. And in Senegal, almost 14,000 antibiotic prescriptions can be averted by vaccinating 30% of the population between 2 and 5 years old. So the other thing that vaccines can do is reduce the transmission of drug-resistant pathogens. So malaria vaccine was used in a mathematical model and shown to reduce the drug-resistant cases and deaths. It was shown to avert 236 malaria cases per 1,000, or 0.6 resistant malaria cases per 1,000. Malaria deaths averted, 0.6 malaria deaths averted per 1,000 as well. With the estimated increase in antimicrobial resistance by 2030, this number is meant to go up to 10.4. So that will be 10.4 averted cases per 1,000. Moving on to the typhoid vaccine, catch-up campaign at 15 years was estimated to avert 67 million cases of typhoid and avert 46 to 74% of the burden. So now I'm going to move on to vaccines in development or hypothetical vaccines. The maternal Klebsiella pneumonia vaccine was shown to reduce neonatal sepsis cases and deaths by 14.9% of neonatal sepsis deaths, 339,000 neonatal sepsis cases, and that is 3.4% of all of those neonatal deaths, which could be averted. And the greatest benefit is expected to be in Africa, and especially in sub-Saharan Africa. This is a very small site, so I do apologize. This is just a poster that was recently presented by a colleague of mine, where she spoke about the global burden of neonatal sepsis being between 1.3 and 3.9 million per year, and that especially in low and middle income countries, Klebsiella pneumonia is the main cause. So her study looked at DALYs, the disability adjusted life years, and she monetized it. So they estimated a cost per day, and she found out that by using the maternal Klebsiella pneumonia vaccine, they could avert $6.9 billion in monetized DALYs annually. And that equates to $1.17 per capita. Again, African countries would benefit the most. A post-exposure tuberculosis vaccine may reduce resistant cases and deaths. With TB becoming increasingly resistant, this becomes more important. So a M72-like vaccine with a 50% vaccine efficacy was projected to prevent 10% of the RIF-resistant TB cases, as well as 7.3% of the TB deaths. And that was projected from 2020 to 2035. So the take-home message here is that vaccines can mitigate AMR. AMR is a huge problem that is responsible for more deaths than HIV, TB, and malaria together. So there's a quote from the recent Lancet series. It says, vaccines help reduce the burden of antimicrobial resistance and the need for antibiotics. But vaccination coverage needs to be scaled up, and new vaccines are needed to tackle both resistant bacterial pathogens and the viral infections that trigger antibiotic prescriptions. So why I'm here today, I am the country coordinator for GARP, which is the Global Antibiotic Resistance Partnership, which is coordinated by members of the One Health Trust. GARP was initiated in 2008, and it currently spans 15 countries across Africa and Asia. At the heart of the GARP model is a working group of local experts in low to middle income countries who have assisted in developing country-led national strategies and policies to address AMR. GARP has developed situational analyses addressing human and animal antibiotic use and resistance and related topics, and this has informed national action plans which have been developed together with national governments. The GARP South Africa working group was a really very broad representation of experts from South Africa, including NGOs, government, academia, etc. And the chair of this of this committee is Prof. Adrian Brink, who is a prominent professor at the University of Cape Town. So we got together, the working group got together, and we had a meeting which addressed the barriers of bringing immunization and antimicrobial resistance closer together. And this resulted in a perspectives paper which has been published in the South African Medical Journal. So that's just an excerpt from it, where we discussed what barriers and possible facilitators and strategies to overcome this. And this is a policy brief from GARP Uganda that has recently been published. And South Africa is rapidly following suit, and we will be publishing our own policy brief very soon. So to conclude, vaccines are a very important tool to decrease infection and antibiotic prescriptions and antimicrobial use. Modeling data for antibiotic resistance is a good metric to use when considering the value of vaccines and their added benefits. The costs associated with AMR are high, and treatment is not always available, or it's expensive or not accessible. So everyone would benefit from this collaborative AMR immunization partnership. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Louise. We'll take questions now. We have one, two, three. Oh, we'll start from there. Ben, you'll go last.
Thanks very much. I'm Tony Hawkridge from VACFA, Nish, and thanks for a really interesting, stimulating talk. And as you were talking, I was just thinking about it. I mean, I've worked in the field of TB vaccines mainly, and it seems like a no-brainer. We wouldn't be spending millions of dollars on drugs for drug-resistant TB if we had an effective vaccine. And you know, the vaccine that's going into phase 3 trials next year, or already going in, M72, was presented at a conference which Greg Hussey and I attended 25 years ago. Yeah. You know, these things move so blooming slowly, and part of it is that there's no money for it. And yet you put up the figures there of the huge savings that there would be. And I just wondered, is there not some sort of perverse incentive that money is being withheld? These people are making an absolute killing selling antibiotics and not putting it into vaccine research. And that's the reason why vaccine R&D is not moving forward. So I wondered what your comments were on that. Thanks, but thanks for a great talk.
Thanks very much. Yeah, so going back to the TB treatment on its own, you know, even the treatment itself and the effects of the treatment on other aspects of, you know, for example, the human microbiome are currently unknown. So this is just a huge sea of resistance brewing. And then to do with that, I know that the development of antibiotics is really slowing down. the financial incentive for antibiotics is growing less and less. And so I can't speak from the vaccination side of things and their kind of political will or interest or financial motivations. Yeah, so.
Mauritania, another question.
Merci. Voilà, donc vous savez qu'en Afrique, nous avons beaucoup de problèmes liés aux produits sous-standards qui sont beaucoup impliqués dans l'émergence de résistance. Je voudrais savoir un peu, selon vous, quelle est la part du mésusage des médicaments de façon générale et particulièrement des vaccins dans l'émergence de ces AMR. Merci.
So that is definitely one of the biggest problems is the substandard product that is available often in low and middle income countries. And that is for many different reasons, financial reasons, lack of policies that are not regulated. So substandard product is a very big problem that drives resistance. And that is exactly what it is with the misuse of antibiotics. So the other part of your question was regarding vaccines, and was it asking how the vaccine can prevent that?
Non, c'est-à-dire que vous avez dit que les vaccins contribuent à la diminution de l'émergence des AMR. Alors moi, je pose la question autrement, c'est que est-ce que le mésusage de ces vaccins n'est pas source d'AMR?
I'm not sure that I'm the right person to answer that just because I don't have the data on misused vaccines that would potentially drive AMR. I'm not sure if anyone...
Eloise, I suspect it's the misuse of antibiotics. I suspect it's the other way around.
Antibiotics, okay. And how that relates to...
How the misuse of antibiotics contribute to antibiotic resistance and how vaccines can play a role in mitigating that.
Okay, okay. So the misuse of antibiotics results in the pushing of the evolution of resistance. So as I showed in that one diagram, more and more and more resistant bacteria grow, the more that they're exposed to more and more antibiotics. So if antibiotics are prescribed for a viral infection, for example, the collateral damage of that to the other bacteria in your body is enormous, and it really, really does very rapidly push resistance up. So if, for example, the vaccine can be used to prevent the disease in the first place, whether it be viral or bacterial, one would expect the misuse of antibiotics to decrease. I hope that I've answered your question.
We had one here before we come to you.
Merci beaucoup pour cette présentation très, très intéressante concernant la RAM. Moi, je suis microbiologiste et bien sûr hautement intéressée par la RAM. Et c'est vrai que les vaccins, s'il y a des vaccins, ça contribue effectivement, ça peut contribuer à lutter contre la RAM. Mais le constat, c'est que quand on parle de RAM, de résistance antimicrobienne, en fait, c'est la résistance aux antibiotiques qui est au devant de la scène et qui pose, n'est-ce pas, de véritables problèmes. Et effectivement, sur l'exemple que vous avez donné, le vaccin contre le pneumocoque, on voit qu'effectivement, avec la vaccination, on a une diminution des cas de pneumonie ou de méningite à méningocoque, entraînant peut-être un arrêt de ce qui était en train d'émerger, c'est-à-dire des souches de pneumocoques résistants à la pénicilline et qui ont entraîné un problème d'usage des bêta-lactamines. Mon collègue de Mauritanie en a parlé tout à l'heure. On sait que c'est la main de l'homme qui est vraiment là sur les problèmes de résistance aux antibiotiques du fait de la mauvaise utilisation. Mais pratiquement aujourd'hui, à côté de l'exemple de Klebsiella pneumoniae que vous avez donné, aujourd'hui dans notre pratique quotidienne, les bactéries qui posent problème, c'est des bactéries comme Escherichia coli qui produisent des bêta-lactamases. Et en tout cas, en ce qui concerne le Sénégal et la sous-région, c'est ce qu'on appelle aujourd'hui les bactéries non fermentaires. C'est Pseudomonas aeruginosa, c'est Acinetobacter. C'est ça vraiment qui pose des problèmes de prise en charge. Ce sont des bactéries qui sont ultra résistantes et qui vraiment entraînent une morbidité et une mortalité qui sont importantes. Alors, est-ce qu'il y a des pistes de recherche vaccinale à propos de ces nouveaux pathogènes-là? Le deuxième point, c'était par rapport à la COVID. On sait que pendant cette pandémie, on a utilisé beaucoup d'antibiotiques pour une infection virale, notamment l'azithromycine. Et effectivement, en ce temps-là, nous microbiologistes, on se disait que le post-COVID allait être grave par rapport à la résistance aux antibiotiques. Est-ce que vous avez des expériences par rapport à ça? Merci.
Thank you very much. Regarding the ultra-resistant bacteria and research into vaccines that can prevent those infections. So what I think is a common approach is that working groups such as the one I spoke of now get together with with the experts in their country, and they together discuss and decide on the priority pathogens for their country. I think that also another aspect that comes into play is how feasible is it to produce a vaccine for that microbe. So yes, I know that there are plenty of pathogens needing a vaccine to prevent them, but I think that countries get together and they list their priority pathogens, and especially if it is a feasible vaccine, avertible disease. And then with regard to COVID and antibiotic resistance after the treatment of this viral infection, I don't have any firsthand information. I just know that it would have had very detrimental effects for resistance.
It's from South Africa.
Thank you very much for a very exciting presentation. This is also one of my passions. I just want to make a comment to also link it to Charles's, some of his responses in terms of how do we need to address misinformation. So there are many, like you alluded to, there are many reasons for antimicrobial resistance developing and misuse of antibiotics. Like inappropriate prescribing and so on. But a big problem also is in buying antibiotics over the counter from pharmacies without a prescription. And then as well, obtaining antibiotics illegally. So there are illegal distributors of antibiotics, falsified antibiotics and so on the street as well. And I think that's something, so there are some system problems that we need to address. So why is this happening? Why are people not going to health facilities? Why do they go to the pharmacies to buy those things? So you can actually try and turn this around by advocating for. So when somebody, comes to you, say you are working as a primary healthcare provider, and a person comes to you, you can actually use that opportunity to not sell the antibiotics and then also advocate for vaccines. Because if it's not going to happen, from the bottom up, how are we ever going to reach people to increase uptake from that perspective? Thanks.
Thanks, Haneli. Yeah, very important. And even though it's there are regulations in South Africa for no over the counter without a prescription. I think a study that you and Natalie were on showed quite the opposite, that it was happening quite a lot. And I think that a lot of the problem is coming from, and just because you started speaking about the misinformation, is information, public awareness, education of healthcare workers as well as the general public. And so that's actually a very big aspect of the development of the next National Action Plan is going to be a very heavy emphasis on community engagement, public awareness, education of healthcare workers.
Okay. I had two hands from Tunisia and one from Nigeria. We are running out of time, so unfortunately, I'll have to break a few hearts and not take extra questions. So I'll take the two from Tunisia and one from Nigeria. Then we can have Ben and yeah. Go ahead.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, je rejoigne mon collègue de la Guinée pour les bactéries multirésistantes qui posent un problème très important. Et je tiens à vous souligner qu'il y a eu une vaccination contre les infections urinaires à répétition et surtout quand il y a l'Escherichia coli, la Klebsielle, le Proteus. C'est un vaccin qui s'appelle le MV140. Alors, je pense qu'on doit promouvoir, et surtout pour la vaccination chez les enfants contre le virus respiratoire syncytial. Ça, c'est très important parce qu'on voit, et comme vous l'avez déjà souligné, la vaccination anti-pneumocoque a joué un rôle très important dans le gain sur la sensibilité du pneumocoque vis-à-vis de la pénicilline. Donc, je pense les bronchiolites chez les enfants, la surconsommation d'antibiotiques, ce vaccin est d'un grand apport pour lutter contre la résistance. Et merci.
Thank you.
Bon, ma question, elle est plutôt économique, plus que médicale ou biologique. Est-ce qu'il y a eu des études de coût, cost effectiveness study? Did you have any idea about the cost if somewhere were realized some cost effectiveness study about the consequence of this phenomenon? It means the misuse of the antibiotics.
Yes, so there are actually quite, and actually I think a colleague of ours from Congo, is Charles here? I think Charles has recently published a paper, very recently, on the economic burden of antimicrobial resistance. So there is information on that, yes. Yeah.
Okay. Nigeria.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and I think this is one of the presentations that is now giving us a way on how we can reduce some of these AMR. I also know that the issues that bedevil the drugs like counterfeit, purchase over the counter may not be applicable to the vaccination. But what are those confounding factors in the model specification that the EPI managers will need to look out for while promoting increased coverage for the vaccines that will help reduce the AMR? Thank you, and over.
Thank you. So I hope I understood the question that counterfeit sub-quality antimicrobials are really driving resistance in a big way, and how we can therefore increase vaccine coverage for these diseases to prevent that happening, the counterfeit. Yeah. So I think that it comes to it's such a massive problem that I think it comes to well, number one, there needs to be political will, a very strong political will. I think the regulations need to be monitored and evaluated. Things need to be more strongly regulated. Yeah, it's access to wash services and IPC. So yeah, it's a very multifaceted problem which needs quite a few different solutions.
Unfortunately, I'll let Ben
give the final.
Mobi, Chair, I promise mine is going to take less than 30 seconds.
Okay.
Right. So mine is more about the application. So this is not even targeted to Eloise, it's to NITAGs themselves. So for those who have made the recommendation, any vaccine recommendation, especially looking at domain 2, the benefit and harms, how many of you have included evidence on the benefit of vaccine reducing MR into their recommendation? Just by a show of hands. Right, so 2 countries have done that, collected evidence, or 3 countries. All right, so that's one question. Thank you very much. The second question is, following what you've learned from these talks, how many countries, how many NITAGs do you know now you can use this evidence to as part of your recommendation making? By show of hands. How many NITAGs are thinking that they can take this knowledge and apply it in their process of making recommendation? Just by show of hands. Okay, so Eloise, you've done a good job.
Done my job.
Because I think that is what we want to do.
All right, thank you very much, Eloise. Another round of applause, please. So before we head out on our tea break, I just wanted to share, I think from the past 2 presentations, just some of the things that have stuck with me. First of all, we need to make sure that we use data to inform our decision making, which is the theme of what we've been discussing here. So even in terms of whether it's AMR or vaccine preventable diseases that we're trying to address, we need to make sure that we use data to drive our decision making. We need to understand the epidemiology behind everything that we're trying to look at. The second thing was that we need to make sure we share our country experiences. There were a lot of questions to Nigeria about the catch-up they did, and so on and so forth. So I think we need to take that opportunity in between sessions to kind of just exchange contacts, and then we carry on discussions beyond this week. Sustainable financing, domestic financing, and so on. The global financing landscape has changed thanks to Donald Trump. So yeah, so I work primarily in the HIV space, and yeah, we are pretty much one of the major suffering the most. But my point is, we need to look inwards for solutions. So we need to be innovative. We need to talk to people who are experts around financing and so on. So having experts within the NITAG who are health financing experts, talking to our ministries of health, ministries of finance, and so on, people outside our sphere of influence who know more about these things, so that we can try and come up with innovative solutions to raise domestic financing. Private sector has been mentioned. Lessons from COVID, we had a lot of money that was coming from the private sector that was put into our COVID responses. So we need to revisit our lessons from that and see what we can take forward. Communication is important, especially as we try to counter anti-vaxxers. So with the same energy, the same vigor and consistency that they put out information against vaccines, we need to also do the same, right? So we need to match them as much as they are always in our face with information about the negatives or what they think is bad about vaccines. We also need to do the same with what needs to be put out there in terms of correct information about vaccination. We need to strengthen our routine immunization. There was an issue of disruptions that supplemental immunization activities cause. So as we strengthen our routine immunizations, as we improve coverage, it will reduce the need for conducting SIAs and also help address issues around microbial resistance. So we have more coverage, we have more people protected against disease, we have less need for people to who get sick, who access over-the-counter medication or any self-prescribing and so on and so forth. So those are my takeaways from this session. Thank you very much, everyone. And we'll take a break, 15 minutes, for our teas, and then we'll be back for the next session. Thank you.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2
Yeah, we'll do it later. I mean, after. Give them 15 minutes. Not at the moment.
Hello. If we can all settle down and take our seats.
Screen. How do they put this thing on the screen?
Sunny is on it.
This on it.
He does it remote.
But why is he not doing it?
Once I introduce.
Oh, okay.
All right. Can I have your attention, please? Good afternoon, and welcome back to tea. So 5 points deducted from Mauritania. We have lost the entire Mauritania team. I'm not sure what has happened there. 3 points deducted from the one Nigerian table. Actually, the 2 Nigerian tables. Where is everyone? All of them are in the bathroom.
What are they caucusing there in the bathroom?
3 points, 5 points deducted from Mauritania. 3 points from Nigeria. And then 3 points deducted from Tunisia. Okay, so we have 5 points for Guinea, 5 points for Morocco, 5 points for Senegal, 5 points for Gambia, 5 points for Cabo Verde, 5 points for Mauritius.
We'll save it for next year.
All right, all right. So we don't want to steal any more time. I'm sure we're all quite tired. It's been a very packed day, and we are right now in the graveyard shift. But I can assure you that everyone is going to be awake. Greg has a very engaging last session. I think this is a topic that we are all very, very interested in. So Greg will be leading us on the topic on issuing recommendations during outbreaks. And this is basically to first give some expert sessions and then get your expert opinions on your experiences and the lessons that you've learned working in outbreak settings. So over to you, Greg.
Thanks, Edina. You know, if you Google outbreaks in Africa, you'll come across an outbreak that's happening at the moment of Sudan virus. So what is Sudan virus? It's not a Trumpism, eh? Sudan virus. Anybody? Come on. Eh? Never heard of Sudan virus. Sudan virus. The country. Ebola. There's the Sudan variant of Ebola, and it's now being called the Sudan virus. I don't know. I just saw it. I was looking for information about outbreaks in Africa today, and their Sudan virus came up on my phone. Anyway, that's as an aside. So what we thought, instead of me or Edina or Ben standing up here and boring you to death or to sleep, we have to keep you here for 45 minutes because we're having a function around the corner, all right? So we want you to do most of the work. And this is important work because it's about issuing recommendations during outbreaks. And I think all of us in this room have been part of issuing recommendations, either practically being there at the coalface, making recommendations, or criticizing our country groups who make recommendations, for example, during COVID, okay? So we have all had experience about issuing recommendations. So what I want you to do for the next 15 minutes is, and there's some of us in this room who may not understand what an outbreak is, okay? Because people come from different perspectives. So if you could just think about what is an outbreak, all right? What steps would you normally take in terms of managing the outbreak, right? Could be in your district, could be in your region, could be in your country. Think about recent outbreaks in your country. And has your NITAG made any recommendations in respect of a current outbreak or a recent outbreak? And then just talk a little bit about the challenges and lessons learned. Now that's a day's work or a week's work. But to generate some participation, discussion within your groups, we're going to give you 15, 20 minutes. You don't have to focus on all of them. The important discussions we want are the last two, but also think about the first 3 points as well. And then we'll go around the room and hear from you about your own experiences. And then Tony is going to give us a nice summary at the end of the day. All right. So I'm going to set the alarm for 15 minutes. And we'll go. Okay.
All right, so you still have 10 minutes to go, but I just wanted to say that just some guidance in terms of the feedback. Every country will have 3 minutes to just give feedback. So please structure your feedback, just 3 minutes each, please.
Okay. All right. We've completed 15 minutes. I know that some of you would like to have more time. But if we give you more time, you will be here till tomorrow morning. Okay. And we have other more interesting things to do, like going to a function downstairs and have a glass of wine or a beer and some coffee and some snacks. So let's get the ball rolling. If you don't finish your presentation after 3 minutes, we'll just go on to the next group because they can pick up from what the first group said and not repeat what the first group said or the second group said if you're third or fourth. Okay. And hopefully we'll be able to move through all of those points or any additional points that people have. We have a, is that a question or a comment? Oh, they want to go first. Fantastic. Huh? You're not getting any points for going first. You ready? Okay, go for it.
Let's go. Tout d'abord, à la question 1, on pourrait définir notre délégation définit, comme il est défini par ailleurs, une épidémie comme une augmentation inhabituelle du nombre de cas d'une maladie dans une période déterminée et dans une région géographique déterminée. À la question 3, le Maroc a connu récemment une épidémie de rougeole qui a commencé dans une région particulière du Maroc et qui s'est étendue à tout le territoire national. Elle a commencé en novembre 2023 et elle est actuellement officiellement annoncée par le ministère que c'est une épidémie complètement maîtrisée. Rappelons que celle d'avant a été notée en 2012, donc pratiquement 13 ans de différence entre les deux épidémies de rougeole. Le comité marocain s'est réuni plusieurs fois et a constitué un comité spécifique pour le suivi et le travail sur cette épidémie particulière. Il a procédé à 5 mesures. Premièrement, il a fait une évaluation de la situation épidémiologique en étudiant le nombre de cas, leur distribution au niveau du territoire national, l'état vaccinal de tous les enfants, le nombre de décès et le nombre d'hospitalisations. Il a également évalué la couverture vaccinale et le comité a remarqué qu'il y avait une chute dans la couverture vaccinale par rapport aux années précédentes. On a fait une évaluation du risque. Quatrièmement, il a mis en place un plan de riposte basé sur 3 éléments fondamentaux qui sont, premièrement, la vérification et le rattrapage du statut vaccinal de tous les enfants de moins de 18 ans. Population qui s'estime à pratiquement 18 millions d'enfants. Pardon, 11 millions. Moins de 18 ans, 11 millions. Deuxièmement, il a fait une riposte autour de tous les cas déclarés. Et troisièmement, le Maroc a entamé une vaccination préventive de toutes les collectivités fermées. À côté de la 5e mesure, c'est des mesures d'appui. Tout d'abord, établir un plan de communication spécifique à cette épidémie. Deuxièmement, l'élaboration d'un système d'information spécifique à la surveillance et au suivi de l'épidémie. La mobilisation des autres partenaires, à savoir le ministère de l'Intérieur et le ministère de l'Enseignement et d'Éducation nationale. Et enfin, l'acquisition de toutes les ressources matérielles et humaines pour venir en appui. Le comité donc a tenu plusieurs réunions de suivi et jusqu'à tout récemment, encore quelques réunions. Alors, nos challenges, avec cette situation qu'on a vécue, les challenges que le Maroc, via via son ministère de la Santé et donc avec le comité, c'est tout d'abord, le premier challenge étant de renforcer notre programme de routine, parce qu'il y avait un relâchement avec une chute de la couverture. Deuxièmement, un monitorage régulier de la performance. Et enfin, mettre en place un système de surveillance beaucoup plus réactif et beaucoup plus spécifique pour les années à venir. Et je vous remercie.
Wow, that was fantastic. In 3 minutes, I think you deserve a first-class pass, not with distinction because there were some missing elements, but we'll give you a first-class pass. I have one question for you. You said an outbreak is an increase in the number of cases. Will one case in an area make it an outbreak? I'm asking the Moroccan.
En fait, c'est une augmentation de nombre de cas par rapport à ce qui est inhabituel. Ça dépend d'abord de la situation. Est-ce qu'on est en phase de pré-élimination ou est-ce qu'on est en phase de élimination? Et la définition change carrément. Alors, le Maroc, avant cette épidémie, était en phase de pré-élimination. C'est-à-dire qu'il a déposé déjà la première copie de son rapport à EMRO à la région pour avoir la certification. Donc, le seuil était un petit peu particulier.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying in the context of measles, control and elimination, but I'm asking you in the context of the definition of an outbreak. Does one case constitute an outbreak? Yeah. Okay, sure. Okay, good. All right. Excellent. Who wants to go next? South Africa has got their hand up, but please don't repeat what they have said. Okay? You can correct what they said or add on to what they said, but don't repeat. Thanks.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So I'll be presenting, I will not repeat what has been said. I'll start off with the recent outbreaks that we've heard. Okay, if one case is an outbreak, it depends on the disease. It can be an outbreak if it's one disease, but it depends. So the recent outbreaks that we've had is measles, rubella, diphtheria, and cholera. Those are the ones that are kind of vaccine preventable. And then the NITEC, okay, the disease that we're gonna focus on is Mpox. I forgot to mention it. So Mpox, and we did the NITEC recommendation for Mpox was based on the epidemiology. So South Africa initially had only clade 2B of Mpox, and the recommendation was mainly to focus on key populations and the healthcare workers that work directly with the key populations. It was also going to be restricted to the districts that had reported cases. So it was not going to be a national consideration for the vaccine. So the country was only able to source, if everyone is listening, thank you. So the country was only able to source 10,700 doses of the vaccine. That then the NITEC had to then reconsider the recommendation to say, how are we going to give? Because those were very few doses. Then the recommendation was that since we know it's a 2-dose vaccine, we will give 1 dose and then delay the second dose depending on availability of more doses. So it was going to be 1 dose, delayed second dose, limited to 3 provinces because that's where we had the cases, and only focusing on the key populations. And then for the challenges that we've just listed, it's basically the uncertainties in terms of the resources. We're not sure when we're going to get more doses. That is the challenge. And then also the issues around messaging, because now it's key population, so you want to avoid stigma. At the same time, you do not want to then just be general, because then you'll create a demand and yet you don't have enough. So that was the other challenge that we had. And also issues of funding. We had a partner that actually dropped us at the last minute for printing of data collection tools for this. And then also there were issues of diagnostic capacities. Clinicians actually struggled to initially identify. Most cases were identified late. For the lessons, it's around coordination. That is very important, coordination of all stakeholders, having those regular outbreak response teams that meet. And then also one of the other lessons then to secure domestic funding for the response and conducting active surveillance, particularly for any adverse reactions. And because this is a new vaccine, I think that's it. Maybe my colleagues will add if there's something I did not. Just on time.
Fantastic, fantastic. Just, do you want to go, Tunisia? But I just have a quick question to them. You spoke about involvement of key stakeholders. It's a term we use very widely. So who were your stakeholders you were talking to, and what specifically in terms of community participation did you get going? Because that's important in any outbreak situation, is how do you get the community to participate in decision making with respect to outbreaks?
So because this is basically limited to the key populations, it was kind of easy to get that community engaged because they already have their organizations, particularly working through the HIV program. That's where the key populations is housed. In that sense, it became easier, but maybe the EPI manager can add in terms of general. But for this vaccine particularly, it was not a difficult thing to do. And the stakeholders, essentially it's the within the Department of Health, the different programs that were engaged, it was the EPI, the key populations, different programs that were kind of relevant. We also engaged the NICD, they were one of the key stakeholders, NHLS, who else? Yes, the UN, I don't remember who now. Yeah, but there were quite a number of stakeholders that were engaged.
Just explain to people what the NICD is.
National Institute for Communicable Diseases. That's
That's our national laboratory that does all the services.
Yes.
In terms of routine as well as outbreak situations.
And surveillance. So they do both diagnosing, yes.
As well as supporting other countries. Yeah. As well as supporting other countries.
Yes.
Especially in the SADC region, but also beyond SADC in terms of disease surveillance for polio eradication, bacterial meningitis, and so forth. All right, who wants to go next? Nigeria.
Thank you so much. We will not repeat what others have said, but in relation to number one, the case of 1 CVPV type 2 is actually a public health concern. Then we'll move to the recent outbreaks in Nigeria. We have diphtheria, meningitis, mpox, and the typhoid. We move to the recommendation by the NGTAG, that is the NITAG for Nigeria. Recently has made recommendations for COVID-19 and mpox. Now the challenges are these. We'll make reference to diphtheria. Now, Nigeria has found that majority of the outbreaks are in those areas with low coverage and happens for those children who are between 12 to 59 months. And the vaccine need for this is very high. So what the country does immediately is to mobilize the vaccines from the routine and make sure that immediate intervention for prevention and control is taken care of. Now, the lessons is that in terms of other stakeholders, we include education sector, we include religious group, we include traditional groups, we include women, such a way that when this is done, we are able to have high vaccine acceptance. And one of the things we do in terms of religious houses is to make sure that the religious leaders announce the intervention in the churches, in the mosque, and also social gatherings like naming ceremony, and then special points like market and other areas where you have a gathering of the people that are of the eligible age. Thank you and over.
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. Anybody got a question to Nigeria? You have a question for Nigeria? Nobody? You have a question for Nigeria? You go.
Thank you very much for that presentation. So I think I have two questions. The one is how the NITAG gets together to make its decisions, during the outbreak session. So what are those additional changes that you would have to make, say, if you're making a routine policy recommendation versus in the middle of an outbreak, for example? And then my second question is in terms of the communication strategies and stakeholder engagement. It sounds very intensive, which is great. Is there an allocation from Department of Health to support these kinds of communication strategies or stakeholder engagements or support? How does the country facilitate that?
Okay. Thank you so much for the NG tag. The group recognized the emergency period, and because they are in various locations, bringing them to one location becomes a problem. So what they do is to institute a hybrid meeting. But so far, so good. The recommendations has only been made for COVID-19 and Mpox. Now, for diphtheria and meningitis, there's already a routine system and strong IDSR. So the country leverage on this with the recommendations from NGTAG, which is still within, and conduct what is called routine intensification. That is for the immediate intervention. Now, in terms of communication strategies, I'll let my colleagues respond to that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So for the communication, yes, there's a lot of support from the Ministry of Health. As a matter of fact, that advocacy and communication is a major, major part of our strategy for the immunization. As you know, Nigeria has the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency that is independent. It's not just independent, but what I mean is just an appendage of the Ministry of Health, but has some sort of independence that's we're able to execute what we need to do without the bureaucracy that comes with it. So the budget or the funding for communication is very, very solid. But as you know also, Nigeria is a very big country. So the strategy that you will put in place in a smaller country, you need to intensify that to be able to get the impact that you want from a country like Nigeria. Thank you.
In addition to that, Nigeria usually do integrated sensitization. So use the opportunities of the outbreak intervention and also make sure to strengthen the routine system so that after the outbreak, children are not left out of the immunization system. And it's also combined segregating data for zero dose, big catch-up, and the other axis. Now, the other area that Nigeria does is that the National Data Repository System, which is DHIS2, we all know that access to it is 15 days after the following month. So another template is designed where the report comes in quickly and do a daily analysis to make sure that the target is met within that period of immediate control and prevention. Thank you, and over.
Eves has a quick question.
Thank you, Nigeria. Can you share with the group the challenges you face? Thank you.
Challenges, sorry, APSPA, the response to the outbreak?
Yes.
Okay. Just briefly, please. Yes. So one of it, while he's trying to, we got something down, is, of course, as we know, vaccine hesitancy is one of the challenge. And the other one, we also have the increase in the internally displaced persons due to insecurity in the country. So that is the challenge that we face when you are dealing, if everything is settled and you are sure of the structure on ground, it's easy to deliver what you want to deliver. But if the population is moving from one part of the country to the other, so it's a bit difficult. But we're also addressing that by some strategies, like there's one they call hit and run, where you get the security personnel to support the delivery of vaccines to very difficult regions. And then after that, you move just to find a way to curtail the number of children that might not have been reached. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Let's move to the Gambia.
Thank you very much. For the Gambia, we had an outbreak of CVDP, circulating vaccine-derived poliovirus. So I would not go through everything that has been said. The NITAC was asked to look through the NOPV vaccine, which was the first time that it was being used. So the steps which were taken were to verify the outbreak, confirm the results and all. So for the recommendation, we reviewed available data on the safety, efficacy, and the efficiency. There was a clinical trial by the Medical Research Council with about 2,000 children. And this also proved that the vaccine was safe, and the results were given to the NITAG. So we also worked with the NOPV2 working group under the GPI, Global Polio Eradication Initiative Coordination in Afro, which provided evidence as well, which was reviewed by the NITAG. So approval was given based on the immunogenicity, the safety, and efficiency of the vaccine. There was no AEFI reported. Then for the vaccine also, it had to be approved by the MCA, which is the Medical Control Agency.
Medicine Control Agency.
No, Medicine Control Agency. So NITA gave approval, and the Medicine Control Agency approved it as a EUL on the emergency use listing. Thank you.
And tell us how many children received the NOPV2 vaccine. Do you know offhand?
Yes, we had 348,000 children after the trial that received the vaccine, and we had only 2 AEFI, which were minor.
So that's about 350,000 children out of what? A total of?
We had 98% coverage.
98% coverage.
Yeah.
Fantastic, fantastic.
Mhm.
I see that Professor Brian Greenwood,
Yes.
who was the head of the MRC in the Gambia, received a medal from the Director General of the World Health Organization a few days ago at the World Health Assembly for his sterling work that he did in the Gambia, especially in terms of malaria control.
Yes.
So it's a good reflection on what's been happening with research in the Gambia. All right, so let's link the Gambia with Senegal. So is Senegal using NOPV2? Do you want to provide some feedback generally and also about NOPV2?
Merci beaucoup. Pour le Sénégal, pour l'utilisation du NVPO2, avant cela, je pense qu'il y avait une saisine qui a été faite auprès donc du NITAC qui a documenté en tout cas ce vaccin-là avant de formuler des recommandations pour l'utilisation. Et lorsque nous l'avons utilisé, ça nous a permis en tout cas de vacciner les enfants, donc de moins de 5 ans, concernant donc cette épidémie donc, qu'on avait connue en 2021. Et à l'issue de ça, je pense que ce qu'il faut souligner en termes en tout cas de défis, c'était d'abord l'adhésion donc de la population, parce que s'il y avait un contexte qui était là par rapport donc à la COVID, il fallait bien communiquer avec la population pour qu'il y ait une bonne adhésion et permettre donc d'atteindre donc la cible. Ça, c'était véritablement un des challenges qui se dressait donc devant nous. Mais malgré cela, je pense que ce qu'il faut tirer comme leçon durant donc cette campagne, c'est surtout, en tout cas, cet apport que le NITAC a fait pour pouvoir, en tout cas, sortir les recommandations dans ce contexte épidémique de polio circulant au niveau donc du pays. Et je pense que ça nous a servi, dans le cadre donc de la communication, de pouvoir aussi sensibiliser donc la communauté et avoir l'adhésion donc des populations par rapport donc à cette question liée donc à ce poliovirus qui était circulant. Mais au-delà de ça, je pense que ce processus concernant les épidémies, ce n'était pas seulement avec la polio. Je pense que dans le cadre donc de la campagne que nous avons menée récemment au mois de décembre contre la rougeole, il était question aussi qu'on puisse demander au NITAC par rapport au profil qui existait dans le pays, de pouvoir voir si c'était possible qu'on puisse élargir la cible. Parce que classiquement, dans les campagnes de masse contre la rougeole, on se limitait donc à 5 ans. Et je pense que le fait de saisir le NITAC nous a permis non seulement de pouvoir faire une campagne à l'échelle nationale, mais aussi de pouvoir élargir la cible et aller donc jusqu'à 14 ans par rapport aux indicateurs de surveillance que nous avons relevés et au profil donc des cas de rougeole que nous avons notifiés donc dans le pays. Et cela a été fait aussi et présenté au CCIA, qui nous a permis de pouvoir mobiliser les ressources, parce que c'était un véritable challenge de pouvoir non seulement toucher donc la cible des enfants donc de 9 mois à 14 ans, parce que ça représentait, disons, le tiers donc quasiment de la population, mais je pense que c'était un défi majeur pour que les ressources soient mobilisées et nous permettent de pouvoir, en tout cas, vacciner donc ces enfants-là. Donc voilà ce que je peux dire par rapport en tout cas à l'apport donc du NITAC, l'ensemble donc des leçons que nous avons apprises lors donc de la riposte, aussi bien pour la campagne NVPO2 et que pour la campagne rougeole que nous avons tenue au mois donc de décembre.
All right, thanks very much for your comments. I'm just interested to know, and we spoke a little bit about this morning as well, in the context of your measles outbreak. This morning you were saying that the measles outbreak was occurring in adults, if I remember correctly. Can you give us a little bit more details about the outbreak in adults? Because what would you do if there is an outbreak in adults with measles? Tunisia has the same problem. Okay. And Mauritania also has a problem with adults getting measles. So just one minute in terms of who is that population of adults affected by measles?
Exactement. Quand nous avons mené cette campagne chez les enfants de 9 mois à 14 ans, on s'est rendu compte, après la campagne, il y a eu donc des cas de rougeole qui ont été détectés chez les migrants. Donc, c'était chez les nomades qu'on a vu, que c'est des gens, en tout cas, qui suivaient le bétail. Et on avait notifié donc des cas de rougeole chez des adultes qui avaient l'âge donc de 40 ans. Et ce que nous avons fait, nous avons d'abord fait une cartographie des districts qui hébergeaient ces nomades-là, parce qu'il y avait un corridor qui était suivi donc par ces nomades. Et nous avons tenu une réunion avec l'ensemble des districts pour que ces derniers également puissent élaborer donc un plan de riposte et pouvoir vacciner en tout cas les cas qui ont été notifiés et détectés donc pendant en tout cas la surveillance post-campagne. Donc c'est ce travail-là que nous avons fait et insister sur la communication parce qu'il fallait aussi que ces nomades, qu'on puisse travailler avec le secteur de l'élevage pour pouvoir identifier donc leurs points de chute afin qu'on puisse être efficace par rapport à cette riposte qu'on devait mener.
So thanks for that. It may have got lost in translation, but did you say that the nomad populations, the adults, were vaccinated?
No, they were not.
They were not vaccinated?
They were not vaccinated.
Okay, all right. Mauritania, do you want to comment on the measles problem? We'll come back to you for other issues in adults. Can you use your mic, please?
Regarding the measles outbreak in Mauritania, among adults, most of them born before 1970. That's means that are not vaccinated. Also, there is some women in from 21 to 30 years. We don't know.
And did you do anything about that group?
They did a campaign for massive vaccination, but yeah, under 5, just to protect when we have to protect the children.
Tunisia, briefly, because they're telling me I need to stop. They're extremely rude, I would say. They're stopping our discussions that we're having. Eh?
Yeah, for Tunisia, I will to do it briefly, so I will not respond to the first question. So just to say that our recent, the most recent outbreak in our country, it was a measles outbreak in 2023. So the outbreak, the cases were mainly the cases, there is a third of the cases was from among the children age less than 12 months, so who did not receive the vaccine yet. And the 2/3 of the cases were among people aged 20 to 35. And after this outbreak, we did a very rapid seroprevalence study. The specimens were already available, and we just did a very rapid screening for measles antibodies, and we verified that this cohort was in fact less immunized than the other parts of the country. We have ordered the vaccine to do a catch-up vaccination for this cohort, but unfortunately this vaccination was interrupted by the COVID-19 pandemic, and we had to do it after a few moments, but it was a bit interrupted. Yeah.
They're interrupting you as well.
Yes.
But be that as it may, I mean, who hasn't had a chance to say anything? Do you want? No, hang on, please. Elizabeth, if people want to leave, they can leave. But I think people would like to say something. Do we have to end now because the president's coming? Yeah, just hang on, we'll do it. Let's give this is a participatory democracy, and people who have not spoken want to say something. So let them say, give them a minute. Okay, go ahead. 1 minute.
So just very quickly, we were talking about the case of measles also for Cameroon, where approximately 4% of those who were tested positive were people of above 15 years of age. And we had about 5% of those who were between 10 to 14 years. So what the NITAG recommended was that in the response campaign that was supposed to be carried out, we extend above 5 years, but of course, issues with resources and all of that is getting in the way of that recommendation. But the NITAG really insisted on having the vaccination extended for at least children up to the age of 9 years. But in some districts with a significant proportion of the children up to 14 years being positive, the recommendation was to consider all of those elements to vaccinate at least 80% of the age group that was involved in the epidemic. So we just thought we should add that. Of course, there are other things we want to say, but the time is not on our side. Thank you.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because you at the tail end of the spectrum of participation. Couple of words quickly.
Bom, nós também vamos ser muito rápidos. O último surto que houve em Cabo Verde foi de dengue entre 2023 e 2024. A vigilância e o controle do surto, como é portanto, foi da responsabilidade do Ministério da Saúde, através do Serviço de Vigilância e Controle Antivetorial e do Instituto Nacional de Saúde Pública. Portanto, a GTCV iniciou as suas atividades em 2024 e foi o primeiro documento que nós avaliamos, foi um pedido de introdução da vacina de dengue em Cabo Verde. Após avaliar esse pedido, avaliamos a situação epidemiológica do país e o facto de haver um desconhecimento do perfil epidemiológico, o perfil serológico do país, o GTCV emitiu uma recomendação de a introdução da vacina, continuar a monitorização da situação e recomendou a intensificação da luta antivetorial. Pronto, era só isso que nós queríamos dizer, para sermos o mais rápido, mais sucintos possível. Obrigada.
Fantastic. And before we have a revolution on our hands, Guinea has not had a chance, so we're giving you 1 minute.
OK. Donc, rapidement, la particularité en Guinée, au fait, on n'avait pas, c'est la rougeole aussi, on n'avait pas énormément de vaccins. Donc, il fallait prendre la situation épidémiologique et faire une priorisation, disons, des districts qui peuvent, où on peut utiliser ces vaccins disponibles en fonction de la quantité. Donc, on l'a fait en 2 blocs. Une première partie, on a organisé, disons, la riposte dans 24 districts sanitaires, 25 districts sanitaires sur 38. Et puis après, quelques semaines, avec l'acquisition des vaccins, nous avons profité aussi organiser dans le reste des autres districts sanitaires. Mais je dirais quand même en termes, disons, de particularité toujours au niveau de la Guinée, quand il y a eu la notification, c'est l'activation des centres de prise en charge. Parce que ça, je pense qu'il faut revenir dedans. L'activation des centres de prise en charge et après l'élaboration de tout ce qui est microplan lié à la riposte et la mise en œuvre de la riposte. Dans la mise en œuvre, nous avons essayé, au fait, comme je le dis très souvent, quand il y a un événement de santé, ça ne revient plus au ministère de la Santé, mais il faut impliquer les autres secteurs dans le cadre de la riposte. Ça a été fait. Une très bonne communication autour de la riposte face à la rougeole. Voilà ce que j'avais ajouté par rapport à la particularité de la Guinée, comme on n'a pas assez de temps. Merci.
Thanks very much. I've been told by my boss standing in the corner there that I have to stop or he's going to chop my head off. So my suggestion is, and we know that Mauritius have not said anything. So tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. No. At the first session, the first 15 minutes is reflection of the day. So we'll give you a minute or two just to give your feedback because we want you to give the feedback. And Tony has taken some notes and he'll just try to provide a short summary of our discussions, which has been quite fantastic. And next year we'll ask for a day, not 45 minutes, to have this discussion. But thanks very much for your participation. It's fantastic to see that the NITAGs are actively involved in the issue of outbreak investigation, recommendations, and so forth. So, merci. Salim, you've got 30 seconds.
We're going to try to run through this evaluation quickly, quick, fast. Because of time, yeah, it's quite we're quite pressed. Okay, yeah. So, same as yesterday, scan the code, or you can put in the code. Sorry, give me a second. Yeah, 1 second. Yeah. Ten more seconds to join, and then we go. Yes, that's fine, yeah. Are most people connected? Can we start? Yes. Sooner we done, sooner we leave. Cool, deal. Okay, first question. What's your favorite song at the moment? What's the song that you can't stop listening to? It's on repeat in the shower, in the car, everywhere. And you might hear it today at the event. Okay, very nice. We're going to move on now. Because of time, we're moving on. Next question. How useful was the information presented in the session? This is Mauritania, the NITAG, when they presented. Hmm. 5 more seconds. Okay, we're moving on. Next question. The Guinea NITAG presentation. How useful was this information? Everyone done? We're going to move on. Next one, the session epidemiology, basic principles. Mostly what you learned is important and you'll apply it. Some of it is useful, some not. What you learned is interesting, but you don't think you'll apply too much of it. Okay, we're going to move on to the next question. Now, this is the session applying adverse events following immunization, evidence for decision making. Remember Mike's talk online? How did we find that? Okay, moving on. Most people completed that one. We're going to go to the next one. Basic immunology for NITAGs. How did we find that session? Oh, this is quite an important session. Okay, we're going to move on. Next question. Application of immunology knowledge in vaccine decision making. Okay, moving on, just a few more questions. The Mauritius NITAG presentation, how did we find that? How useful was the information? We're going to move on to the next question. VPDs as a public health problem in Africa. How useful was the information presented in this session? Do we all remember the different sessions? Or you just answer, we remember? Good, okay. Okay, next question. Vaccines and AMR. How useful was the information in this session? We're going to move on to the next question. So issuing recommendations. This facilitated discussion. How useful was this? Did we enjoy it? Was it important and you're going to apply something? Okay, we're going to move on. Next question. So just rate the translation services from 1 to 10. Why is this not? So 1 being not that good, 1 being bad, 10 being amazing, flawless. If you don't use the translation, it's fine. You don't need to boat, but I'm pretty sure we should have all used the translation by now, no? Oh, okay. Cool. I only know one language. Okay, we're going to move on to the next question quickly. So list anything new that is applicable from these sessions. What new things did you learn that you're going to carry forward? Did everyone put in at least one thing? Okay, we can move on. Last question. Enter a word or phrase to describe how you feel about the trading so far. Are we tired? Are we good? Okay, as we enter the answers for this last question, just two things to note. So later today, you would have seen on the program that we do have a cocktail networking event. The venue for this event is below us. So as you exited this building where the conference venue is in, you know you're going to come to a space outside with maybe trees and round tables. Directly on your left as you enter the door, when you get out the elevator, that is where the event is going to be. There should be signs up and everything. So starts at 6:30. You can come, bring your dancing shoes, bring your fancy whatever you wish to. And then another thing for tomorrow morning. So at 6:30 it's starting. 6:30, yes. In 30 minutes, the event. No, the cocktail event is at 6:30 today, not tomorrow morning. No. Cocktail event today, 6:30. However, to the point I was going to make, tomorrow morning. Hello? Tomorrow morning, we need to be in the venue at 8 o'clock. So today we had yesterday and today we had the great services of our interpreters. Tomorrow we're going to try something new. We're going to try and incorporate AI and see how that interpretation works. So we're going to need to set it up on your phones or your laptops. So we need that extra 15 minutes so that we're all good and ready. So is that fair? 8 o'clock, bright and early? Everyone's here? Cool. Thank you very much. We'll see you later.
So I will play the role of secretary for accountants and so. What is it?
Whatever you pay to get out of the country.
The curriculum. It is the 1,000.
Dollars.
Camden. Hmm?
I don't have a choice.
I think so. I asked them if we can bring back the first get that into jet. What I asked them.
It's like $20 for changing.
Hmm?
That's the whole price.
Okay, you see now, well. So that's why I say it is when it was 2,000, 2,000, we paid that 2,000, 200,000.
Why did they came 2000?
It is CFR now. It is US dollar because it is like it is business.
Business? Why?
It's business. I have.
What is the difference now?
I am waiting for what they will say. I say if they can issue the government get on me. And then it is just as simple. I am waiting for that. Sorry.
money first. I'll tell everybody to come to me.
Are you going?
I was thinking. I don't know. I saw them lately. What time is it now? 6:30. What is wrong with it? There is one. So those things check the online. Yeah, what's the machine online? Yes, they're online. But they're on it. I was impressed. That is, if I do a no lecture by tomorrow. Do a no lecture of the pro.
Since I came to Lagos, since I came to Lagos, we want to better to another place. Ebe kò ní mo ti wá.
Did you look through the videos?
Ayé mi ò wo mo ti assume. How come I'm saying now? Mo wá